Well, hi, good morning, hi everybody. Thank you for joining us here at Barton Stacey's. We're all set and very excited to bring you live coverage. Round 6 of the 2026 Forest Edge Kart Club Championship. We're now into our second half of the race season, and over the first 5 rounds we've seen plenty of superb action and plenty of incident on track as well, as the respective class championships have really started to take shape. And with only 4 rounds left in the calendar now, there really is everything to race for, and these drivers are going to be striving to be number 1 in their respective classes. It's a driver's best 7 rounds raced out of the 9 on offer. It will go towards their championship points total, and do you know what, I'm really excited today to say we're going to see all 8 of our championship leaders on track and in action, and in 4 classes we are actually going to see the top 3 in the championship, so we are guaranteed for some close racing and of the highest quality. It's going to be a superb day of racing here. We're also looking forward to bringing you the round 5 of the 210 challenge. 210 challenge, national challenge today as well, as they visit Forest Edge with 14 karts taken to the track. So we've got 24 qualifying heats, 8 grand finals, over 100 competitors battling out for podium positions and important championship points. So we're at the Speedway Portal in association with Forest Edge Kart Club are delighted to be bringing you all the action today with our first race, the Honda Cadets, as you can see there on screen, scheduled for about 2 or 3 minutes away, so it might take them a little bit longer just to get everybody in pit lane in order and set ready to go. So it should be a fantastic day of racing. The sun is out, the conditions are warm for the drivers and the racers today. It is very hot here, but it's all good. It helps that there's no rain on the horizon. I mean, any of us have rain on the horizon for some time now. So you can see there the sky is nice and clear here, weather is good. That makes kart setup easy in terms of tyre selection and how the guys want to prepare their karts for the day's racing. So like I say, we have got 24 qualifying heats, and then we'll have the 8 finals. It's great to welcome the 210 challenge guys, the national challenge guys here today as well. So that'll be an interesting dynamic to our day. Just even a different race, a different view. They tend to go all over the country. Raced at Rissington, Shennington already, and they're visiting Forest Edge today in I think it was round 4 or 5 maybe of their respective championships. So across the bottom of your screen, as our stream rolls on today, you'll see all of our sponsors. BKC Racing on there at the moment, international race teams for our kart parts, new, used and old in stock. They will continue to scroll, and we'll give them a shout out as the day goes on, and on YouTube as well. I'll try and keep tabs on the YouTube page, and anybody on there that wants to drop a little shout out, I'll try and keep tabs and get some drivers some shout outs. So Honda Cadets, we're off and rolling. We've got 10 cadets in the entry list for today. They'll have a rolling start. They're not just ready to go yet. They come over the start finish line in front of me. They'll do another half prep lap, and then these guys will be out. So we are going to see in the Honda Cadets William Woods, Rupert Lillywhite, Louis James Tucker, Sebastian Mayer, Max Skilton, Avir Bhatia, Cruz Jenkins, Jamie Daly, Harry Price and Max Saunders. That's going to be our racers today. The top 3 currently in the championship is Max Skilton, who we'll see out today in the number 29 kart. Harry Grant, who's P2 at the minute in the championship, not here today. But Cruz Jenkins in the 43, who sat in the bronze medal 3rd place position at the minute. So Max has got 834 points, only 3 ahead of Harry Grant in 2nd, and then it's 784 back down to Cruz in 3rd. So that is our championship. That's how it's set. We are looking for race number 1, heat number 1, and we are off and racing here at Forest Edge for round 6. And as they go into the first corner, which is the Haynes Loop, you can see a nice wide shot of the guys as they come through there. Then they drop a left down into Johnny's, and they race down the hill into the Wingers Dip. Great spot to overtake if you can get the corner and right there, as the 43 kart Cruz Jenkins did for us, perfectly timed. And then they go up the hill through the bus stop, you can see there, right back to a left, and they carry their speed all the way up the hill into Midgets, which is a right-hander at the top before they drop back down into Climate, which is another right-hander. Nice tight right turn here, wide tight entry, keeping it to the left of the track as they come underneath Tolly's, underneath my nose here, across the start finish line. That is our course. That is what we are going to see in action today. Plenty of overtaking opportunities on this track. There's plenty to enjoy. So on the left hand side of your screen there, we'll have that rolling throughout the day as well. Each of these heats is 7 minutes long plus 1 lap. You can see the time at the top there. You can see the 5:50 that we've got left on this one, plus the 1 lap. And on the left-hand side, we have our running order as they are at the moment. So Max Skilton in the 29 is leading the way, as he is the championship at the moment. And you can see the difference in numbered plates there, the yellow and red. That's our regular championship racers, and with the black and white plates, they are our novice drivers. So that just indicates the difference between the two drivers. So we've got a bit of a battle out front early on in this one with the 28 and 43. 29 and 43, which is our two drivers that are leading the championship in Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. So they are literally side by side, having a nice early race and an early battle in this one. And again, as I say it many a time, you can't necessarily win a race in these opening 4 or 5 minutes of the race, but you can certainly lose the race if you make a move, get it wrong, end up on the grass, end up with a contact or a penalty. So it is all about biding your time, getting used to the track, sussing out how the driver in front of you is going to drive. And when you're in a pair, you're in a 2 or a 3, you've got to work together, tuck in behind, use each other to pull away from the chasing pack. And that's pretty much what Max and Cruz are doing at the moment. You can see that they're racing nice and close with each other. Cruz popped into the lead on that last lap, but I think we might see that lead exchange between these two. So we've got Cruz Jenkins out front from Max Skilton at the moment here in Heat 1 of the Honda Cadets, and then Avir Bartier in 3rd place at the moment from Rupert Lillywhite. And then we go back to William Woods, Sebastian Mayer, Louis Tucker, Jamie Daly, Harry Price and Max Saunders at the moment. And you can see the little gap on the right hand side there. So Max is 0.2 seconds, 0.26 seconds behind Cruz, and then 2.39 seconds back to Avir Bartier. So there's a gap between themselves and the drivers behind or in front, whichever way you're looking at it. So we are a few minutes into this one, and we've got these two out front pulling away from the rest, Cruz and Max. Trading places at the front at the moment, but Cruz has held on during that lap from Max. Those two guys are out front, and then there's a little bit of a gap back to Avir Bartier in 3rd, with Rupert Lillywhite holding a comfortable 4th. And then there is just a little trail of karts there that are a bit closer to each other, but our focus is going to be on the front two for the majority, looking at this, because they're the guys out front pulling away. Every class has got 3 qualifying heats where they will accumulate points that goes towards their grand final starting position, and then they'll be looking to get us higher up the grid, or rolling start grid position, as they can for that grand final, to take the podium and the plaudits and the trophies and the pot away at the end of the day. So we're 3 minutes left on this opening heat of our round today. Still Cruz leading from Max, those two side by side as they have been for the entire race. And then we go back to the 33 of Avir Bartier still, and the 13 of Rupert Lillywhite. And absolutely no positional change at all on that lap. Rupert Lillywhite, William Wood, Sebastian Mayer, Louis Tucker, Harry Price, Max Saunders and Jamie Daly. We seem to have lost Jamie, I think, on that last lap, or Jamie must have got in a bit of bother. Had a bit of a spin somewhere, maybe off cam or my viewpoint. Pretty calm opening race, not for the two out front. Cruz and Max, they are pulling away, and have done for the entire race. That's 6.5 seconds back to 3rd place, and it's still Cruz out front from Max. We'll keep a focus on these two as they come through under my nose as they go around into the Haynes Loop and back down into Johnny's. That's the battle a little bit further down the order, with the 11 and 13 of Rupert Lillywhite and William Woods. They're battling for 4th and 5th, and again, you know, the higher up you can finish, the more points you're going to accumulate, and get on your race card, as you aim to get as good a position in that final as you can. Up the hill come the front runners. It's our front two drivers there, Cruz and Max, still in that order. Cruz Jenkins out front. Cruz currently 3rd position in the championship. Hasn't taken a race win this season. Max did win the last round. He won round 5, so he has stood on the top step. And he's had a couple of 2nd places as well as Max in the opening rounds of the season. Cruz has had a couple of 3rd places in rounds 2 and 4 to get onto the podium. We're looking to go one better today and stand on that 2nd or that top step, of course. So 1 minute and 10 plus a lap to go. Cruz still leading the way from Max, with Avir Bartier in 3rd, Rupert Lillywhite 4th, and William Wood makes up the top 5. And then Sebastian Mayer 6th, Louis Tucker 7, Harry Price, Max Saunders, and then Jamie Daly, who I think has had a couple of spins and has just dropped back down there. into 10th place. So a bit of a smaller number of karts today in the Hondas. So a better chance for these guys to get up the order. Start finish line again, and it is still Max Skilton putting loads of pressure on Cruz Jeng. Maybe just biding the time to make the move. Don't do it too early. 33 of Javier Barcia still in third. Rupert Lillywhite still holding on to that fourth place from William Woods, who's pushing really hard to try and get into that top four. The front two, that's our focus. Look, the 43 and the 29, and is there a move? Just a look up the inside there from Max as they went up towards the bus stop. Very difficult to pin a move through the bus stop, that's for sure. It gets very tight as you go through there. But then up into midgets, you've got to keep it tight, right-hander, before you then drop back down into another right-hander. And then it is that tight left. So it's an opportunity there. And now have we got movement, and a big move as Cruz just kisses the grass as he's coming down into Tollies. So shame for Cruz there. That's our battle for the first place in this race, I would imagine. Done and dusted now. Max Skilton takes the lead as Cruz just got in a bit of bother, touched the grass, lost the back end and just had a bit of a spin. Thankfully back on the track and running. Held on to second place, no problems there. But what it has done is it's given Max a free run and a free chase to the checkered flag. Jamie Daly, I think, is still out on track. Yeah, but just had a couple of spins. Jamie has dropped back down, but it's okay. Still going to finish the race. So Max, as he did in round number 5, is going to take the checkered flag here in heat number 1. Over the start-finish line, maximum points for the 29 kart, and it is going to be Cruz in second in the 43. Javier Barcia, who's had a quiet race, comfortable there in third place. And Rupert Lillywhite, who was in a close battle for the entirety of that race with William Woods, manages to hold on. So there we go. It was Max Skilton from Cruz Jenkins, Javier Barcia, Rupert Lillywhite and William Woods. That was the top 5. And then came Louis Tucker. Louis James Tucker in 6th. Sebastian Mayer in 7th. And then Harry Price, Max Saunders and Jamie Daly. So that's heat 1. Cadets gets off to a good start. A nice race out front until that last couple of laps. When Cruz got in a bit of bother. You can see them, that's early on. Only that replay 6 minutes in, and they're trading places as they did again on 5 minutes in. So those two pulled away from the rest of the pack, and considering they are our two of our top 3 in the championship, not a surprise to see those guys doing that. So a great first race. Well done to all of those guys. And we'll move on to our Rotax Cadets. That was the Honda Cadets we've just seen. Now we're on to the Rotax Cadets. Few less karts on track. Supposed to be 5 registered. There was 4 in the practice at the beginning. Aurelio Copalonga is in the 16 kart. Wilfred Tomlinson in the 23. Oliver Daniels in the 24. Johnny Butterfield in the 25. And Jackson Haynes, who wasn't out in practice, hopefully is going to be out in the heats in the 44 kart. And it is Johnny Butterfield is in P1 in the championship. 858 points from Jackson Haynes in second on 796, and then Wilfred Tomlinson in third with 780. So all 3 of our championship leaders are out on track, and we can see we've got the 5 karts, so we've got the full quota. And so we've got the top 4 in Johnny, Wilfred and Jackson, or Johnny, Jackson and Wilfred, if I put it in the right order. But then we've also got Oliver Daniels, who did win round 1 of the championship, so has stood on the top step and came second in round P2 in round 3 as well. So we know that Oliver can mix it as well, and he's sat in P6 in the championship, so not a million miles off of it. And I think this is Aurelio is the first time I've seen Aurelio in action in the 16 kart today. First time I've seen him on track. See the 16 kart there out the back of the 5. So it is Aurelio in the 16, Wilfred in the 23, Oliver Daniels in the 24, Johnny Butterfield in the 25, and then Jackson Haynes in the 44. So even though we've only got the 5, I think this could be competitive, because we've got some race winners across the board. Oliver Daniels, Johnny Butterfield have both taken P1s, and with Jackson and Wilfred both having got on podiums. We could be in for some good racing. So all 5 of them race through into the Haynes Loop again before they take that left down into around Johnny's, down into the Winger's Dip. As they fly through screen there, great shot. As they go down into Winger's Dip where it's a right-hander, keeping it tight. Quite a long corner down there, the Winger's Dip, before they race back up the hill through the bus stop, which will just get them off the gas a little bit, condense the group, before they then race up the hill into midgets, into that right-hander. And again, you've got to get that right as you go up the hill. Anybody that's a bit later on the brakes can really use that to their advantage as they race up the hill into midgets before you come down into the right-hander at Climber. And an early move there as we come through Tollies by Oliver Daniels up into the lead from Johnny Butterfield, Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes and Aurelio Colonga. That's our 5 drivers that we've got. And it does look like the front 3 of Oliver Daniels, Johnny Butterfield and Wilfred Tomlinson have just pulled away. A couple of seconds then back to Jackson, currently in 4th place, and Aurelio in 5th at the moment. So again, just the 5, but the front 3 will work together here and just start to pull away a little bit from Jackson and Aurelio. We might end up with their own little battle for a top 4 rather than that 5th place. But the front 3, look, I think could give us some action today. Oliver, Johnny and Wilfred all have done well in the championship so far. We come under my nose here is still the 24, 25, 23. That is the order. Oliver Daniels leading the way from Johnny Butterfield and then Wilfred Tomlinson. Feeling these 3 are going to give us a nice close race here in this opening heat of the Rotax Cadets. Johnny Butterfield's going to be looking to build on 2 round wins in the championship so far. Oliver Daniels did pick up that win in round 1 and then followed that with a P2 in round 3. And then Wilfred was 3rd, was P3 in round 5 as well. So a recent podium for Wilfred as well. So you know these guys can all get in amongst it at the front of the pack, and they're doing that here as they come round again. And it looks like it is still that same running order. Ooh, bit of a wide line there. From the 25 of Johnny, just gave Wilfred the chance to get a little bit closer, and indirectly has let Oliver Daniels just pull away a tiny bit. So just about a second gap from Oliver now back to the chasing 2 of Johnny and Wilfred, and then it's a further 7 seconds back to Jackson really and Aurelio in that 4th and 5th spot. So just a bit of breathing space, you should say, we can say now for Oliver out front. Before that second or so gap, which looks like it's still there, still about a second I would say back to Johnny in 2nd and then Wilfred in 3rd. Climb it into that left-hander of Tollies across the start-finish line. We've had just over 3 minutes on this one. Oliver's pretty much led from the front. Johnny still in 2nd with Wilfred right tucked in behind in 3rd place. And then a bit of a gap then as we go back to the 44 kart of Jackson Haynes in 4th, and Aurelio, who is right on the back wheels of Jackson. So we do have a battle for 4th and 5th as well. So 2 little battles going on within our race of 5 karts today. We come up through the bus stop. Yeah, just a bit of a gap now created from Oliver. Back to Johnny and Wilfred, who are battling for that P2 and 3rd in this heat number 1 of the Rotax Cadets. Sun is shining, it's going to be really warm out there for these guys. Racing around in the suits and the helmets and the gloves and everything else they've got on. Really warm conditions. Comes over the start-finish line, just extending that lead now, coming up to about a 1.5 seconds over Johnny and Wilfred. And again, Johnny, even though he's in 2nd place, wanting to chase down Oliver, you've just got to be careful as well, because you've got Wilfred behind you, so you don't want to get that wrong. You don't want to lose your 2nd place, and I think that gap now is starting to be unsurmountable for Johnny to catch back up to Oliver. So Oliver's looking pretty comfortable out front, but we've got a good little battle between Johnny Butterfield and Wilfred Tomlinson for 2nd and 3rd, and likewise it's about 11-12 second gap now back to Jackson in 4th, who's just probably stolen about a 1.5 seconds now on Aurelio as well. So just calming down now out the front and in that battle for 4th and 5th. But what is hotting up is that battle for 2nd and 3rd between Johnny Butterfield and Wilfred Tomlinson. That's, we can see them now. Great wide shot as they come through the Haynes Loop there. Really nice shot before they take that left-hander And we pick them up again. Look, fabulous stuff from our camera team there as they go down towards the Whingers dip. The 25 of Johnny Butterfield still holding on from Wilfred Tomlinson, but that's a race that we're going to have for the next 2 minutes plus the lap. And you can see Oliver going through screen, comfortable out front. Pretty much got his own race now, almost 2 seconds I would imagine by the time we come around to take the start finish line again next time around. That's our battle on screen. Johnny Butterfield and Wilfred Tomlinson battling for that second and third. It's going to go to the wire, you feel. Oliver's comfortable. That 2 second gap now. Yeah, bang on, look at that. As if by magic. Bang on 2 seconds back to Johnny and Wilfred battling for that second spot. And again, you don't want to make any mistakes. There's only small numbers, I know, and it's easy to work your way through the field when it's smaller numbers, but you don't want to make a mistake and end up on the grass. So Wilfred will just be driving very cautiously here, making sure he doesn't make any mistakes. But we'll want to get into P2, no doubt about that. More points you can get. A little bit of a look there as we come up towards the climate before we drop down into Tollies. So 45 seconds plus the lap for Oliver out front. Has held on, takes to flag really in this one, likes to flag. Johnny in second, Wilfred in third, as it has been. Jackson's comfortable now in fourth spot. No, they're about 15 seconds behind Wilfred in third, and Aurelio's probably about in a further 3 seconds back in fifth. It's our leader there, the 24 kart of Oliver Daniels. Driven really well, pretty much a lonely drive. So yeah, we're going to be moving into last lap territory, I think. That battle for second is still really there. It's looking pretty competitive on track between these two. Oliver crosses takes the last lap board for the last lap, and it is now 25 Johnny Butterfield still holding on from Wilfred Tomlinson, but with 1 lap to go. You can see them there, nice wide shot, love that. As they come round into that left-hander. Will Wilfred just consolidate and take that third spot? Be happy with that. Knows he can get in amongst it, that's for sure. Remaining heats. And again, when you've only got 5 on track, even if you end up in 5th place, you've still got an opportunity to make a great rolling start. Get amongst the front runners and a podium shot. All these drivers have got a shot at a podium. Anything can happen. So as we come around for the last time, the right-hander at Climber, Oliver Daniels driven really well. Deserves that win, P6 in the championship. First place in this opening heat. I'm done to Oliver. And it is the 25 of Johnny Butterfield in second, from the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson. And then just looking back down the order, yeah, Jackson's going to pick up the 4th. We've got Aurelio a couple longer, hope I'm saying that right, Aurelio, in 5th place. So that's our 5 drivers, that's our 5 finishing positions, about 20 odd seconds back to Jackson from Wilfred there, and Aurelio comfortably round in 5th spot. So there we go, Oliver, Johnny, Wilfred, Jackson and Aurelio. That was our finishing order. You can see the lap times on the right hand side, and yeah, we picked up a few little replays in that one. I'm really enjoying this angle that we've got of the Haynes loop today. Nice big wide shot, you can see everybody coming through there. We'll take that left-hander. And the race settled down quite early, even though we didn't have many positional changes. It settled down, and it was close between Jackson and Aurelio for a bit there. That was the move that got Oliver up into the lead, and that is how it stayed for the remainder. So, a quiet grid. We now move on to a much busier grid as we move into the Rotax Inters. Arthur Kaiser, Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Freya Bond, Finlay Thompson, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, Henry Perrin, Jack Daniels, Thomas Gulliver, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dickinson, George Beck, Rowan Davies, Max Thompson and Elijah West. So our top 3 in the championship: Harvey Ball in the 40. Second place in the championship is Ethan Copland in the 43, and then Oliver Dan. Harvey Ball leading the championship from Ethan Copland, then Oliver Dan in 3rd place. So those 3 all in this. And then, to be honest, we've got Arthur Kaiser sat in 4th in the championship. We've got Henry Perrin in 5th. We've got Warren Atkins in 6th. Louis Lovell in 7. Charlie Dickinson 9. So we have got the front runners in the championship all in this event today, which is wonderful. We've got Elijah West back in, hasn't driven in the last couple of rounds. Elijah won the opening 3 rounds. And we'll be looking to repeat that today. So a much busier grid, a lot more to talk about. Avesta does karting, shout out for watching us on YouTube, great to have you on. Here we go then, we're off with the Rotax Inters, and it is the 23 of Louis Lovell that's into the Ames Loop for the first time. There we pick them up as they come round, everybody through safely, that's what we want to see. Left-hander of Johnny's, so yeah, you can see the 23 in the distinctive helmet design, the red, white and green. Louis Lovell there, leading the way at the moment as they come up into the bus stop. Safely through the bus stop up towards midgets. It's Finlay Thompson, Oakley Polt, Ethan Copland, George Beck, Jack Daniels, Charlie Dickinson. They were the front runners on the grid. Everyone gets a random pick at the start, the front, in the middle and at the back of the grid. And so everybody gets a shot at leading from the front, chasing from the middle or chasing from the back. And let's see how it has panned out. Not much movement from them front runners on that opening lap. Dust comes up underneath me on the start-finish line. Everybody through the Haynes Loop. So Louis Lovell leading the way from Finlay Thompson, Ethan Copland, Jack Daniels, Oakley Poulter, Harvey Ball, George Beck, Oliver Down, Warren Atkins and Max Thompson. That's the front 10. That's the lead 10, sorry, on that opening lap. And again, we're going to see a bit of movement there from the 43 of Ethan Copland coming up into second place, or literally trying to make the move up into second place. Over Finlay Thompson. Nice and condensed, everybody still in the mix here. Left-hander here of Tollies, back over the start-finish line. Finlay Thompson managed to buff back the challenge there of Ethan Copland and hold on. And again, not much changing going on in that top 10. Jack Daniels, Harvey Ball, Oakley Polt, Oliver Dan, George Beck, Max Thompson and Warren Atkins are still our top 10. As they all race through the front 5, just a small gap I would say now. Back to 6th place of Oakley Poulter. That's your front runners you can see on screen, and the 61 of Jack Daniels just looking to make a move, and did make the move just before the bus stop. I think Jack Daniels has got up into 3rd and is looking up the inside of Finlay Thompson as well, but just couldn't make that work there, but has moved up past Ethan Copland into 3rd place, sorry. So the top 5, yeah, just starting to edge away a tiny bit from Oakley Poulter. Oakley still on the back wheels of the 40 of Harvey Ball in 5th place. So the front 6 I would say now developed their race out front. Louis Lovell still leading the way from Finlay Thompson. Jack Daniels did get that move up past Ethan Copland with Harvey Ball, Oliver Dan. That's our front 6 that you can see on screen there, the 23 all the way back to the... Whoa! Was that contact? Somebody had a spin there as they were going through. And it's such a shame when that happens, when you've got a condensed pack out the front of 6 karts, but it is going to adjust our running and racing order. Didn't see who, I was busy reading the positions at the time and was looking to the left of the screen, so I didn't actually see the contact. But what it has done is it's played into the hands of Louis Lovell, who's now pulled away and has got a gap out front, as you'll see when they come over the start-finish line. And yeah, Harvey Ball, Ethan, Oliver Dan, Ethan Copland, Max Thompson, Arthur Kayser, Elijah West up into 7th, Oakley Poulter 8, George Beck 9. So it was, it looked like Jack Daniels and Finlay Thompson had that little bit of bother. It was a real shame for them. So as we just have a look, Harvey Ball is up 7 places, as is Oliver Dan now. 10 places gained from Max Thompson. Arthur Kayser up 8, Elijah West up 9. They're the big movers, and it is unfortunately for Finlay Thompson, who's sat in 2nd all the way now back down to 16th. So a real shame. So what it does do is it gives us a bit of a different scene at the front of the race now. Louis Lovell has pulled away. So we've got about a second over Harvey Ball, Oliver Dan and Ethan Copland, who have got a little battle of 3 going on. Then it is Arthur Kayser and Elijah West who is working through the pack. Elijah West in that red, black and grey 99 coloured kart there on screen with the gold helmet, chasing down Arthur Kayser in 5th place. And Arthur will know that Elijah's behind him now. It's really moving through the order, gaining place after place, lap on lap. 10 places gained now for Elijah West. Just looking up the inside, couldn't make it work at that point. But Louis Lovell out front. From then the chasing 3 of Harvey Ball, Oliver Dan, Ethan Copland. And then we go back to Arthur Kayser, and Elijah West. That's our top 6. And then as they come over start-finish line, we've got Max Thompson, Warren Atkins, Thomas Gulliver moves up a spot, George Beck, Oakley Poulter, Freya Bond, Jack Daniels, Henry Perrin, Charlie Dickinson, Finlay Thompson and Rowan Davies. That's our 17. That's the order that they're currently running with. 2.5 minutes plus the lap on, and another spin there as we came through the Whingers dip. Again, I can't see out the back of the comms box to see who that was, but again it was someone near the front of the pack. I had a spin. Going to find themselves at the back of the pack now. Real shame, whoever that was. We'll see when they come back round. No such problems out front for Louis Lovell though. Pulling away. I say pulling away. The chasing pack going to be less than a second now. Harvey Ball there, about half a second. Ethan Copland, Arthur Kayser, Elijah West up into 5th now. And we do have a battle developing now with those 5 karts out front. So that group has condensed again until a battle back to 3. Of Max Thompson, Warren Atkins and Thomas Gulliver. They're 6th to 8th at the moment. George Beck and Jack Daniels make up the top 10. So plenty of movement in this race, a couple of spins, a bit of incident. Oliver Dan now all the way back down in 16th. But with just over a minute and the lap to go, we'll concentrate on the front 5 because they are now a group. They are a pack that are out and they're going to be getting the top 3. The Warning board is coming out for the 37. 5 really of Louis Lovell, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, Elijah West and Arthur Kayser. One of those 5, Incident Bending, is going to win this race. Who is it going to be? Elijah West now up into 4th and has got set on the front 3. We are going to have 2 laps to go on this one. There's your front 3. Louis Lovell, Harvey Ball and Ethan Copland. A little look up the inside into the bus stop, but difficult, like I say, to make anything stick in there. Gets very tight and congested as you come through the bus stop. Tight through midgets, front 5 all on top of each other now. Great opening race here from the Inters. So they take that right hand and then the left into Tolly's back under the start finish line. Here we go. We are going to get 2 more laps out of this one, which is great. Front 5 battling away now and then a gap back to the, well, there's another little 5, battle of 5 developing behind, not so close. But we've got 2 battles of 5 in the top 10. So Louis Lovell, Harvey Ball there on screen, having a look. Ethan Copland, Elijah West and Arthur Kayser. That's your front 5. That's who we're watching on screen. That's going to be the winner of this race. Louis Lovell, is he going to lose out as he goes in? That's going to be really tight. Just has to come off the gas. And I'll tell you what that's going to do is that's going to affect Harvey Ball. Elijah West right now on the back wheels and through. Goes Elijah West into 2nd. So Louis Lovell has got 1 lap here to hold on from the ever-charging Elijah West, who has come through the field. 12 places to get up into 2nd spot. Arthur Kayser, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, they now make up the top 5. Can Louis Lovell hold on to this lead that he's had the entire race? Elijah West has got something to say about that, looking up the inside, looking to make the move early on the lap, and has caused a problem for both himself and Louis Lovell there. And that has allowed, has it? No, I just thought that has allowed Arthur Kayser up into the lead. So we can see the 74 kart though, Lee Poulter there on the left hand side, just causing everybody to come off the gas on the yellows. The front, we've got 7 karts now at the front, plenty of change going on, and unfortunately for Louis Lovell, who's led the race for the entirety until the last lap, a big move was made by Elijah West to get up into the lead and take the checkered flag from Arthur Kayser. Harvey Ball, Louis Lovell ends up in 4th. Going to be a little bit disappointed with that. Ethan Copland, Thomas Gulliver, Jack Daniels, Max Thompson, Warren Atkins and George Beck make up the top 10. And then back to Henry Perrin, Finlay Thompson, who was in the mix at the front before that spin, and Oliver Dan likewise back in 13th. So Elijah West through the pack with Poulter there. Arthur Kayser picked up the P2 in that one. Harvey Ball in the 40 picked up the 3, championship leader of course, and then Louis Lovell, who led for so long but then just couldn't finish the job off. Real shame that. So Elijah West, Arthur Kayser, Harvey Ball, Louis Lovell, Ethan Copland, Thomas Gulliver, Jack Daniels, Max Thompson, Warren Atkins, George Beck. That was our top 10. Some excellent action on track in that one. The lead changing hands many times. And you can see the action again on screen. Plenty to talk about in that one. Elijah West coming through. You can see Elijah West just on that opening shot right back in the near the back of the field. Working all the way through. We've got Oakley Poulter back, we don't need the rescue truck, which is great. So an excellent race, opening heat for the Inters. And then Henry Perrin was 11th, Finlay Thompson 12, Oliver Dan 13, Rowan Davis 14, Oakley Poulter 15. Although I'm not sure, but I think Oakley Poulter was 17. Charlie Dickinson and Freya Bond. So that was our full 17 in the opening race of the Inters. We are going to move on to the juniors now, which again is a busier grid still. There's Elijah West. That was the move there on Louis Lovell, just pushed out wide. But again, you just leave a little space going down into Winger's Dip. You leave a gap on the right, on the inside. Someone is going to take advantage, and if you're on the outside of it, then you're going to get pushed wide and going to end up going backwards. And that is indeed what happened there, which is a real shame for Louis. But we'll live to fight and go again, that's for sure. So we've got 28 karts here in the juniors, which is what we're going to move into now. You can just see them there on the right hand side of the screen getting ready in pit lane. So we are going to see Mia Beckley, Travis Rose, Ethan Cossins, Alexander Stefanov, Ethan Hunt, Elijah Lewis, Aaron Clark-Nixon, Alex Roach, Louis Haxby, Oliver Warren, Stanley Kearley, Riley Allen Hunt, Cruz Strachan, Paris Gray, Nicola Posey, Jesse Whitmore, Tyler Rackham, Max Smith, Tio Jones, Archie Cannon, Connor Yu, Lucas Nibbs, Stanley Williams, Ethan Critchley, Mia Haxey, Cody Longdon, Max Lovell and Albert Campbell. They are our runners for the Rotax Juniors. Our championship leader, Travis Rose, is out in the 16 kart. Ethan Cossins second in the championship in the 16 kart. Spencer Trahorn has moved classes and won't be out in the juniors today, but he's sat in P3 in the championship, so we'll have a little bit of movement in the top three. And then again, we've got some high runners. We've got Matt Lovell, who's sat in P5. We've got Ethan Critchley, who's in the top 10, along with Aaron Clark-Nixon in the top 10 in the championship. He's currently sat in P8. So Travis Rose has won 4 of the 5 rounds. That's what has accumulated his 812 points in the championship from Ethan Cossins, 769. He's not a million miles behind. Ethan won round 3, the only other race winner apart from Travis. And then we've had the likes of Spencer Trahorn, Kai Pepperell, Jess Whitmore, Aaron Clark-Nixon all pick up podiums as the seasons tick by as well. So here we go. Rolling start. It's the 93 and the 36 out front of Alex Roach and Cody Longdon. A spin early on for the 45. That's a shame. Riley Allen Hunt in a bit of bother, and again we've lost a couple as we've gone through, and some big contact there. Big contact for the 70 car of Tio Jones, and I think we are going to see potentially full course. We're not full course yellow at the moment, but the yellows are definitely out in the in sector 1. Yeah, we're going to get the slow boards out. Everyone's going to have to just slow and condense and get back into the shape. There's the yellows and the slow boards out. Big impact there in the Haynes loop between 2 of the drivers. Thankfully both up and walking back. Put some damage on the karts. Bit of debris on circuit, so a real shame there early on in this one. We'll just get those karts and drivers safely away from the other side of the circuit, and then we'll focus back in on the race. Always a shame when that happens early on in a race. Everyone fighting for that same bit, and again, it's what I say. You can lose it on the opening laps, in the opening minutes of the race, but you certainly can't win it. And that is indeed the case. You can see the 34 kart there, yeah, with Aaron Clark-Nixon out early doors, Ethan Critchley as well. So we've got the boards up. We've got a kart really close to the circuit, so we're just going to have to put the brakes on this one for the moment, because there's a kart sat right on the side of the circuit. Too dangerous to race. So we've got full course yellows and slows at the moment. So an incident, you can just see the kart there, middle of the screen. It's the 34 kart belonging to Aaron Clark-Nixon that had a big impact as they came through Haynes Loop before that left-hander of Johnny. So we're down into a standstill situation. The reds are out. We are just going to have to evaluate what's going to happen with this one. A little bit of heated chat going on behind me in the comms box. I can hear a couple of drivers close by. So everyone just in there, you can see the red flags clearly out. We've just brought this one to a halt for the moment. So apart from that incident, no one really got racing in that one. The yellows were out pretty quickly. So everybody just held there down by entry to the Winger's Dip. We've got the clerk of the course on the circuit, along with some marshals. We have some debris and a couple of stranded carts as well. So just why we have this hold up, you can see across the bottom of the stream there the upcoming dates for the next couple of rounds: September the 4th and 5th actually, and 6th. We've got a 3-day, we've got a 2-day event in September. So we can see we've got clerk of the course there on the left, and some start marshals and race directors. There's the 70 kart of Theo Jones. You can see not a lot going on the front of that kart at the minute, so lost all the front of that one. Maybe a good sign to have Collard's Demolish, Dispose and Recycle sponsorship banner along the bottom of the screen, followed by the BKC Racing, supplier of carts new and used in stock. Might well be knocking on the door, a couple of these drivers. So the rescue truck is out, and we are just going to get those carts rescued. These guys are just sat. There's everybody in the grandstand, just adjacent to the pits here. There's a great viewing point for the action. DRJ Motorsport Services there on the bottom of our screen as well. Multiple British and European Championship chassis specialist based in Basingstoke. You can see the website and email address on the right hand side of your screen there. So yeah, Theo Jones, Aaron Clark Nixon, I think the 87 of Ethan Critchley as well, all having a tricky opening lap on this one. Didn't make, there we go, there's the 87 of Ethan Critchley as well. So 3 carts didn't make it round to the checkered flag for the start of what would essentially be lap 2. So we have pressed the pause button on this one for the moment. They've kept the carts out on track, so whether we will just get rolling from here, we have seen instances this season where all of these race incidents such as this, where everyone's gone back in and we've brought out the next class, but we will see. We might just get these guys rolling again once we save these carts. You can just see the paramedic walking over as well, just to ensure that the drivers are okay, because it's a big impact. You can get that whiplash effect because you're holding on to that steering wheel so hard. You can get hand and wrist injuries as well. Shoulders and neck are always the ones in a whiplash effect. So just a bit of a pause button. IKD Kart Store there across the bottom, specialty products of most classes, bodywork, axles, parts, cadets, chain sprockets, etc. You can see their Facebook Kart Store page on the right there. Alfano as well, .co.uk. RG Racing, the official agent and retail outlet for Alfano products in the UK, and again based in Basingstoke. You can see the info on the right hand side of the screen. So there is the 34 of Aaron Clark Nixon. Bit of work to do before Heat 2 for these drivers and their paddock team, paddock parents a lot of the time. Theo Jones kart there as well. So we'll just strap them in. There's our times and dates across the bottom of the screen. There's a September mid-race, mid-month practice as well before we move into October, where we'll have round 8 practice on the 4th. On the 3rd, sorry, race day on the 4th. So just a little bit of downtime before we move on. So if you are watching on YouTube, it's great to have you on board. There's Collards, there's the sponsor on the bottom of the screen, and there's the building just to on the entry to Forest Edge Kart Club here. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, you can put a message on the right hand side. We totally understand that you might keep it on in the background and flit in and out, hopefully flitting in and out of the garden on this beautiful sunny day. I hope you enjoy the day. So I think what we will do is we've actually just got Aaron come into the comms box with the paramedic just to check that all is okay. And we might well get the juniors off and bring the seniors on. That might well be So I think you might even be able to hear that in the background here. Busy comms box at the minute. We've got Aaron has come in following that incident with the paramedic. Just going to check that he is okay. So it's looking like a bit of a leg injury for Aaron. So what we're probably going to do is swap the juniors now, the running order. So the juniors will come off. They won't complete their race. You can see them. They'll move slowly back round towards Part Fermé, back into the pits. And we will move on to the senior Rotax group. So we'll just hit the pause button on that one for the moment. And again, we didn't really complete a lap. The yellows were out following that incident in the Haynes Loop. And Johnny's sector 1 of the course here. So cars will go slowly back round and off they'll come. I think what we'll do is move into our senior race. So yeah, if you are jumping on and off the stream to see drivers that you want to see, if you go onto Alpha Live as well, you can bring up all the race times for the races today. And what that will do as well is it will give you a running order, so you can see who's currently on, who's been, and it will give you a rough guide on times of when you can see the driver or the class that you're interested in coming back on screen. And again, I'll try to remind as much as I can of the race that we're in. I'm a bit like that when I'm driving in the car, listening to turf football on in the car when I'm driving home. I don't know what the minute is, I don't know what the score is. So it's nice when they bring that in quite early into my listening. So I'll try and do the same. But yeah, big thank you for joining us and listening with us. Just a bit of a pause on this one. We had an incident. If you've just joined us in the juniors, a bit of a 2 or 3 car incident coming through pretty much off the start line, to be honest. The rolling start came through Haynes Loop, bit of contact. Just put the brakes on this opening juniors race, so the juniors will go back in. You can see them there on the right hand side of the screen just going in, and the seniors will be coming out for their first race, as you can see now on screen. And we are going to see in this one Luke Richards, Corey Stevens, Lucas Rees, Roman Vickery, Noah Nicholas, Zach Burke, Nick Gorzalidis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Kian Downer, Will Aldis, Oliver Gussman, Ollie White, Alexander Colantano, Bobby Rosier, Spencer Trehorn, of course moved up a class from the juniors, Ben Ballou, Jodie Whitmore, Ethan Miles, Harry Smith, James Watson, Freddie Snelling, Daniel Varlan, Ben Hicks and Niem Note. And in our championship we have got Will Aldis here today, sat in P1 with 733 points. In P2 is Ben Hicks, who we'll see out in the 84 kart today on 724 points, and then third place in the WC plated kart is Luke Richards. So we have the top 3 in the championship all in action today, and we've actually got P5 as well, which is James Watson, P6 which is Oliver Gussman, P7 which is Kian Downer, P8 which is Lucas Reeves. So we've got some big hitters out in this, as well as a few novice drivers and potentially a few new names for us as well. So William Ray isn't here today, but has won a couple of the opening rounds of the championship. Bobby Rosier, likewise, sat in P10 in the championship, Bobby, but did win round 3. Luke Richards as well picked up a win in round 4, but isn't here today with us. So we have got race winners. We have got our top 3 and almost our full top 10 in the championship out in this one as well. So it should provide some fantastic racing. Like I say, Bobby Rosie has had a couple of podiums this season. William Ray not here today, unfortunately. Likewise has had a couple of podiums. Will Aldis, leader of the championship, won the last round. And has been consistent in the heats, not necessarily podiums, but very consistent. And that's kept Will at the top of the championship. Ben Hicks as well, no podiums, but again has been really consistent. And Luke Richards has picked up a P3 in round 3 and sat 3rd in the championship. So that is our seniors. That is our 24 karts we've got entered into today. So as soon as these guys head out onto track, we will be able to see if we've got those 24 all here and with us. And we will move into our seniors. So juniors just paused, maybe just by one heat, we shall see, but we'll get them back out. Everybody gets 3 scheduled heats, so they'll get to go again. I think paramedic now middle of your screen back in position. We had the paramedic in with Aaron Clark-Nixon in the comms box with us there for a moment. Aaron, okay, just getting an ice pack put on his leg, bit of a bash to the leg, so had an ice pack put on, so nothing serious, just a bit of a bash and bruise. There we can see the pit area, all the motorhomes, vans, gazebos, horn-ins, busy old pits today. And pit's just sat there to the right of the Haynes Loop and Johnny's, in that section of the track. That's where the grandstand is. Great view across the circuit. So again, we're just waiting to see what is going to happen. We do anticipate that the seniors are going to come out because they are all positioned ready to go in the pits. I can see a hand coming up from the Marshall team in the pits. It should give us the green light to continue with racing. Back racing, I can hear engines, which is a good sign. There's the 61 car of Ethan Miles that comes out of the pits first, so we have moved into our seniors. So they'll put in a half, maybe 2 half laps just to get warm. Sit still for a little while now since their practice earlier on this morning. So they'll just get the opportunity. 26 of Kian Downer, who's going to be near the front of that rolling start as well. We'll move in Kian Downer, Spencer Trahorn, Alexander Colantuano, Oliver Gusman, Luke Richards, Roman Vickery, Ben Hicks, Nick Gilzalidis and Byron Sly Hewitt. Those guys find themselves in the top 10 of the rolling start on this one. And like I said mid-race before, everybody will get a position near the front, in the middle, near the rear of the rolling start, all grid. We will have some gridded races as well, so they will get an opportunity to race from the front, fight their way from the middle, or battle their way from the back. So here we go with our heat, one of our senior Rotaxes. We are lights out and off and racing. It is the 26 and 61, and again hectic bouncing through there as they go down into the Haynes Loop. Hopefully everybody gets through. Nice wide shot of everyone coming through, which is great, before they zip off the screen to the left there and race down towards the Whingers dip. And it is the 61 of Ethan Miles who's held on to that through the opening exchanges. That lead, the 51 of Spencer Trahorn, has gone from what was 4th on the grid up into 2nd place at the moment as they head up towards midgets into that right hand. So again, field will stay condensed for a lap or 2 before we start to see a little bit of a stretch out from the front runners. That is where they want to tuck in and work together. So a bit of movement early on, a couple of people dicing for position, everybody over start finish line. So our runners as we are at the moment is Ethan Miles, Spencer Trahorn, Kian Downer, Alexander Colantuano, Oliver Gusman, Liam Note, Ben Hicks, Luke Richards, Nick Gilzalidis. Top 10, Ben Ballou, that makes up your top 10. Then comes Roman Vickery, Freddie Snelling, Byron Sly Hewitt, Will Aldis, Lucas Reeve, James Watson, Noah McNicholson, Bobby Rosier, Harry Smith, Zach Burke, and then Daniel Barlin and Corey Stevens. So that is our 22 that we have out on track. And again, as mentioned, the front 2 just starting to pull away now. There's a tiny gap from the front 2 back to the 3rd place car. And it is the 51 of Spencer Trahorn leading the way from Kian Downer, Oliver Gusman, Nino Tay, and some dust comes underneath me as someone touches the edge of the track. And it is the 16 and the 66 of Lucas Reeves and Freddie Snelling. They get into bother over Tolly's start-finish line. That was an incident right underneath my nose here in the comms box as I'm trying to look out the window on the screen over my shoulder. Plenty going on, but what I do know is the front two, as they go through the bus stop, have just started to pull away a little bit from that chasing pack. And the chasing pack was all on top of each other, 6 or 7 karts all completing that chase. But it is Spencer Trahorn who is leading the way here from the 26 of Kian Downer. Then comes Oliver Gusman, Niam Note, Alexander Colantuano, Ben Hicks, Luke Richards, Ben Ballou, Ethan Miles and Nick Gourzalidis. That is our top 10. That is as we are, and it is the front two that are starting to pull away. Then we've got probably 5 or 6 pulling up the chase, but we have a train of karts. You can see the times and the gap there from kart to kart on your screen. Nothing more than around a second or so between each of them until we get near the back of the pack. So the field is pretty bunch, which is good. There's probably about a second from the front two back to that chasing pack, which is being led by Oliver Gusman at the moment. It's still the 51 and 26 in that order of Spencer and Kian that are leading the way. Luke Richards just has a bit of movement back down there in 6th. Front two, if they work together, they could start to pull away from that chasing grid. That chasing pack. And as we look at movement, there's not a mass amount of movement. Byron Sly Hewitt has gone backwards. But everybody else may be gaining 1 or 2 spots tops, but outside of that, it is pretty much still as we were. Bobby Rosie up 10 now, yeah. Just updating the screen. Bobby Rosie up 10, Harry Smith up 8, Corey Stevens 5, Ben Ballou has gone up 8 into that top 10. Spencer Trahorn gained those places on the opening lap really to get up into the lead, and Niam Note up into 4th as well. So there has been some movement, and again a bit of dust comes up underneath the start-finish line here. Drivers are pushing it over the line, which they can do in a straight line. No penalties for that. And again, what we'll do is we'll keep an eye on penalties and contact warning, because sometimes it does affect the finishing order that we see on track when those penalties are put into place after the race is finished. But what I do know is the front 3 now have all got a little bit of fresh air. Spencer Trahorn, Kian Downer and Oliver Gusman. A little bit of fresh air then before that gap back to Niam Note and Luke Richards in 4th and 5th. Excuse me. And then Ben Ballou, Alexander Colantuano, Ben Hicks, Bobby Rosa, Ethan Miles make up the top 10. 11 is Will Aldis, then Nick Gourzalidis, James Watson, Zach Burke, Roman Vickery, Harry Smith. Bobby Rosia up into the top 10 now. 12 places gained from Bobby Rose. That is somebody to keep an eye on. Did win round 3. Bobby is the big mover at the moment with 12 places gained. There's the front 3 again, about a second or so just over between each of them at the moment, so just starting to stretch out a little bit at the front of the grid. There we can see a bit of action, a bit of movement through Johnny's down into the Whingers dip. That's the 57 of Ben Ballou, who's been lively in this race so far. Places gained. Bobby Rosie 14 now up into 7th. So Bobby is charging. Spencer Trahorn still leading from Kian Downer. Miles back out of the window as they come underneath me. So Spencer out front from Kian Downer. Then comes Oliver Gusman. Then is the Ben Ballou 57. And Luke Richards has just lost out in that last lap. Lost 2 or 3 places as that race developed. Still in the mix, don't get me wrong, in 7th place, but has lost a couple of spots out. So the big charges in this one is Ben Ballou in 4 and Bobby Rosier in 5th. They have moved up 11 and 14 places respectively at this stage of the race. Maybe even more now from Bobby Rosier. He's into 5th. So that's going to be what, 16 places for Bobby now. So Bobby on the charge. 2 or 3 laps left on this one. Spencer Trahorn still leading the race from the 26 of Kian Downer. Then the 38 of Oliver Gusman is really close as Bobby Rosier up into 4th now. Ben Ballou, Niam Note, Luke Richards, Ben Hicks, Oliver Colantuano and Will Aldis. That's your top 10. So just trying to keep an eye on that movement. Ben Ballou's back wheels are bringing up that's what you can see on screen there. As Ben just pushing the limits. So we are going to have a 2-lap race here. What we've got left of this one, plus another 2. as the leader. And Spencer very comfortable out front now, 2.5 seconds or so in front of Cian Downer in second. So it looks like Spencer will be taking the checkered flag in this one, bar anything, any big problem. So we're going to have a 2-lap race. Cian Downer, Oliver Gusman, Bobby Rosier, Ben Ballou. That is your front 4. No change there at the minute, but we'll keep an eye on the 48, 49 and the 57. They've got 2 laps to try and get up into that top 3. Can they make that work? Spencer Trahorn is a no, gone, checked out. He's got the winning heat one in the bag, barring anything mechanical. Last lap board will come out for Spencer now, but that 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, that's a race. Something could quite happen in amongst those 4 as the gap is shrinking. Still the same order: Cian, Oliver, Bobby, Ben, Niem and Luke. That's the order, but with a lap to go, the 49 and 57, they've been the charging 2 in this one. Bobby Rosier and Ben Ballou. Will Aldis is up 5 places into 10. Zach Burke up into 13th, 6 spots as well. Harry Smith up 7 into 17th. So some big movement down the order. It's not going to affect the front of this race. And nothing's going to affect Spencer Trahorn, who is going to pick up first place in this opening seniors race. Across the start-finish line, very, very comfortable. And then that pack really did condense, but it did end with Cian Downer in second, Oliver Gusman in third, held on from the 49 of Bobby Rosier, who was pushing and pushing, as was the 57 of Ben Ballou. And then came Niem Note, Luke Richards, Will Aldis, Alexander Colantuano and Ben Hicks made up the top 10. And Zach Burke, James Watson, Noah Nicholson just outside. So there's our top 10 as it was. Spencer, relatively straightforward. There's the lap times on the right hand side. Bobby Rosier with a 39.44. Fastest lap time just from our race winner Spencer Trahorn. Then Zach Burke, James Watson, Noah Nicholson, Ethan Miles, Harry Smith, Roman Vickery, Nick Gauzelidis, Freddie Snelling, Lucas Reeves, Byron Sly Hewitt made up the top 20, with Corey and Daniel down there in 21st and 22nd. So again, some big movements in that one. Oliver, Ben and Bobby really working their way through from near the rear of the field and to get themselves up into the top 5, which is a great result points wise and view to the rest. You can see him on screen there. 57 Ben currently in 14th. Really had to come through from the back in this one. So Will Aldis in 10, our championship leader. Ben Hicks top 10. Again, championship in mind. Luke Richards, who was near the front for quite some time, ended up just dropping back to 7th, but still in the top 10. So we are back to our juniors. Had their race paused due to that incident earlier on, so the numbers will be slightly down on this one now, I think. But Mia Beckley, Travis Rose, Ethan Coffins, Alexander Stefanov, Ethan Hunt, Elijah Lewis. You might not see Aaron Clark-Nixon, who's involved in the incident. Alex Roach, Louis Haxby, Oliver Warren, Stanley Kearley, Riley Allen Hunt, Drew Strachan, Paris Gray, Nicola Posey, Jesse Whitmore, Tyler Rackham, Max Smith, Tia Jones was involved in that incident, Archie Cannon, Connor Yu, Lucas Nibbs, Stanley Williams, Ethan Critchley, Mia Haxey, Cody Longdon, Max Lovell and Albert Campbell. Remember, it's Travis Rose, Ethan Cossins that are 1 and 2 in the championship. They're in the 16 and 17 karts in this race. Cody Longdon, Alex Roach, Lewis Nibbs, Max Smith, Nikolai Posey, Paris Gray, Travis Rose, Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham and Archie Cannon at the front of the rolling start in this one. The 93 and the 36 of Alex Roach and Cody Longdon. Everybody safely through this time, please, through the Haynes Loop, and then that left-hander of Johnny's. Everybody through, that's what we wanted to see. Now let's let racing commence. Again, just jostling for early position there down in Winger's Dip. The 93 of Cody Longdon there, down a couple of places maybe from the early exchanges in this one. Everyone races up into midgets for that right-hander down into Climate, and the left of Tolly's back under the start and finish line here. And then we'll have a bit of a running order. Oh, a big move there from the 17 of Ethan Cossins. Definitely gained a couple of spots there with a big move up into 5th. So Cody Longdon leading the way from Max Smith, Nikolai Posey, Lucas Nibbs, Ethan Cossins, Alex Roach, Tyler Rackham, and then comes Travis Rose, Stanley Kearley, Albert Campbell. That's your top 10 at the moment. That's how things are looking. So Cody Longdon up into the lead of the race. Max Smith a couple of spots, as is Nicola Posey up a few spots as well. Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham, Stanley Kearley, they've all gained positions. Max Lovelace gained 9 places up into 13th. Jesse Whitmore 7 up into 14th. 8 for Ethan Hunt up into 15th. And 10 for Elijah Lewis up into 17th. So some big movement down through the field. Let's have a look at the running order as we are. Cody Longdon, Max Smith, Nicola Posey, Lucas Nibbs, Ethan Cossins, Travis Rose moving again, Tyler Rackham, Alex Roach, Stanley Kearley and Stanley Williams. That's our front 10. Pretty settled now with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts. Just starting to create a bit of a gap out front from the chasing pack here in this rerun of the Juniors Heat 1. So Aaron Clark-Nixon not back out in the rerun of this one after that incident. Theo Jones as well. Work to be done on those karts, I would imagine. So there's our front runners as they come back through. And the leader has just started, Cody, has just created a little bit of a gap now back to second place of Max Smith. Nicola Posey, Travis Rose. Here comes Travis Rose, our championship leader. He's won 4 of the 5 rounds. Ethan Cossins as well has won the other round in 5th. Those guys are really chasing through the pack to get up near the front, and we can see a bit more movement there. The 83 of Lucas Nibbs under the 63 of Tyler Rackham on screen. Nice move there. Will be held as they go through the bus stop. Very hard to return the favour as you go through the bus stop. So front 2, little bit of a gap, second or so. Again a move there up into 3rd. Was that Travis Rose? Now up into 3rd place. Move there through midgets before the climate came. I do think it is the 16 of Travis Rose that's into 3rd place now, ahead of Nicola Posey. The 49 is held on there. Just keeping them as they come back round. Yeah, the 49, 16 is definitely in 3rd place. No, Travis Rose is definitely in 3rd. There we go, my screen updates. Sure, I saw Travis make that move up into 3rd spot, and again a bit of movement. That's the 49 of Nicola Posey, back in front of the 17 of Ethan Cossins. Done well there to get that back so early. So, not much to choose between the front 6 or 7 karts here, really. Maybe 2 or 3 seconds from 1st to 7th. That little pack out front and pulling away. Still Cody Longdon leading the way. Max Smith, Travis Rose, Nicola Posey, Ethan Cossins now up into 4th. Lucas Nibbs 6th. Tyler Rackham, Stanley Williams, Jesse Whitmore, Stanley Kearley. They make up the top 10 as we're about halfway through this one. Front 3, and then there's a following 4, then there's a 2, then there's a 4, and then there's a lonely race for a couple of drivers back down in the middle of the order. But there we go, there's the 64 of Max Smith on screen, chasing down Cody Longdon. As Travis Rose made the move up into 2nd. Yeah, we just caught that. Well done to Paul on cam there. He caught that as they went up into midgets. So now Cody Longdon knows that Travis Rose is going to be coming. He's worked through from the middle of this field to get into 2nd place. Cody Longdon, Travis Rose, Max Smith, Ethan Cossins, Nicola Posey, Jess Whitmore with a bit of movement. Stanley Kearley 2, Ethan Hunt make up the top 10. Lucas Nibbs, Tyler Rackham in there as well. That's your front 10, and the chase is on now for Travis Rose. Up into 2nd place in this one, 2.5 minutes plus the lap to go. Jesse Whitmore up into 8th, 13 places gained. Ethan Hunt 13 places up into 10th. Max Lovell, 11 places up into 11. So some big movers. Just looking at race times, Travis Rose has got the fastest lap time so far. And that front battle now between those two is going to hot up. Cody Longdon there, we can see the dust coming up as they just kiss that corner of Johnny's as they head down towards the Wingers dip. Plenty going on. Field is strung out now, but the front 2, there is a race on. Cody Longdon, Travis Rose. That's the 2. Travis not close enough there on the right hand side of our screen to make the move up into midgets before that drop it down into climate. Still 1.5 minutes plus the lap to go. Plenty of race time for Travis Rose to land that blow to get up into the lead of this race, which is on the cards. Ethan Cossins and Max Smith still 4th and 3rd, the other way around, sorry. 3rd and 4th, Max Smith, Ethan Cossins 3rd and 4th at the moment, but the front 2, they are racing, they are chasing. Travis Rose all over the back. Cody Long now starting to have to look over shoulder. just come off the racing line. That's going to be enough, I feel. No, back in front. Really going to have to defend now. 3-lap race maybe here for Cody to hold on to the lead of this race, but it's going to prove very difficult with championship leader and 4 race winner so far in the championship. Travis Rose in second, up the inside. There's the move through Climate. We'll keep it tight and hold it back into Tollies. So Travis Rose up into the lead of this race. But what that's done is that's allowed Cody Longdon, Max Smith and Ethan Cossins to catch up with Cody Longdon. That battle. So we have a 4-way battle out the front before we come back to the 55 of Jesse Whitmore, Nicola Posey, Tyler Rackham, Stanley Williams, Ethan Hunt, Lucas Nibbs. They make up the top 10. Then comes Max Lovell, Alexander Stefanov, Stanley Kearley, Connor Yu, Elijah Lewis, Louis Haxby, Albert Campbell, Oliver Warren, Alex Roach, Archie Cannon make up the top 20. Riley Allen Hunt, Cruz Strachan, Mia Haxby and Paris Gray. That's our 24 karts out on track. Our leader has worked his way through is Travis Rose, as he's done many times this season so far, and he's out front still from Cody Longdon in second. It's now Ethan Cossins, our P2 in the championship, is up into P3 in this opening heat and is going to be pushing for that second spot behind Travis Rose, with the 64 of Max Smith still in 4th place. Jesse Whitmore is big mover in this one, up into 5th. P13 in the championship, but making that look like a false position really, with the going in this one up into 5th place. So we are on a lap and a half to go. We are going to see that last lap board come out the next time these guys, and look how busy that is there as they come through. That's the pack behind the front 5. So that's the battle for the top 10, and there's contact and a spin as they've headed down into Climate. Big movement. The front 5 wasn't the incident for the front 5. I think it was let's have a look as they come through. Yeah, was it the 63 kart? Such a shame. So we're on our last lap. Just keeping an eye as they race up towards the bus stop now. Yeah, Travis Rose out front. Cody Longdon holding on to that second place at the moment from Ethan Cossins. Going to be very close between the last 3 corners though, but it does look like Travis Rose is going to hold on comfortably now to the lead. It's Cody Longdon that's holding on to that second place and has done well to hold on to that from the 17 of Ethan Cossins. Picks up that 3rd place from Jesse Whitmore up into 4th. That's a wonderful return from a starting position near the back of this race. Jesse Whitmore, what was that? How many positions was that gained? 15, 16, maybe 17 in the end, I think. Excellent return. Ethan Hunt as well, up into 6th with 17 places gained. So Travis Rose, Cody Longdon, Ethan Cossins, Jesse Whitmore, Max Smith, Ethan Hunt, Stanley Williams, Nicola Posey, Alexander Stefanov and Max Lovell. That made up Max Lovell up into the top 10. And then came Connor Yu, Tyler Rackham, Elijah Lewis, Lucas Nibbs, Louis Haxby, Albert Campbell, Archie Cannon, Alex Roach, Oliver Warren and Cruz Strachan was your top 20. And then was Riley Allen Hunt, Mia Haxby, Paris Gray and Stanley Kearley. So some really big movers in that one. Jesse Whitmore up 17 spots into 4th. Max Smith finished in 5th. That's where Max pretty much started. So consolidated with a 5th place finish. Ethan Hunt 17 places gained up into 6th place. A really big mover there from Ethan Hunt in the 23. So we've just got the rescue truck coming out. So again, some good action in that one. When you've got karts coming through, when essentially those front runners are positioned near the rear of the grid, you're always going to get that action where they're coming through. So what we try to do, Paul on cam is working wonders up there, running solo today. He's trying to keep tabs on those front runners to keep you the front of the race live on screen, but also picking up on those that are doing well coming through the grid. So we do our best to try and pick up on those drivers that are working their way through the field, to give them a shout out as well. And again, I'm looking between live action in front of me. I've got the YouTube link to my left. I've got Alpha Live to my left. I've got the live footage in front of me, and pushing all the buttons to bring all this together is Andy to my right. So we're working hard today to keep you up to speed with what's going on, as well as all of the track team here as well, working wonders to give us a fantastic event. So thank you again for watching us today. on YouTube. We can see there's a few of you watching, which is great. We understand that you're probably going to come in and out to see the drivers you want to see and pick up on those people that you know and the classes that you are interested in. That we fully appreciate. So there's our rescue truck just picking up the 44 kart there. Of Ollie White to take Ollie back into the pits before we move on to our 177s. Now with the 177s, it is the Max and the Master, so you've got two classes in one here. So we have two different races within the one, which gives my commentary a different dynamic. I've got to try and keep tabs on the two races within the one, even though they are racing as one on the track. But I will do my best to keep you up to speed on that. So in our 177 Rotax Max group, we've got Kieran Thompson in the 73. We've got Matt Jones, the championship leader, in the 87. We've got Callum Brockhorst in the 89, Sophie Jeffrey in the 90, and Frankie Dowling in the 94. And in the Masters, we've got Daniel Hammett with the SC plate. We've got Marcus Basley in the 11 plate. We've got Carl Churchill in 16. We've got Scott Collins in the 22 car, Neil Hemming in the 83, and Simon Trinall in the 91. Now, in terms of our championship leaders, Matt Jones in the 87 in the Rotax Max. He sat P1 in the championship with 799 points. From Sophie Jeffrey, who's P2 with 780, and Samuel Cook, who isn't here today, is in P3. And again, Matt Jones, he won the last round here. Just looking back, Sophie Jeffrey, yeah, Sophie's had a couple of P2s and looking for a P1. Sophie Jeffrey, that's for sure. Callum Brockhorst, Kieran Thompson, and Frankie Dowling. Kieran Thompson sat P4 in the championship as well. So yeah, we've got three of the front four in the championship in the Maxes, and in the Masters we've got the top three. Daniel Hammett leading the way from Neil Hemming in the championship and Scott Collins. Again, there's about 70-80 points between the three of them in that top three situation. Daniel Hammett leading the way from Neil Hemming and then Scott Collins. Daniel Hammett's won the last two rounds, has had a P3 as well. Neil Hemming, he's had a couple of P3s and a P2, but has yet to stand on the top step. He's going to be looking to do that today, Neil. And Scott has just been consistent without grabbing a podium in P3 in the championship. He's been there or thereabouts the entire way. And we've also got P4 Carl Churchill in action today, and P5 in Sam Trenall as well. So we have pretty much got, we have got the top five in the championship all out on track here in the Masters. So here we go, two races in one. Away we go. 11 karts on track, two races in one. I'll try and keep you up to speed with who's winning their respective classes within, as well as who's obviously out front and leading the race, which at the moment is Daniel Hammett in the Masters. He's got the green and white SC plate out front there, you can see. And then followed by the 73 of Kieran Thompson, Callum Brockhorst, Neil Hemming, Sophie Jeffrey, Marcus Basley, Matt Jones, Scott Collins, Carl Churchill and Sam Trenall. That's our runners and riders in this one. And again, it will stay pretty condensed for the first couple of laps. But it does look like already Daniel Hammett and the SC plate means business today. From Sophie Jeffrey in second, Kieran Thompson third. As we go to the start-finish line, Callum Brockhorst, Matt Jones, Neil Hemming, Marcus Basley, Carl Churchill, Scott Collins and Sam Trenall. That's your 10 drivers that we have on track for this one. So you can see on screen actually the slightly different coloured plates on screen. Might be a bit of a grass track in there, and has that cost Daniel Hammett the lead? I think it has. Bit of grass tracking early on has allowed Sophie Jeffrey up into the lead. So even unchallenged, these drivers can make a small mistake, which again hasn't cost Daniel Hammett dearly, but it has cost him the lead of the race at the moment from Sophie Jeffrey, who's popped into the lead. The screen will update in a minute, but that's definitely what has happened. Sophie Jeffrey in the 90, now leading the way from the SC of Daniel Hammett. And you can see that on screen, even if the left-hand side hasn't updated just yet, but it will. And it will catch up, that's for sure. So Sophie Jeffrey, there we go. is out front from Daniel Hammett, Kieran Thompson, Callum Brockworth, Matt Jones, Neil Hemming, Marcus Basley, Carl Churchill, Scott Collins and Simon Trenor. That is the top 10, that is the 10, and that is how they stand, and it's only really Simon Trenor at the back who's drifted away from any kind of contention. Everybody else is in that pack of 9, so about 4.5, 5 seconds behind at the moment. But Daniel, who was leading this race, just did a bit of grass tracking near the bus stop area, and that allowed Sophie Jeffrey up into the lead before they raced up the hill towards midgets. So, like I was saying, on screen you can see the white numbers and the black numbers. That is the 2 different classes, so that's easy for you to recognise. So at the minute, Sophie Jeffrey, you can see that with the white 90, he's in the Rotax Maxes, leading the race and leading her class. And then it's the 87 of Matt Jones and the 73 of Kieran Thompson in 2nd and 3rd in the Maxes. And then for the Masters, Daniel Hammett is leading the way, but sat 2nd on track. And then you go back to the 11 of Marcus Basley, and then the 83 of Neil Hemming. That's the top 3 in that field. So here we go, let's concentrate back on track. An 87 of Matt Jones now putting the SC plate of Daniel Hammett under pressure, moving into 2nd place in the race and 2nd place in his class. Matt now, as he moves up into the top 3 on track, but chasing down Sophie Jeffrey, who's leading the race and leading in the Maxes. And it is still the SC plate of Daniel Hammett is leading the Masters race from Marcus Basley and Kart Churchill, who've now moved up to 4th and 5th on track to chase him behind. So the front 3 have just stolen a bit of a gap now from the chasing pack of, well, it's the rest of the field really. There's the 6 of them there. Until we drop back to Sam Trellin, the 91, who's the only one not in contention in this one. But again, as I said, we have got 2 races going on in one, so you can see the white plates on the white numbered plates of Sophie Jeffrey, Matt Jones, then way back to Kieran Thompson. That's the top 3 for the Maxes, and then for the Masters it's Daniel Hammett leading the way from Marcus Basley and Carl Churchill. So that may well develop into a bit of a race there. With those 3 black-plated SC 11 and 16 karts, and Neil Hemming and Scott Collins as well. Sophie Jeffrey, Matt Jones, Kieran Thompson, Callum Brockhorst. That is the running order, should we say, of the Maxes at the moment. And then for the Masters, it's Daniel Hammett leading from Marcus Basley, Carl Churchill, Neil Hemming, Scott Collins, and then Simon Trenor at the back. But on track, let's focus on that. The front 3 have pulled away, so we've got 3 out front. And Sophie Jeffrey does have probably, I'd say, about a second or so back to Matt Jones. Yeah, just increase that gap a tiny bit, but nothing in it really, the front 3. A bit of a lonely one at the minute for Marcus Basley, who's then got the 5 karts behind of Carl Churchill, Neil Hemming, Scott Collins and Kieran Thompson, chasing a little bit then back to Callum Brockhorst, before a gap back to Simon Trenor back in 10th. So, a couple of minutes plus the lap to go on this one. The front 3 are out on their own now, and again there's a second, I would say a second or so between each of them as well. So we've not really got any close action out front, but they have within touching distance if someone fancies a bit of grass tracking, as Daniel did early on in the race when he was leading. That allowed Sophie into the lead from Matt Jones and then Daniel Hammett, as it has been for the majority of this race, but it's pretty close behind that now. 22 kart of Scott Collins putting Carl Churchill under some pressure in that battle there. You can see them just now coming off screen, that pack of 4. There we go, perfectly timed. The 73 and the 22, they're having a bit of a battle there. On screen and on track. So we're probably going to have a 3-lap race going on here. Front 3 pulled away. And then there's a bit of breathing space for Marcus Basley in the 11 kart in 4th. Sophie still leading the way from the 87 of Matt Jones, and then Daniel Hammett. Then comes the 11 of Marcus Basley. Then comes Neil Hemming, Carl Churchill, Scott Collins, Kieran Thompson, Callum Brockhorst. And then, like we say, it's a bit of a gap back to Sam Trenor back there in 10th spot. So we're on a 2-lap race now. You can see Sophie, our race leader, there on the right-hand side of your screen, just looking over the shoulder back to Matt Jones, and they are in the same class, those 2. So if they can get close, they'll be racing for the top points in the race and in their class as well, of course. And a little gap back now back to Daniel, who's comfortable in 3rd from his chasing class of Marcus Basley, Neil Hemming, Carl Churchill and Scott Collins. So 2 laps to go on this one. Sophie and Matt, they might well give us a a shootout over the last couple of laps for the checkered flag. Daniel's comfortable in third, as is Marcus in fourth, I would suggest. And then everybody close enough, but not close enough to land a blow. The last lap board will come out for Sophie, just go through the bus stop, racing up the hill into that right-hander. Up in midgets before down into climate. Right-hander, left of Tollies, over the start-finish line to take the last lap board. And is Matt Jones close enough? Championship leader, of course, Matt. Chasing Sophie down here, who is sat in P2 in the championship. So these are the front two in the Rotax Max class. And as they proved on track, a little bit of a class above everybody else at the moment. So those two pushing for the victory in the heat and also victory in their class. And it does look like, I think Sophie's looking pretty comfortable. Kieran Thompson, you have to go back through the order, back to that finishing order. So it is going to be Sophie with the win. There we go. Sophie takes the checkered flag from Matt Jones. And it is the SC plate of Daniel Hammer that takes first place in the Rotax Masters. From Marcus Basley in second. There's your top 10, that's how they finish. Sophie Jeffrey, Matt Jones, Daniel Hammett, Marcus Basley, Neil Hemming, Kart Churchill, Scott Collins, Callum Brockhouse, Kieran Thompson and Simon Trenor. That's how they finished. But in terms of the respective classes, Sophie Jeffrey with the win from Matt Jones. And Kieran Thompson in third, Callum Brockhorst in fourth. Daniel Hammett held on to third on track and first in his class from Marcus Basley. Excuse me, Neil Hemming. Two in the championship, of course, in third, and Carl Churchill P4 in the championship and P4 on track this afternoon. And that is how they finished up. Fastest race time went to Matt Jones with a 43.3, not far off of Sophie Jeffrey with a 40.40 bang on. Daniel Hammett with a 40.48. Everybody else was back near the 41s. Or in the 41s, Simon in the 42. So that's our opening heat of the 177s. Respective class wins for Sophie Jeffrey and for Daniel Hammett, sorry. So we are now going to move into the 125 KZs and the Superkarts. So just the 6 karts on track. The 2 in the KZs. And the 4 in the Superkart, sorry. The 2 in the KZs are our championship 1 and 2. Jack Price in the 71 and Reece Paget Lowe in the 69. That is our top 2. That's our only 2 on track in the 125 KZs, and they're leading the championship. Jack Price bossing it really, has had a couple of race wins. Reece Paget Lowe, excuse me, has had a couple of P2s, a couple of second place finishes in rounds 3 and 4. Lucas Howell is in our third place, but isn't on track today. And in the Superkarts, we've got our championship leader in Daniel Buckland. We've got a second placed driver in the championship in Steve Haskell. About 80 points between them two in the championship. And then today on track, joining them, we've got Chris Morris and Matthew Duncan. And Harry Morris, who is in our P3, isn't on track today in the Superkarts. But we may well see him on track in the 210 National Challenge. We shall see. So just the 6 karts, again 2 races in one. But due to the number of karts on track, it's easier to keep tabs on these guys. Again. So what these guys don't do is they don't go through the bus stop, they go straight on past the bus stop. Okay, so much speed going up the hill, they'll have to get on the brakes massively to take in that bus stop. So they take the bus stop out of the equation, they just race all the way from the Winges Dip all the way up through midgets, flat out, foot to the floor, max speed, before getting on the brake into midgets. And they will also have a grid start. So we do have the 6 karts, 2 in one class, 4 in the other. Jack Price and Reece Paget-Lowe will be looking to finish ahead of each other to take the class win. And first place in the heat, Daniel Buckland, Steve Haskell, 1 and 2 in the championship, are joined by Chris Morris and Matthew Duncan. And those 4 guys. I think he won round 4, Matthew Duncan. Yeah, I think looking back he did. He's had a podium finish. And Steve Haskell, who's second in the championship, came behind him that day. So yeah, he has stood on the top step. So a grid start for these guys. We've just got the 5 of the 6, so we've lost 1 car already. I think it's from the Superkart equation, or have we lost? I think we've lost Jack Price, which is a real shame. I think we've lost Jack Price. So Reece Paget-Lowe has a single shootout. As long as he stays on track in a straight line, he's going to win his class. Let's see what happens here. So a bit less to talk about. They might get a little bit strung out. Hopefully a couple of the guys stay nice and close and give me something to commentate on. Otherwise we can concentrate on their lap times, see who's putting in the fastest laps. There's Jack Price, he is out there. We're doing 5 cars, so we've got 2. So Jack Price crossed the start finish line. He is on the bottom there, but Jack Price is out front. Maybe jumped the start, I don't know, we'll have to have a look at that. But yeah, Jack Price leading the way at the moment from Matthew Duncan. Yeah, time's not jumping up at the moment for the 125 KZs. And we'll rectify that at some stage. It is the 71 of Jack Price that is leading the way. Racing underneath the camera there from, at the moment, the 69 of Reece Paget-Lowe. Then comes the 73 of Matthew Duncan, Chris Morris in the 54 and Steve Haskell in the 58. So the screen's not quite giving us what we need, because Jack Price is leading the way at the moment. That's Jack on screen there from Reece Paget-Lowe. That's your front 2, they're the 125 KZs. And then you've got 3 karts in Matthew Duncan, Chris Morris and Steve Haskell. We don't have Daniel Buckland on track at the moment in the 42, sorry, who was our championship leader in the Superkarts, which is a shame. Jack Price is leading the way at the moment from Reece Paget-Lowe. Then comes the 73 of Matthew Duncan, the 54 of Chris Morris, and then the 58 of Steve Haskell. So 5 karts, 2 in one class, 3 in another. It's looking pretty cut and dry for Jack Price. Even though our screen is saying he's at the back, he is not at the back, he is indeed out the front. It's only a 5-minute race, this one. It's 5 minutes plus the lap. So Jack Price comfortably out front, has the fastest lap time with 37.23, ahead of Reece Paget-Lowe with a 37.73. That's the front 2, they're the 125 KZs. Matthew Duncan leading the way in the battle for the Superkart supremacy from Chris Morris and then Steve Haskell. So those 3, as long as they stay in a straight line and finish, are going to be about 1, 2 and 3. No Daniel Buckland, who is our championship leader, so this is a chance for Steve Haskell to get some points on the board. Currently in 3rd spot in the mini race that we have on track. That's Jack Price, no problems for him at the moment, looking flat out. Is he going to improve on his race time? 37.23, 37.48 now for Reece Paget-Lowe. He's getting a little bit closer in terms of lap times. Matthew Duncan, Chris Morris and then Steve Haskell. That's still the running order of the Superkarts. Duncan on screen there, racing up past the bus stop. Like I say, they don't go through the bus stop, they just go flat out past it. Jack Price still leading the way, pulling away, ever getting quicker. 37.18 now the lap time, 37.48 for Reece Paget-Lowe. Fastest lap time for him. And I think we've got a bit of movement. I think the 54 of Chris Morris is now up into the lead. 73 of Matthew Duncan just came off track there between Climate and Tollies. Thankfully kept rumbling, moving, bouncing along the grass and then got back out onto track. Jack Price, that's the 54 there of Chris Morris, who's now leading the way in the Superkarts. Jack Price races past the 58 of Steve Haskell. Laps, think Reece Paget Lowe is about to do there into the Haynes Loop. That's the 54 of Chris Morris. You can see on screen there. He's leading the way in the Superkarts from Matthew Duncan and then Steve Haskell. It's going to be the 1, 2, 3. As long as everybody just keeps on moving forward, we won't see any positional changes in this one, as nobody is near anybody else. There I film my little mini race program in now. I think I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna film the program in and hope that all of these 5 keep going in a straight line, especially that man there, way out front, Jack Price, 37.13, keeps lowering that lap time. Oh no, not quite for Reece Paget Lowe in that one, still a 37.48, the fastest lap time. Going to be the 1 and 2. We're on the last lap. You can see that middle of the screen at the top there. Jack Price has led from the front, has increased his lap time pretty much lap on lap for the last 3 or 4 laps. Chris Morris is going to take the Heat 1 win from Matthew Duncan. Steve Haskell's bombs, they keep going in a straight line. There's the checkered flag. 37.13, the fastest lap time for Jack Price, followed by Reece Paget Lowe, not a million miles behind, does get the fastest lap time for him. Reece gets down to a 37.47, so not that much between himself. 3/10 between Jack Price and Reece Paget Lowe. And then we just welcome round, and we did have a little bit of a close battle there, as Matthew Duncan caught back up to Chris Morris, but couldn't get back in front. So Chris Morris takes the win from Matthew Duncan, and Steve Haskell will come round to take 3rd place in the heat. And wonderfully done, all 5 complete, 5 start, 5 finish. Everybody successfully through. So a little bit quieter when we've only got those karts on track. They get a little bit of strung out, but we still managed to keep tabs on everybody on track, give everybody a bit of screen time. So we move into the 210 National Challenge, which is an invitational one today. These guys race all over Shennington, Risington, and they're with us here at Forest Edge today, so it's wonderful to welcome these guys. It'd be nice to see them on track. They are going to get a 7-minute race. That was 5 minutes just for the Superkarts and the KZs in that last one. So this is the last of the first heats, which is round 8, but still the heat 1, as we welcome the 210 National Challenge. Dan Berry, Thomas Stone, or Tom Stone, I'm going to go with Tom, Stuart Henry, Russell Hopes, Tony Berry, Sean Stonier, Ian Taylor, John Hutton, Harry Morris, a recognisable name, Oliver Shelley, David Scull, Paul Fowler, Ray Sloan and David Smith. That is our 14 karts that we hope to all have out on track in this one. That's the SC card down there, having a bit of work, I think that was. And in terms of their championship, I think we've got the front 3 all with us today, of Dan Berry, Tom Stone and Stuart Henry. And indeed the top 5, Harry Morris and David Smith as well. So we've got the top 5 in the championship in the 210s, all with us today. I think Ian Taylor is the only one with a novice plate in this one today, so it'll be wonderful to see these guys out and racing. Different dynamic, we haven't seen these before. I think they'll probably have a grid start as well. I'm hoping it's a grid start. I do like a grid start, so we shall see. So yeah, 14 tracks, 14 cars entered today. And they come out on track. So again, you'll notice that they're built a bit more like the Superkarts and the KZs. It's that more that class than it is the Rotaxes and the Hondas. So that's the type of kart. So there'll be no bus stop in action, they'll just go flat out all the way through, from top to bottom, because again they'll carry max speed as they go up the hill towards midgets, flat out, foot down for that right hander. So a 7-minute race for these guys. I think we've got 12 of the 14 that initially entered. We shall see if we do get the full 14. Hopefully we do. So yeah, these guys will just go around again. Harry Morris there in the 41, the name we know. So the 28 kart there of Ian Taylor just looks like he's struggling a little bit. or a lot of a bit, should I say. I might just slow down the start of this one. Yeah, hand's gone up. So frustrating. You've been in the paddock all morning, getting yourself ready, getting everything good to go. You go out, put in your warm-up lap, and you get an issue with the car. Such a shame. But as is, and the 28 kart back into the pits. Yeah, that's a shame. Looks like we've lost Ian Taylor. But everybody else will be rolling around to start this race. So on the front of the grid, we have number 7 of Russell Hopes, the 82 of Ray Sloan, then comes the 41 of Harry Morris, the 4 of Tom Stone, who's sat P2 in the championship, then comes the 52 and 53 of Oliver Shelley and David Scull, and then the number 2 Dan Burry, championship leader, or the 59 of Paul Fowler. That's your front 3-4 grids. And the 22 and the 5, Stuart Henry, who's sat in P3. So here we go, lights will go out on this one. Flat out to a good start from the number 7, slightly behind Ray Sloan going in. Ray Hopes in the 7 has moved into the leads. They go round Haynes Luke for the first time. For that left-hander, everybody through. Everyone giving each other racing room. Give off a different smell, these karts. So 41 of Harry Morris, he's not messing around. He's moved up into the lead of this race. Started, what, 3rd on the 3rd row of the grid, I think. Straight up into the lead, a man who knows this track very well. So the front 2 already having a bit of a battle going up into midgets. Likewise, the karts in 3rd and 4th as well. So as they come round, it is the 41 and the 4 of Harry Morris and Tom Stone. Leading the way from the 2 and the 7 of Dan Berry and Russell Hopes. Then comes Sean Stonier, Stuart Henry, Ray Sloan, Paul Fowler, David Smith. Question mark over the part sat in 10th at the minute. David Scull and then John Hutton. So we'll try and establish what that TX kart there is. Transponder not giving us the required details at the minute, but let's keep a focus. There's the 22 on screen of Sean Stonier, getting chased down by the number 5 of Stuart Henry. Bit of a gap already out the front between the front 3. Yeah, probably a second and a half between each of them already, so they're starting to pull away. Harry Morris in the 41 comes over the start finish line. Yeah, looking comfortable there. Into the next lap from Tom Stone in 2nd. And then it's the 7 and the 5 have traded places there. Russell Hope and Stuart Henry. And Berry's sat in 3rd P3 at the minute. In the number 2 car, Sean Stonier 6, Paul Fowler 7, Ray Sloan 8, David Smith 9, and Oliver Shelley in 10th. David Scull, John Hutton just outside the top 10. So big lead for Harry Morris, pulling away. Was a 2.5 seconder last time out. I think it's going to have extended a little bit from then, but Tom Stone and Dan Berry 2nd and 3rd, P2 P3 at the minute. It's a close race we can keep an eye on. I think between those two guys they are about 4 seconds now behind Harry, who's just pulling away. Tom Stone's holding on to 2nd from Dan Berry at the minute, then a lonely drive for Stuart Henry in 5th. Likewise Russell Hopes in 5th place. That's our 4th and 5th car. So there's the 2 and the 4. Dan Berry now up into 2nd ahead of Tom Stone in the 4, but they are a good 5 or maybe even 6 seconds now behind Harry Morris. Out front, pulling away. This race looking pretty comfortable. 4 minutes or so plus the lap to go. Harry Morris over the start finish line there on screen. There's the chasing 2 in behind. The number 2 now in 2nd place of Dan Berry. Tom Stone in 3rd in the number 4. Then comes the number 5 of Stuart Henry. That's your top 3 in their respective championship. Then Russell Hopes, Paul Fowler up into 6 ahead of Sean Stonier. David Smith, Oliver Shelley, Ray Sloan top 10, David Scull and John Hutton just outside. And to be fair to David Scull and John Hutton, they're having a good old battle in 11th and 12th. That's probably the most interesting race out on track at the moment, is the battle for 11th and 12th. But this battle for 2nd and 3rd is hotting up as well. Nothing for Harry Morris to worry about out front, looking comfortable, pulling away. It's going to be a good 5.5, 6 seconds every time he pulls round. Dan Berry just edged a tiny bit away now from Tom Stone. Yeah, about a second between those two in second and third, and then a lonely ride, a lonely race in fourth for Stuart Henry. But then the 96 car of David Smith just started to catch up to the back wheels of the number 7 of Russell Hope, so that race might develop there in a battle for fifth on track. And again, a little cluster of karts there all the way back down to the 52 of Oliver Shelley. So Harry Morris is home and dry, shall we say, barring anything mechanical, looking really fast out front. Got the fastest lap time of 41.93, which he did on the last lap, and has just lowered that to a 41.89. So Harry looking comfortable out front. Likewise now is Dan Burry in second. He's got a 2-second lead over Tom Stone in third. Stuart Henry in fourth, about 4 seconds back. And then the 7 and 96 are giving us a race in Russell Hopes and David Smith in that battle for fifth place. And then again, there's a bit of a gap between everybody else on track. So the interesting battles we've got going on: Dan Burry and Tom Stone in that battle for second. We hope that that develops as this race clicks by. David Scull and John Hutton, who are sat in 11th and 12th and outside the top 10, they are giving us a race. As the leader, 41, Harry Morris, catches up to the back two of David Scull and John Hutton. I think he's going to go through midgets. He will get the better of both of those. Everybody else comes over the start-finish line. Just trying to keep an eye on the race leader, Harry Morris, getting the better of John Hutton and Paul Fowler down there in 11th and 12th, and has done it as he now races up towards midgets with probably 3 or 4 laps to go on this one. So we have a good battle, interestingly, for 11th and 12th with those guys in close proximity. But looking elsewhere on track, there's not much doing elsewhere. That's the battle there. That's the 11th and 12th place karts of John Hutton and Paul Fowler. They've been chasing each other down for the entirety of this race. Everybody else has got a bit of a gap between them, to be honest. Nobody else really in reach, touching distance of the karts in front. Although saying that, the 96 of David Smith has got the better of the 7 kart of Russell Hopes. And then you've got a good little battle now really developing, the 52, 22 and 82 of Oliver Shelley, Sean Stonier and Ray Sloan. They're all within touching distance of each other. So that might be one also to keep an eye on. But there's that battle for 11th and 12th. And every lap now they're going to be caught up by one of the race leaders. So the blue flags, you'll see them coming out. Blue basically is telling the back marker to get out of the way because the front runners are coming through. And that is the situation now for Dan Burry as he comes over the start finish line and picks off David Scull and Paul Fowler. So we are on a 2-lap race here. Harry Morris leading the way from Dan Burry, Tom Stone, Stuart Henry, David Smith, Russell Hopes, and then a nice little battle between Oliver Shelley, Sean Stonier and Ray Sloan. There's the 2 overtaking the 32. That's the second place driver overtaking the 11th place driver. So that gold helmet there is Dan Burry, who is championship leader and is now up to second in this race. Tom Stone, who sat in P2 in the championship, is third in the race, and Stuart Henry, who's third in the championship, is now sat in fourth. So they're chasing down Harry Morris. So that on screen there is Dan Burry. So Harry Morris has this one well and truly comfortably in the bag, and everything else now has settled down as well. So we do have a few close laps there. We need to keep an eye on where Harry Morris is and when he comes across the start finish line, because he is going to pick up the win from Dan Burry, Tom Stone, Stuart Henry, and then David Smith. I think he's going to hold on. So here's Harry Morris to take the checkered flag and the win in heat number 1 in the 210 National Challenge. Coming around is the number 8 kart. Number 2 of Dan Burry takes second place. The number 8 of Tony Burry, I think, came out mid-race there. Tony, you maybe saw him come across the start-finish line there. Wasn't in the position that he actually finished on the track there. So Harry Morris takes the win from Dan Burry, Tom Stone, Stuart Henry, David Smith, then John Hutton. There we go. Harry Morris, Dan Burry, Tom Stone, Stuart Henry, David Smith was your top 5. Russell Hope, Oliver Shelley, John Hutton, and then came David Scull and Paul Fowler, Sean Stonier and Ray Sloan. So that was our 210 National Challenge Invitational today. They joined us as a one-off. And again, for the opening few laps, we did see a bit of action, and then it just seemed to string out a little bit and quieten down. There you can see the smoke bellowing out the back as they came off the grid start. Good to see those guys, very reminiscent of the 125 KZs and the Superkarts. So that is round one completed in all of our heats. Max Skilton won the Honda opening heat. The Rotax Cadets heat one was won by Oliver Daniels. The Rotax Inter's heat one was Elijah West working his way through the pack. Travis Rose, championship leader in the Rotax Juniors, won heat one. Bobby Rosier, he has won a race in previous rounds. He won the senior Rotax heat one. And then it was Sophie Jeffrey in the 177 Max. It was Daniel Hammer in the 177 Masters. Jack Price in the 125 KZs, Chris Morris in the Superkarts, and Harry Morris in the 210 National Challenge. They were our race winners first time out. Now we will move into the second round of heats. Everybody gets to go in and just do a little bit of work to karts, refuel, make any adjustments that they want to do before they head back out for their heat number two. So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a 5-minute break. So what I will do, as long as you don't mind, is just take the chance to get a banana and a bit of fruit in me. We'll just put the pause screen up for 5. And we will see you shortly, where we'll come back with Heat 2 of the Honda Cadets. See you shortly. back, everybody. Chance to grab yourself a drink. 5 minutes in the garden, maybe. And we are back on track. You can see our marshals walking back across to their posts and positions. There's me, left-hand corner. Wasn't me earlier. Spotted that. That was Scott, who stepped in the last round. So anybody listened to the last round, you'd have had Scott, who stepped in at the 11th hour to cover and did a phenomenal job. So between me and Scott, we now know that we can cover all the races for you. So it's great to have you on YouTube. Give us a message if you want to. We'll try and give you a shout out. I do keep a tab on that, as well as what's going on out of the window in front of me, and also what's going on Alpha Live, which is our live timing, which you can get access to, so you can get more information than what we're giving you on screen. And you can keep tabs on what's happening. So we're going to move into our Honda Cadets and our second round of races. Everyone's going to get their Heat 2 up and coming. Just on the bottom of the screen there, you can see all of our Forest Edge socials, whether it's website, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or email. If you want to get involved, any kind of sponsorship or get involved in some race action, just contact the club, have a look at all the socials. It's a wonderful, Rob Dodd's here overseeing everything. It's a wonderful club, really good to be a part of. I'm only new to it, commentating this season, but it's a great atmosphere when you come in. Even though the racing can get hot, because racing should get hot on track at times, it is done in great fairness. You're always going to have racing incidents, because that's life. But yes, we're welcoming you back for round 9, which is our second run of heats. Heat number 2, Honda Cadets are out on track. Max Skilton won that opening heat from Cruz Jenkins and Avia Bhatia. That was your top 3. Cruz and Max are sat in 1st and 3rd in the championship as well. And Rupert Lillywhite was 4th in the opening heat. William Woods was 5th, and Louis James Tucker was 6th. Again, what I try to do is just keep tabs on Alpha Live as well, because the penalties don't jump out at me until, so the finishing positions can change should penalties creep in afterwards. But there was no incidents in this one, so this is as was in terms of the finishing order of the first heat. So we are going to see Rupert Lillywhite, Max Saunders, Cruz Jenkins, Avia Bhatia, Louis Tucker, Max Skilton. That'll be the front 3 rows of our rolling start. And then will come William Woods, Harry Price, Jamie Daly and Sebastian Mayer. There are 10 karts. They are going to be out on track. There you can see them all just starting to box up a little bit. You can see the different numbered plates. Anybody with a white and black is classed as a novice driver. Away we go, Rupert Lillywhite. Whoa, a bit of a spin early on for 16 of Louis Tucker there. I think just took in a bit of a spin, but will catch back up again. I think it's Avia Bhatia that's out front, and you can see how dry there's normally the grass surface here. You can see how dry the grass is. 43, Cruz Jenkins just going wide. The yellows are out. The yellows are out, so we're going to start that again. Bit of an uncomfortable start. I think we're going to go around and bring everybody back in and go again, which is good for those that might have just drifted a little bit off them following a spin. So we are just going to start again. The 7-minute clock hasn't started yet. Here we go for chance number 2. Let's have a look. And it's the 13, the 33 and the 43. Rupert Lillywhite, Avia Bhatia and Cruz Jenkins at the front as everybody gets through the Haynes Loop this time. No problems, just dicing for position. Again, don't have to go big early on. Just coming off track, back on. No drama, everybody down through midgets. The wind just dips, sorry, before they go right up through the bus stop, aiming towards midgets. Side by side there, that's the 29 of Max Skilton. Really don't want to be side by side going through the bus stop, because there isn't the room to get two karts really through. Single file and a bit of dicing movement as they went up through midgets there as well. So calm down just a tiny bit as they come back through. Tolly's over the start finish line for the first time. Let's see who we've got. It was Rupert Lillywhite from Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Avia Bhatia, William Woods top 5, Harry Price, Jamie Daly, Sebastian Mayer, Max Saunders and then Louis Tucker round up the top 10. And again, nothing between all of them at the minute. You can see that on screen. Half a second or so, or less, between each of the respective drivers, as this one stays nice and close. Rupert Lillywhite now has dropped behind Max Skilton, who's picked up the lead of the race, which could be curtains for everybody else if Max gets his head down. and races away. Championship leader, of course, won the last round here, round 5, and is starting to pull away. So let's keep an eye over the start finish line. It is Max Skilton with a coming to a second lead now over Cruz Jenkins, who's moved up into second ahead of Rupert Lillywhite as well. And Javier Bartia dropped back down to 4th. So half a second or so, I would say, between the front 3 before we get back to Javier Bartia there, who's holding up, not holding up, but in front of that pack of William Woods, Harry Price, Jamie Daly, Sebastian Mayer, Max Saunders and Louis Tucker. And you can see the timings as well, apart from that 1 second there. Everything else is pretty close, that little chasing pack there. It was Louis Tucker in the 16 that had the spin and is now on the back of that pack of, what, 7 or 8 karts. But our leader, no disputing who that is. Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. They finished 1 and 2 in the opening heat. Rupert Lillywhite currently in 3rd. Picked up a 4th place in the opening heat. William Woods had a 5th place, in 4th at the minute, and Javier Bartia, who was 3rd in the opening heat, down in 5th place at the moment. Harry Price, Jamie Daly, Sebastian Mayer, Louis Tucker, Max Saunders. So Louis Tucker starting to work through the field. Max Saunders had a bit of an incident now, you can see that. 9 seconds down on 9th place Louis Tucker. So obviously an incident on track for Max Saunders, sorry. Dropped him way down, so you can see actually that's me looking out the window. On screen, you might pick them up in a minute, is Max and Cruz are starting to pull away now, so they could end up with their own battle if Cruz can reel in over the start finish line. Max and Cruz there, and then 13 with Rupert Lillywhite, and then we have that pack, really good, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts there behind Rupert Lillywhite in 3rd. Rupert has 3rd place, and then just a small gap back to William with that 2nd. Before Javier, Jamie, Harry and Sebastian. Nothing there at all, and Louis on the coattails as well. So that little chasing pack of 6 or 7 karts is going to prove really interesting as this race develops. Max Skilton, that 2nd or so ahead of Cruz out front. That's how we finished the opening heat, with Max and Cruz in 1 and 2. They are 1st and 3rd in the championship as well, and with no Harry Grant here today, Cruz has got the opportunity to get up into 2nd place, 1st place obviously as well. Get the better, Cruz can get the better of Max. No positional changes as those guys come over the start finish line, so everybody's still in the same order. It's Max Saunders that had a problem unfortunately and has dropped way back in 77. We'll be looking to try and reduce that 8.7 second gap between himself and Louis Tucker as the race develops. But let's focus on this middle pack here, because the front 2 are pulling away. Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins, they're not close enough to have a race on, so to speak. So this chasing pack, this middle order of the 4th through to 9th, is what is really interesting. And to be honest, they've caught up with Rupert Lillywhite now as well, so they're about 5 seconds, this pack of 7 karts behind Cruz Jenkins and Max Skilton, who are 1 and 2. And then we have all 7 of these karts now in close prox. Rupert Lillywhite, William Woods, Javier Bartia, Jamie Daly, Harry Price, Sebastian Mayer and Louis Tucker. There's nothing to choose between them. They've got 2 minutes plus the lap to go, so that could be an interesting battle as this race develops. Max Saunders is creeping back in slowly. It's now about 8.5 seconds to Louis Tucker, but he's got too much to do really to get back on the back wheels of Louis Tucker with a couple of minutes and the lap to go. Now the front 2 have actually got a bit closer in that last lap. Cruz has managed to get onto the back wheels of Max Skilton, and we have a race on for the lead, as well as a battle in there for 3rd to 9th. So front 2 still Max Skilton leading, but Cruz Jenkins nothing in it now. Those 2 are on top of each other. That is a great race out front between those 2, as is this battle here. Rupert Lillywhite, William Woods, Javier Bartia, Jamie Daly, Harry Price, Sebastian Mayer and Louis Tucker. And again, there's nothing between those 7. So that's our battle on screen. Max Skilton leading the way as he has done. Cruz Jenkins now all over the back of Max. Could have a really interesting race here with a minute plus the lap to go. So we're probably going to have a 2.5 lap race. We've got midgets, climb and tollies to go on this lap, and then we are going to be into the last 2 laps of the race. Can Cruz get up to challenge for that lead? There's nothing in it at all. Tucked in behind. 2 laps to go to try and get the better. Cruz got slightly better, faster lap time at 47.14 to Max's 47.34. Great battle then for third, Rupert Lillywhite, William Woods and Javier Bartia. They've got a little 3-way battle going on now. Before a gap then, back to Jamie Daly in 6th. So out front, Max Skilton leading the way. Are we going to have a 1-2 like we had in the opening heat? At the minute, that's what we've got. As they come up, they are going to get the last lap board when they come round. 3, 2, 1 on our 7 minutes. So we're in last lap territory now. Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins, that's going to be the 1-2 as long as they both stay on track, as long as they do nothing silly. Going to pick up good points, but Cruz will want to get the better of Max and finish as the leader of heat number 2. And then a terrific battle really developing from there. Third, fourth, it's still William Woods is holding on from the 13 of Rupert Lillywhite. So William Woods has moved up into 3rd spot while we're focusing on the front 2. With Javier Bartia still in 5th position. So front 2 as they go up through the bus stop for the last time. And it's still... That's our chasing pack. Our front 2 are going up through mid. I can't quite see. Too far away to see if that lead has changed hands. It's Max and Cruz out front. We're focusing on the chasing pack at the minute. I think it is still, let's have a look as they come around for the last time. It is still the 29 of Max Skilton, followed by Cruz Jenkins. That's your 1-2, as it was in the opening heat. But the 3rd place battle is going to go to Rupert Lillywhite, who's got back into 3rd place. Or is it William Woods? William Woods picks up 3rd spot from Javier Bartia. Rupert Lillywhite there dropped back to 5th. Only a couple of places in it, but dropped back to 5th behind Javier Bartia. Had a 3rd and a 4th, and then came Rupert Lillywhite 5th, Jamie Daly in 6th. Harry Price, Sebastian Mayer, Louis Tucker and Max Saunders there. Had a tricky race, couple of spins, but does finish the race to come over in 10th position. So Cruz Jenkins with a 47.14 was the fastest lap time in that race. Javier Bartia with a 48.11. So it was only really Max and Cruz in the 47s, everybody else in the 48s. And those two finished 1 and 2 as they did. Only change being in the top 3 was William Woods picking up 3rd place in that one from the close in behind Javier Bartia. So that was our heat 2 of the Honda Cadets, and the picture's looking good for Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. 1 and 2 in the opening 2 heats, 1 and 3 in the championship. So Harry Grant's position in 2nd, under a lot of pressure. DVS, Dan's Vehicle Solutions, you can see the sponsor on the screen there. That's one that I haven't given a shout out to yet. And commercial limited use. So we move into our Rotax Cadets. We have 5 karts on track. All 5 are out. The opening race was won by Oliver Daniels from Johnny Butterfield, then was Wilfred Tomlinson, then was Jackson Haynes, and Aurelia Capalonga was in 5th. But it was a 3-way shootout between Oliver, Johnny and Wilfred out front. And then we had a 2-way fight for the 4th and 5th spot between Jackson and Aurelia. Let's see if that happens again. Of course, our championship leader is Johnny Butterfield. Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes, sorry, is sat in P2 in the championship, with Wilfred Tomlinson in P3 at the moment. Johnny Butterfield has had 2 race wins, and a 2nd and a 3rd, and yeah, and a 3rd. So yeah, 3 or 4 podiums. Here we go. We're off and racing for heat number 2 of the Rotax Cadets. See everybody in the left-hand side of your screen race around the Haynes loop there. Everybody in shot as they take in that left-hander. It's nice and close. And is it an early move from the 25 of Johnny Butterfield up into the lead ahead of Aurelia, who's doing all right at the moment in 2nd spot, was 5th last time out. Aurelia Capalonga are going to be hoping to stay there as long as possible. Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes and Oliver Daniels chasing down early on up intermediate. You've got to take a narrow line in there. You can't go wide, otherwise you're going to get pushed off that racing line. So if you can keep it tight going in, then you're in the ascendancy going through there, down into climate before keeping it tight into the left-hander. So here we go, across the start-finish line. Johnny Butterfield from Oliver Daniels, then comes Wilfred, then comes Aurelio. Just lost out a couple of places before Jackson. So the race is taking a similar pattern to before. Johnny Butterfield, Oliver Daniels and Wilfred Tomlinson out front, and then Aurelio and Jackson in 4th and 5th. Is Jackson going to make a move here up the inside? No, Aurelio comes back over the top. still holds on to that 4th spot. So these two occupied 4th and 5th before, but the other way around last time out. So Jackson will be wanting to get back up into 4th spot again. Rain is making it quite difficult this time out. There's everybody, good view there, coming up into midgets, looking down onto the course. Left hand side of the screen, you can just see our little comms box tucked in the centre of the circuit. So let's have a look at some timings. What have we got? 49.11 last time out for Johnny Butterfield, and it's now a 47.69. We're getting quicker. Fastest race time so far, 47.21 for Oliver Daniels, sat in 2nd place. Does have the fastest lap time. And Wilfred Tomlinson with a 47.6 has gone slightly quicker than Johnny Butterfield out front as well. So Johnny leading the race, but Oliver and Wilfred chasing him down have got faster lap times. You can see the gap on screen there, just over a second from Johnny back to Oliver, and then another second back to Wilfred. So there's a bit of a gap between everybody, but plenty of time to go on this one. Still got 5 minutes plus the lap, and Oliver now has just reeled in Johnny's. Consistently been quicker the last couple of laps, and that is how we are seeing on screen right now. It is the 25 of Johnny still leading from the 24 of Oliver. Last time out it was a win for Oliver, so he did get the better of Johnny in that heat as well. Wilfred in 3rd at the moment with a bit of a lonely drive, and Jackson's now got up into 4th with Aurelio in 5th. So let's focus on the front two, because that's the race we've got, the 25 and 24 of Johnny Butterfield and Oliver Daniels. They're the two vying for the lead. They finished 1 and 2 in the last race, but it was Oliver who won that from Johnny. It's just switched positions at this moment in time, but there's plenty of racing to go here with 4 minutes plus the lap to go. Keep an eye, will there be a move up the inside here? Yes, no, nice and tight, coming back across the front. Johnny Butterfield bossed that corner, did very well. Through climb that left-hander into Tollies. Okay, plenty of speed. I get a great view of that from my comms box as they come down into Tollies before that left-hander that you see on the screen there. The camera, Paul operating the camera up on the top of the comms box, grabbing all the action. There's your front three on screen. Into shot comes Jackson Haynes now, and Aurelio in 5th. So that is your 5 drivers on track. That's your front two. Still the 25 of Johnny Butterfield, championship leader, holding back Oliver Daniels at 24. Oliver won round 1 of the championship, came P2 in round 3, so has had some podiums this season. There's plenty of racing to go in this one, that's for sure. Still the 25 leading the 24, that's the 2. So Oliver putting Johnny under all manner of pressure. Pushing. That's when mistakes happen, when you know you're under pressure. Off the line comes Johnny Butterfield, up the inside through Tollies comes Oliver. Again, great capture from the guys here on cams. Paul did really well grabbing that bit there, as Oliver now takes the lead from Johnny Butterfield. 3rd place Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes 4, Aurelio in 5th. So fastest lap time is now with Oliver of 47.09. And then nothing between Wilfred and Johnny's times, with a 47.33 and a 47.34. Jackson Haynes with a 48.2 and Aurelio with a 48.9. And that's both their respective fastest lap times. So those guys, even though they're in 4th and 5th, they've got their own little personal battles and personal best race times to aim for. So as much as they do have a bit of a lonely drive on track at the moment, it's only the front two really that are in close proximity with each other. Everybody else has that lonely drive. Still got the goal of trying to get your fastest lap time. The last lap a little bit slower. So Oliver Daniels leading the way from Johnny Butterfield. Oliver's got the fastest lap time as well. Johnny's just done a 47.15, so he's getting quicker. 47.33 for Wilfred Tomlinson in 3rd. Jackson Haynes with a 48.28 and then a 48.95 for Aurelio, coming longer back in 5th position. So about a minute and a half plus the lap to go on this one. Front two still close enough to give us something to talk about. Wilfred very, very comfortable in 3rd, likewise Jackson in 4th and Aurelio chasing at the back in 5th. So the front two is where we can see a positional change. Oliver's just gone into the 46s with a 46.97. But Johnny with a 47.04 is almost joining him down in the 46. That'll be a target over the next couple of laps to try and get down into a 46. That's your 2 on screen leading the way. Over from Johnny, for Jackson and Aurelio. Remember, it is Johnny Butterfield that's leading the championship. As much as he's sat in 2nd here, he's going to be adding good points onto his total. Jackson Haynes is in P2 in the championship at the moment. from Wilfred Tomlinson in third. He's going to be looking to overtake Jackson today. Some good points on the board. So there's our front two. We are going to have a 2-lap race here as they come across the start-finish line. No, really close now. Great battle out front. Oliver Daniels and Johnny Butterfield really starting to put it to each other. And I tell you what, Johnny Butterfield has just got the fastest lap time here with a 46.82. So Johnny has gone into the 46s and is putting Oliver under all manner of pressure. So we have got a race on for 2 laps here between these two on screen. Nothing really is going to change between Wilfred in third, Jackson fourth and Aurelio in fifth. So we're going to focus in on this front two as they come through the bus stop and race up towards midgets. Oliver still leading the way from Johnny, but Johnny is going quicker. Last lap, Oliver was in the back in the 47s, whereas Johnny was down in the 46.82. Let's keep an eye then. So last lap board is out. We're into last lap territory. 24 of Oliver leading the 25 of Johnny. Johnny will want to get this race win, I would imagine, just to even up the balance. Because as much as it's like we were saying before, it's a small starting rolling grid in the final. So you can still make things work, but you want to be on the front. You want to be that leading driver. You want to be setting the standard. So if Johnny can get up alongside and past Oliver in this one, that'll be 1 race apiece for them two in the heats. So let's see, half a lap to go. Is there going to be any change? Oliver looking pretty comfortable, even though Johnny's putting him under all manner of pressure. 2 corners to go. There's the first one, nice and tight through the second one. Yeah, held off the pressure of Johnny Butterfield did Oliver Daniels to take the checkered flag. And heat 2 finishes in exactly the same way that heat 1 finished. A winner for Oliver Daniels, second for Johnny Butterfield, Wilfred Tomlinson to third. There comes the 44 of Jackson Haynes in fourth, and Aurelio Colanga in fifth. How's that race time looking? At 54.8. So just slowed down there at the end of the race. So there you can see the fastest lap times on the right hand side. Oliver did get back down into the 46.96, 46.82. Fastest lap time for Johnny Butterfield. So that's heat 2 of the Rotax Cadets. A great race out front with those two, giving us plenty to enjoy. So there we go, there's the 24 of Oliver working his way through early on. That's when Aurelio was up there holding back a few of the guys, having a bit of a mixing it with the front runners for a few laps. Here comes Jackson up the inside, as it just goes off that racing line to pick up the lead. And these two out front, this is where the move came in. Brilliant stuff. There you go, don't miss a beat. Don't miss a beat. Well done, our team. All on cam, Andy, on production, grabbing all everything to show you. Right, we're on to the Rotax Inters, heat number 2. Arthur Kaiser, Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Freya Bond, Finley Thompson, Harvey Board, Ethan Copeland, Henry Perry, Jack Daniels, Thomas Gulliver, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dickinson, George Beck, Rowan Davis, Max Thompson and Elijah West. They are our guys on track. And the front 5-6 runners in this one is Oliver Dan, Thomas Gulliver, Arthur Kaiser, Charlie Dickinson, Jack Daniels, and then Max Thompson, Elijah West, Freya Bond, Warren Atkins and Ethan Copeland. They make up the top 10. So they've all been given a front rolling start grid position in this one. They are going to be shooting from the front. And it'll be down to the likes of Louis Lovell down in 13th, Harvey Ball in 14th, Henry Perrin in 17th to work their way up to try and get in the mix near the front. Let's see how this race develops. Are we good to go? Indeed we are. The 24 of Oliver Dan leading the way as they go through the Hainslope. Will give you that wide shot. You can see everybody coming through. Someone's gone off for a bit of grass tracking but saved it and come back on. Everybody racing down. Now keep an eye. What is that? Is that the 19 there of Arthur Kaiser looking to make a move on the 24 of Oliver Dan early on in this one? Couldn't quite make that stick. The 67 there just getting picked off. I think Thomas Gulliver lost third place as they came through the bus stop there. Very hectic. Everybody on top of each other on this opening lap. Nobody really cut adrift early doors. Everybody safely through midgets down into climate. The right and the left. I think Elijah West is already up into 4th spot from down the order. Here we go. Oliver Dan leading the way from Arthur Kaiser, Jack Daniels, Elijah West, Thomas Gulliver, Charlie Dickinson, Max Thompson, Warren Atkins, Fred Bond and Ethan Copeland. They make up the top 10. And yeah, it's all to race for out front. Oliver, Arthur, Jack and Elijah. That's your front four you can see on screen there. The 67 of Thomas Gulliver in 5th place before Charlie Dickinson comes up in 7th. Just a little look up the inside from the 61 of Jack Daniels to pick off 2nd place. Great move there just before the bus stop. Arthur Kayser drops down to 3rd. So it's Oliver Dan, Jack Daniels and Arthur Kayser now your top 3, with Elijah West just sat comfortably in 4th at the moment. Down again. I love the shot out the window here from the comms box as they come through, climb up before the left into Tollies. And what that's going to give us is that race order of Jack Daniels up into 2nd behind Oliver Dan, Arthur Kayser, Elijah West and Thomas Gulliver. The front 7 or 8 just starting to pull away a tiny bit now. Everybody's still in some type of contention for a high spot finish here. So Oliver Dan, Jack Daniels. Just a bit of a wide line there. Keep an eye here. The 24 just moves off the line, Oliver Dan. And I think Jack Daniels took advantage of that to move up into the lead of this race early on. Jack Daniels takes the lead from Oliver Dan, Arthur Kayser and Elijah West just still sat comfortably as Arthur and Elijah moved up into 3rd spot. Yeah, Elijah West is up into 3rd spot as well. But the big move up, 61, leading this race now is Jack Daniels from Oliver Dan, Elijah West, Arthur Kayser, Thomas Gulliver, Charlie Dickinson, Ethan Copland, Warren Atkins, Freya Bond, George Beck, Henry Perry and Harvey Ball, Louis Lovell, Finlay Thompson, Oakley Poulter, Rowan Davies and Mac Thompson. That's the order that we currently find ourselves in at the moment. Just refresh my screen to get up. Who's our big movers? 3 places for Jack Daniels to take the lead of this race. 4 for Ethan Copland up into 7th. A couple of places for Warren Atkins and George Beck. Harvey Ball, 3 places. So not so much movement early on in this one just yet. Elijah West up 4 into 2nd place now. There you can see on screen, grabs that 2nd spot from the 24 of Oliver Dan in 3rd. It is Jack Daniels leading the way. Elijah West now set in 2nd, looking to pull in and chase down. So Oliver Dan, Arthur Kayser, Thomas Gulliver, you want to tuck in behind Elijah West. There you go, that's the shot. Them 3, if they work together, chase, chase, chase. Don't try and overtake, don't slow each other down. That's the best way you're going to have of reeling in Jack Daniels out front. As you can see, that's that 2nd lead he's got there over that chasing pack here. And he does still have that 2nd lead. And then the next four karts being led by Elijah West, which is Oliver Dan and Arthur Kayser. Thomas Gulliver not a million miles away. That's the leaders of this race. Jack Daniels looking quick. What's that lead? It's over a 2nd now to Elijah West. So he's doing his bit out front, Jack. But those 4 karts behind, Elijah West, Oliver Dan, Arthur Kayser, Thomas Gulliver, that's the pack that's chasing down. Not a million miles to Ethan Copland, then Charlie Dickinson, Warren Atkins, Freya Bond and Harvey Ball make up our top 10. So Jack Daniels has picked off 3 to get into the lead. Elijah West has picked off 4 places to get up into 2nd. 5 places for Ethan Copland to get up into 6th place. Couple for Warren Atkins, Harvey Ball from 15th up into 10th. Louis Lovell picked up a couple of spots. Oakley Poulter down has also picked up a spot. So, a bit of movement down the order. But out front, Jack Daniels looking comfortable here at the moment. Looking comfortable. What's that lead? It was 1.14. It's just a 2nd back to Elijah West. So maybe Elijah, Oliver and Arthur, they're doing what we know they need to do to reel in the race leader. Tucked in behind, far back to Thomas Gulliver and Ethan Copland. Really, there you can see the 67 of Thomas Gulliver. Currently sat in 5th place and trying to hold on to the coattails of Arthur Kayser, Oliver Dan, Elijah West up to Jack Daniels. That's the top 4. So we've got to work together. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. It's really 2nd and 3rd with each other, Elijah West and Oliver Dan. They're the 2 that can get up to challenge Jack Daniels. But Jack's doing really well. He's really consistent with his racing at the minute. He's really consistent with his lap times. He's got the fastest at a 43.12. Front 6 karts are all in the 43s now. As is Warren Atkins. So yeah, most drivers in the top 12 now have gotten down into the 43s. So lap times are getting quicker. 43.12 by Jack Daniels is the fastest. There's the battle from the 79 kart of Charlie Dickinson back to Freya Bond and Harvey Ball in 9th and 10th. So a bit of a race going on down the field as well. Through the bus stop, taking in a little bit of curb as they come through, not too much, but you have to take you out after Jack Daniels at the minute. Out front, currently sat P18 in the championship as well, So this is going to do him the world of good, as that lead has gone to 1.23 seconds over Elijah West, Oliver Dan, Arthur Kayser. But those three are still doing what they need to do. They're working together to try and reel in Jack Daniels. But with a minute to go, we've got a yellow flag out up into midgets and then down into climate, because we have a driver on the grass. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get that kart moving. No, once you hit that grass, it's so bouncy and uneven, the surface here off track. It's a shame, but with a minute and a lap to go, so we're on a 2-lap race now. 2 laps to go on this one. Jack Daniels has over a 1.5 second lead now from Elijah West. So it looks like Jack Daniels is going to pick up a good race win here in this second heat. Elijah West, Oliver Dan, Arthur Kayser, they're the ones close enough to challenge. There's Elijah on screen, and the 24 of Oliver Dan tucked in behind. Those two, I think now the target for them is going to be second or third, because I don't think you're going to have enough time to reel Jack in, who's driven a really consistent race here. 43.10 is the last lap time, and the fastest lap on that last lap of the entire race. So doing really well out front. Jack Daniels has bossed this race, looked really comfortable out front. There's the second and third place karts of Elijah West and Oliver Dan with a lap to go. Then comes Arthur Kayser, Thomas Gulliver, Ethan Copland, Charlie Dickinson, Warren Atkins, and it is the 22 of Warren Atkins that now leads that pack of Charlie Dickinson, Freya Bond, Harvey Ball, Henry Perrin, back to Louis Lovell, Finlay Thompson, Max Thompson, Rowan Davies, George Beck and Oakley Poulter. A couple of laps. Oakley's on the grass in front of us, unfortunately. His race has done. So it is going to be a win for Jack Daniels, and a wonderful one, really controlled this race from the outset. Elijah West is now looking like the second place. Oliver Dan looking like it's going to be a third. Not much is going to change in these last couple of corners. So Jack Daniels, excellent race win in the second heat from Elijah West. Then comes Oliver Dan. Arthur Kayser picks up 4th place to add to his second in heat number 1. 5th goes to Thomas Gulliver. 6th to Warren Atkins. So, different finishing order to the first heat. Only Elijah West with a first and a second in the opening couple of heats. There we go. Jack Daniels with a 43.10, our winner. Elijah West, Oliver Dan, Arthur Kayser, Thomas Gulliver, Ethan Copland, Warren Atkins, Freya Bond, Harvey Ball and Charlie Dickinson make up the top 10. Most of those drivers in the 43s. Then came Henry Perrin, Louis Lovell, Finlay Thompson, Max Thompson, George Beck, Rowan Davies and Oakley Poulter. Unfortunately didn't finish the race, ended up on the grass. We'll have to get the rescue truck out here in front of us to rescue him. So Jack Daniels up 3, Elijah West up 4. They were the big movers at the front of the pack, but then a little bit further down, Ethan Copland in 5. Places gained, Warren Atkins 3, Harvey Ball 6. Lou went up a couple of places early on, Louis Lovell, and then just couldn't make any inroads on Henry, Charlie and Harvey in front. So that was our heat number 2 of the Inters. Win for Jack Daniels, 2nd place for Elijah West, 3rd for Oliver Dan, 4th for Arthur Kayser. Thomas Gulliver was 5th and Warren Atkins was 6th. So we will move on to our juniors. Winner of heat number 1 was Travis Rose, who worked through the field. 2nd place was Cody Longdon, who held the race lead for a little while. 3rd place Ethan Cossins, 4th Jesse Whitmore, 5th was Max Smith and 6th was Ethan Hunt. That was the finishing order of heat number 1 for the junior Rotax. Our runners and riders top to bottom is going to be Mia Beckley, Travis Rose, Ethan Cossins, Alexander Stefanov, Ethan Hunt, Elijah Lewis, Aaron Clark Nixon, who didn't see out that opening heat due to that crash in the first run-in. Hopefully back out now. Alex Roach, Louis Haxby, Oliver Warren, Stanley Kearley, Riley Allen Hunt, Cruz Strachan, Paris Gray, Nicola Posey, Jesse Whitmore, Tyler Rackham, Max Smith, Tio Jones, another one that didn't manage to get out for that heat number 1, Archie Cannon, Connor Yu, Lucas Nibbs, Stanley Williams, Ethan Critchley, Mia Haxey, Cody Longdon, Max Lovell and Albert Campbell. That is our junior Rotax heat number 2. Travis Rose worked through the pack in that opening heat. Just a bit of a small delay before we move into Junior Heat 2. And remember, Jesse Whitmore, 17 places gained in that opening heat to finish in 6th. Alexander Stefanov, 11 places gained to finish 8th. Mac Lovell, 13 places to finish 9th. And Elijah Lewis, 14 places to finish 13th. Louis Haxby, 10 places to finish 15th. So even though not at the front, some big movers a little bit further down the order. And there were some 5-second penalties for Oliver Warren, Stanley Williams and Albert Campbell for front bumpers. Those front bumpers got clip on. If that clip gets pushed in, it means that there has been a bit of contact from your front bumper into another car, and that does incur a 5-second penalty, which will have dropped those drivers a bit further down the order, but it didn't affect the front 3 of Travis Rose, Cody Longdon and Ethan Cossins, who took the checkered flag and the top 3 spots. So we are just getting ready now for Junior Heat number 2. We're just waiting while that rescue truck gets off the track and gets back in position. You can see our karts there on the right hand side of the screen ready to go. You can see our race dates along the bottom of the screen for our upcoming round, September, October, November. And our sponsors continually scroll along the bottom of the screen as well. Collards, Demolish, Dispose and Recycle, UK's leading demolition contractors and waste management specialists. You can see all the info there on the right hand side of the screen. Contact numbers, they are based right next to the track here in Barton Stacey and our Forest Edge Kart Club circuit. Thank you so much to all those guys for their support of the championship. The Mimic Morph has given us a shout out. Have fun, Max is the shout out on YouTube. Sure. Anyone near the front, if Max is at the front, he's going to be enjoying himself. We've got quite a few Maxes racing, so I'm not sure which Max that is. Let's have all of the Maxes, and everybody has fun. That's the idea at the start of the day, is to have fun. It doesn't always pan out like that. My son's done plenty of racing, and we start the day full of enthusiasm and fun, and we don't always end it in that same vein. So that's racing, that's sport. That's the competitive nature of it, unfortunately. A couple of quiet car trips home in the past. So here we go, nice and steady as they prep round this half warm-up lap before we move into our race. Let's have a look, who's on the front, 55, made a ripper of a start there, Jesse Whitmore to take that lead through Haynes Loop, Stanley Williams, Max Lovell, Ethan Hunt all in the mix there as well, everybody safely through. That's what we want to see, and we can let racing commence. So Jesse Whitmore with a great start to get up to take the lead of this one. Stanley Williams, Max Lovell, Ethan Hunt, Alexander Stefanov, Albert Campbell, Connor Yu, Nicola Posey, Max Smith, Paris Gray. They were the front runners from the grid, in this one. And so we've got 4 karts really that have already stolen a bit of a gap over everybody else. As they come over the start-finish line now, we'll see who they are. There's definitely a Lovell in there. Jesse Whitmore, Stanley Williams, Max Lovell, Alexander Stefanov, Connor Yu. Again, when the guys, loads of speed and movement there as they came through. Everybody through the Haynes Loop again, though, that's what's the most important thing. There's our front 4 cars. So Jesse Whitmore, Stanley Williams, Max Lovell and Alexander Stefanov. They are our leaders at this stage. Stanley Williams up 1, Max Lovell up 1, Alexander Stefanov up 2, Connor Yu up 3, Posey up 4, Travis Rose up 6. Cody Longdon is up 11 places already into 11th. Keep an eye, that's all I'm saying. Keep an eye on the 93 kart, who finished 2nd in the opening heat of Cody Longdon, working through the pack. The front 4, there is a gap then back to Connor Yu and Travis Rose in 5th and 6th. But I imagine those guys are going to work together, again, just to try and reel in those front 4 karts. That's the name of the game. You can fight and scrap and battle and gain places. Yes, you can. Whoa, pushed off the track there. 93, I couldn't quite see there on screen because of the dust. It was bellowing up. So Jesse Whitmore out front at the moment. Fastest lap time so far. Jesse with the 41.23. And again, the front 6 karts are all in the 41s at the moment. As is Max Smith just outside. So Jesse Whitmore, Stanley Williams, Max Lovell, Alexander Stefanov. Travis Rose up past Connor Yu into 5th. Nicola Posey in 7. Max Smith, Ethan Hunt, Albert Campbell make up the top 10. Again, there's plenty of hot action as you go. Look at that group there coming through the Haynes Loop. That's a really competitive group of drivers. They're all vying to get up into a better finishing position. You can see them now as well, racing down into the Whingers dip. 2 or 3 abreast, a couple of them. Something's got to give as you come up from there into the bus stop. You can't all go in side by side because there's just not the room, and so it proves. Someone had to take evasive action there to make sure they didn't take in the barrier, and that will cost a little bit, I'm sure. So just settled down again as the front 4 come through. Jesse Whitmore still leading from Stanley Williams, Max Lovell in 3rd, Alexander Stefanov, Travis Rose 5th, Connor Yu 6th, Nicola Posey 7, Max Smith 8, Ethan Hunt and Tyler Racker make up the top 10. Just trying to keep tabs. There's quite a few different battles starting to develop around the circuit here. I'm just trying to keep my eye on them. Jesse Whitmore's just got a bit of a gap now, maybe second and a half as a move from Mac Lovell up the inside into second place through midgets. Great move there. As soon as you come off the line, someone's close enough, and those 4 karts now are all on top of each other, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Nothing to choose between them, and that's allowing Jesse Whitmore just to keep on pulling away. Max Lovell, like we said, up into 2nd from Alexander Stefanov, Stanley Williams and Travis Rose. That's a great little pack of 4 karts there that are now starting to put pressure on each other to try. That's them 4 on screen. Travis Rose up the inside, yes, just off the line. Stanley Williams, that allowed Travis Rose up into 4th in this race. So our leader Jesse Whitmore, 2nd and a half, maybe 2 seconds now with the lead over that pack of 4 karts chasing, which is Max Lovell, Alexander Stefanov, Stanley Williams and Travis Rose. Travis up into 4th now, ahead of Stanley Williams, but Jesse Whitmore, no question out front. Max Lovell in 2nd, Alexander Stefanov. Yeah, Travis Rose did make that move up into 4th ahead of Stanley Williams. And that's our interesting battle that we're having at the moment, is that battle there on screen with Max Lovell leading the way from Alexander Stefanov, Travis Rose and Stanley Williams. Then there's about a second and a half back to Nicola Posey. So there is a bit of a gap there. You can just see coming through the shot is Jesse Whitmore, and you can see that gap there back to those 3. So it is a 3-way battle now, Max, Alexander and Travis for 2nd spot. And before a little bit of a lonely drive now developing for Stanley Williams in 5th position. So what's the gap? Let's see. These guys have got to work together. It's increasing almost 3 seconds now to Jesse Whitmore, who finished that opening heat in 4th place and was in the mix really close for the entirety, and then just drifted away at the end of that one. So there's our 3 that are chasing. Travis Rose right in behind Alexander Stefanov and Max Lovell. That's your 2nd, 3rd and 4th karts on screen. That's Jesse Whitmore just going past us on screen. There's the lonely drive for Stanley Williams in 5th. Good points. Not much of a race battle for him in this race. So just under 2 minutes plus the lap to go. Jesse Whitmore in control of this one, no question about that. But here, Travis Rose trying to move up. No, not having any of that. As Alexander Stefanov moves Travis Rose back off of that racing line. Keep an eye middle of the screen. Is Travis going to come back? There is mass contact. Huge contact between them 2 as they come towards us here. And that was on the cards. You could see that. Alexander Stefanov manages to get moving again, but Alexander Stefanov is at the back of the pack. Travis Rose, hands out, has lost that 4th spot, and our championship leader is out of this heat. Jesse Whitmore is going to have a comfortable 2 or 3 laps now to finish this race off out front. Likewise, Max Lovell has a very comfortable 2nd place now. Due to that racing incident, they came bouncing through the Haynes Loop towards us here in the comms box. They didn't get to Johnny's. Put pay to their battle for the lead of this race. So Jesse Whitmore out front, Max Lovell in 2nd, Stanley Williams, Nicola Posey, Connor Yu, Ethan Hunt. Now by default they all go up the order by a couple of places. Max Smith, Tyler Rackham, Lucas Nibbs and Archie Cannon, they make up your top 10. And then it is Stanley Kearley, Cody Longdon, Louis Haxby, Ethan Cossins, Elijah Lewis, Alexander Stefanov back into 16th. 13 places dropped. Alex Roach, Albert Campbell, Paris Gray, Cruz Strachan, And then comes Riley Allen Hunt, Oliver Warren, Mia Haxby, and Travis Rose is out, unfortunately, of the remainder 2 laps of this race. Jesse Whitmore in the bag, Max Lovell second in the bag. There's still a good battle developing for what's that, 5th, 6th and 7th maybe. Ethan Hunt, Calaposi there. Still a bit of a race on in this one. There's the 77 just grass tracking, which almost gave the 64 car of Max Smith the opportunity to get underneath. But look at that 3-way battle for, what is that, 5th, 6th and 7th. So no denying that Jesse Whitmore is going to get there. We've got the last lap board before that last lap. So barring again anything mechanical, this is a great result for Jesse Whitmore. Likewise, the 97 of Max Lovell is going to pick up that 2nd place. 3rd place at the minute is with Stanley Williams in the 84. Posey's going to look like going to get a 4th place finish in this one as well. So let's get Jesse Whitmore as our race leader on the last lap, about 4 seconds in front. So a comfortable lead out front. Max Lovell very comfortable in 2nd place as well. Likewise, Stanley Williams in 3rd. That's your guaranteed top 3. They'll circumnavigate these corners with no problem whatsoever. So an eventful race again with the Rotax Juniors. It is a win for Jesse Whitmore from Max Lovell. Stanley Williams comfortable in 3rd. Who got the battle for 4th in the end? It looks like it's going to be the 49 from Nicola Posey from Ethan Hunt in 5th. Who adds a 5th to his 6th in the opening race, Ethan Hunt. And then Connor Yu, Tyler Racker, Max Smith, Lucas Nibbs and Archie Cannon. They made up the top 10. Great race, lots to talk about in that one. Couldn't keep an eye on all the action there because it was so hot out front for most of the race until that coming together of Travis Rose, your championship leader, and that put him out of the race. Alexander Stefanov recovered, but ended up finishing outside the top 10. So the only driver in the 40s was Jesse Whitmore. Max Lovell, Stanley Williams, Nicola Posey, Ethan Hunt, Connor Yu, Tyler Racker, Max Smith, Lucas Nibbs, Archie Cannon made up the top 10. Then came Stanley Kearley, Ethan Cossins, Alexander Stefanov back into 13th. That's a good recovery. Louis Haxby, Elijah Lewis, Alex Roach, Cruz Strachan, Paris Gray, Riley Allen Hunt, Oliver Warren. Then came Albert Campbell, Cody Longdon, Mia Haxby and Travis Rose, unfortunately back down there in 24th place. So that was Heat 2, a very eventful Heat 2. A lot for Paul to keep up with on cam in that one, that's for sure. It did so to great effect. Now you're pressing the buttons to grab all the action as well. So we're doing our best to keep you covered over all elements of the race. Difficult at times when there's so much going on with so many karts on track, but it was a win for Jesse Whitmore. 2nd place Max Lovell, 3rd place Stanley Williams, then came Nicola Posey and Ethan Hunt. That was our race 2 of the Heat 2 of the Rotax Juniors. Very eventful one. Not sure whether we caught the incident between Travis Rose, because Alexander Stefanov and Travis Rose were really pushing each other to the limit in that search for a top 3 or 4. The top 3 or 4 finish. So there's the battle. Just keep an eye. It's those two there in the yellow suit here. This could well be it. Hopefully we see. Here we go. Look, yeah, back wheels touch over the top of Alex again. Great stuff, catching that on camera. As the senior Rotax prepares in the pits to come out for their next heat. There is the 16th of Travis Rose. Not happy whatsoever there. Apologies if you're slightly offended by the V's given there on screen. It's all part of racing, I suppose. So our senior Rotax is IKDR, specialising in products for most classes there. Advert on the bottom of the screen, one of our sponsors. Great to see. You can see the sun beating down on the guys there on the grandstand, just to the side of the pits as we get ready for Heat 2 of the senior Rotax. And in this heat we are going to see Luke Richards, Corey Stevens, Lucas Reeves, Roman Vickery, Noah McNicholson, Zach Burke, Nick Gorzalidis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Kian Downer, Will Aldis, championship leader, Oliver Gussman, Ollie White, Alexander Colantuano, Bobby Rosier, Spencer Trahorn, winner first time out, Ben Ballou, Jody Whitmore, Ethan Miles, Harry Smith, James Watson, Freddie Snelling, Daniel Varlan, Ben Hicks, P2 in the championship, and Niam Note in the 94. So first time out was a win for Spencer Trahorn. Cian Downer was second, Oliver Gussman was third, then came Bobby Rosier and Ben Ballou, and those two guys worked their way through the field to amazing effect to get up into those finishing positions. So James Watson in the 64 will find himself on the front of the grid from Nick Gordalidis, Lucas Reeves, Liam Note, Byron Sly Hewitt, Will Aldis, Noah Nicholson and Alexander Colintuano. They will make up the top 10 on the rolling start grid, and then will come Bobby Rosier and Spencer Trahorn, Ben Ballou, Zach Burke and Oliver Gussman. So, and Ben Hicks down there in 16th as well. So, drivers really from 10-11 all the way through to 16-17 will have a say in the outcome of this heat, and they will find themselves in the middle of the grid. So it'll be interesting to see how they get themselves up into a position to challenge. But James Watson, there we go, Nick Gordalidis, Lucas Reeves, they find themselves on the front row of this rolling grid. As they come up, they'll get sent right at the bus stop here, and they'll come back under the start finish line under our comms box, and we'll be off and running for heat number 2 of the senior Rotax. Will Aldis, championship leader, finds himself down in 7th off the grid. It's a great start from the 64 of James Watson from Nick Gordalidis. Let's get everybody through the Haynes Loop. You might notice that we have another cameraman as Rob has joined us. Great Rob at the 11th hour got the call to come and join us, so we've got Rob and Paul now on camera, so we have a slightly different angle of the Haynes Loop. We've enjoyed that static cam, but we will now have an active shot of the Haynes Loop, which will be wonderful. So we are back to full strength. Speedway Portal team here, bringing you this action live. Forest Edge Kart Championship, round number 6. We are on heat number 2 of the senior Rotax, and let's see what's going on as the front 4 here being led as they come through Tollies by James Watson, Liam Note, Nick Gordalidis, Will Aldis, Noah Nicholson, Byron Sly Hewitt, Ben Ballou, Oliver Gussman, Ben Hicks and Lucas Reeves. They make up our top 10. Let's get on screen refreshed and see what is going on here. No, it's still not refreshed. Come on. Oliver Gussman 5 places, Ben Hicks 5, Ben Ballou 4, Freddie Snelling 3, Roman Vickery 3. They're big movers so far in this one. Nicholson a couple of places into 5th. So the front 2 now have created a bit of a gap for themselves as they come over the start finish line, which is James Watson and Liam Note, Norman Nicholson 3rd, Will Aldis 4th, Ben Ballou up into 5th, Oliver Gussman 6th, Byron Sly Hewitt 7th, Ben Hicks 8th, Bobby Rosier up into 9th, and Freddie Snelling. They make up our top 10. Nick Gordalidis has dropped way down. Must have had an instant there that I didn't see in front of me. Maybe you picked up on screen while I was looking out the window, but it's dropped all the way to the back of the pack. Up towards midgets. There we can see everybody racing up. That's midgets at the top. That is midgets in full flow before the right-hander down into climate. Front 2. We've got a race for first. We've got a race for 3rd. Race for 6th here, so some good stuff going on track at the minute. Plenty to say. James Watson and Liam Note still the 2 out front. Noah Nicholson and Will Aldis there fighting for 3rd and 4th at the moment. And then we have a little group, Bobby Rosier into 5th, Oliver Gussman, Ben Hicks, Freddie Snelling, Alexander Colintuano and Zach Burke. They make up the top 10. Notes for drivers, Ben Ballou as well. Dropped all the way to the back of the pack as Byron Sly Hewitt as well. So we've lost those 2 carts at the moment, it would seem. So let's concentrate on our front 2. They come over the start finish line in the same order. James Watson and Liam Note, that's your front 2. And then it is still, it's a 3-way battle now as Bobby Rosier joins Noah Nicholson and Will Aldis in that fight for 3rd spot. And again, if they work together, I'm sure they can reel in the front 2 of James Watson and Liam Note, who should be doing the same thing. They should be tucking in, working as a pair, trying to pull away, trying to create a gap, because all of a sudden it looks like we've got a 5-way battle for the lead. Byron Sly Hewitt still going, but way down, not that far in front of the chasing front pack. So the blue flags may well come out eventually for 22 of Byron Sly Hewitt, but the front of this race is condensed. 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 carts now back to the 66 of Freddie Snelling, all within touching distance of that P1. James Watson holds on to it from Liam Note, Noah Nicholson, Bobby Rosier, Will Aldis, Oliver Gusman, Ben Hicks and Freddie Snelling. That's the top 8, and then a little bit of the gap back to Alexander Colantano and Zach Burke. They make up the top 10. Then Spencer Trahorn, Roman Vickery, Luke Richards, Ethan Miles, Daniel Varley, Nick Gorzalidis, Corey Stevens, Kean Downer, Harry Smith and Lucas Reeves. And then Byron Sly Hewitt is still going. We've lost Ben Ballou, which is a real shame after a great opening 5th place in heat number 1. But we have a 5-way battle now out the front, and there's not much distance then between 6th and 7th, and Oliver Gusman and Ben Hicks as well. So this could get interesting. 3 minutes plus the lap to go on this one. It is still James Watson leading the way. That's the 49 there, coming through with Bobby Rosier, who's got himself up into 3rd position and has gained plenty of spots, it's fair to say, in this one to get into the position. Everybody from Zach Burke all the way up to Liam Note have gained positions. 3, 8, 7, 4, 2, 9, 9, 10 and 5. As mentioned in the build-up, there were some drivers there in the middle running order that were all going to gain positions. There was no question of that. Bobby Rosier being one of them, as he's up now into 3rd place. There's the 30 kart of Will Aldis putting pressure on. Noah McNicholson in front. So as they come up through the bus stop then, heading towards midgets, it looks like Bobby Rosier up into 2nd place now. James Watson under pressure, Liam Note dropping down to 3rd. And under pressure as well from Noah McNicholson, Will Aldis. Really close out the front here with a couple of minutes to go plus the lap. So it is still the 64 of James Watson leading from Bobby Rosier now up into 2nd place in that 49 kart. Liam Note, Will Aldis comes up into 4th from Noah McNicholson and Oliver Gusman. That's your front 2 there on the right hand side of the screen. That's your chasing 4 karts tucked in behind. So we have a good race out front, but James Watson's going to do well here. You can see the pressure that Bobby Rosier is putting on, and just before the bus stop makes the move. You've got to get that right. You get that wrong and you're going over curbs and heading off track. So a good move from Bobby Rosier to get up into the lead of this race. Almost 10, 11 places gained to get into that position. So a really, really great heat so far for Bobby Rosier. He will be leading the way as we come through here with a minute to go plus the lap. James Watson, Will Aldis moves up into 3rd as well in that little battle chase, and there's 4 karts all fighting for 3rd spot here. That's the one on screen. Great shot from our team. Brings you that chasing 4. That's Will Aldis, Liam Note, Noah McNicholson and Oliver Gusman. That's that battle for 3rd spot. Bobby Rosier now, you feel, might just start to pull away with a couple of laps to go on this one. Probably got a 2.5 lap race, I would think. That 4-way battle there as Oliver Gusman looks up the inside. Noah McNicholson has moved up a spot into 5th. So we did have some movement. Bobby Rosier leading this race from James Watson, Will Aldis, Liam Note, then comes Oliver Gusman ahead of Noah McNicholson. But those 4 karts, it's still those 4 looking to get up into 3rd spot. 2-lap race, that's what we've got. That's Oliver there with the yellow helmet. Great move from him to get up into 5th ahead of Noah McNicholson, and is now pushing on the back of Liam Note, who's been in the top run in 2 or 3, 4 positions in this entire race. And he's going to be hoping just to hold on to that and not drop back down to 5th or 6th and out of the top prime position. So we have a last lap board coming out here for Bobby Rosier, who's worked wonders to get up into that lead of this race and is looking pretty comfortable. James Watson again comfortable in 2nd, and Will Aldis, Liam Note, Oliver Gusman, Noah McNicholson, Ben Hicks, Zach Burke, Spencer Trahorn, Freddie Snelling. They make up the top 10. Oliver Gusman again moving ahead of the 94 of Liam Note into 4th spot. Is there a trade back? No, just holds on to it, Oliver, and if anything pulls away, gets a couple of kart lengths over Liam Note. So on our last lap, Oliver Gusman, the big mover, moving up into 4th place. It looks like it is going to be a win for Bobby Rosier out front, adding a win to that 4th place first time out. There's the checkered flag. James Watson in the 64 picks up 2nd place after leading for so long. Will Aldis in the 30 championship leader, of course, picks up 3rd place. Oliver Gusman battling away in there to pick up 4th, and then it was Liam Note so much in the mix, but does hold on to a top 5 finish. Noah McNicholson, Ben Hicks, Zach Burke and Spencer Trahorn winner first time out. Max up 9th and Freddie Snelling in 10th position. So that's your top 10. 39 is the only one for Bobby Rosier. And then from 11th, it was Alexander Colantuano, Luke Richards, Roman Vicker, Ethan Miles, Nick Gorzalidis, Daniel Varlan, Cian Downer, Corey Stevens, Harry Smith, and then Lucas Reeves, Byron Sly Hewitt, and Ben Ballou. Shame for Ben and Byron down there. They had incidents early on, but some great action against served up by the seniors there. Not so much incident, more than just racing in that one, which was great to see. James Watson led pretty much from the front until was picked off by Bobby Rosier with a couple of laps to go. And you can see Nick Gorzalidis there at 2nd or 3rd, ended up dropping way down the order. Caught on screen all of a sudden. The 21 car of Nick was near the bottom of my screen rather than at the top. So, excellent second heat there. Bobby Rosier taking the win from James Watson. 3rd place was Will Aldis, championship leader. We move swiftly on, as now we welcome out onto track our 177s, and again 2 races in one, as we have the Max and the Masters. First time out in the Maxes, it was a win for Sophie Jeffrey. Matt Jones in 2nd, Kieran Thompson 3rd, and Callum Brockworth in 4th. And for the Rotax Masters, it was a win for Daniel Hammett. 2nd place was Marcus Basley. Neil Hemming, P2 in the championship, was in 3rd. Carl Churchill, and then Scott Collins. Daniel Hammett was leading the way in the championship, was leading the race, and then after a little bit of grass tracking, ended up just dropping down the order a little bit. This is heat 2, no messing around, we're off and running, clock's ticking. 11 karts on track for this one. Everybody there through. Safely through, and like some of the others, they nicely condensed for half a lap to that full lap. These guys will take in the bus stop, and again you can see the different coloured numbered plates on the left hand side of the screen there. That dictates and shows you the different classes. So the white numbers, that's the Rotax Maxes. So you can see that Matt Jones in 2nd is winning his respective class on this opening lap. You have to go way down to Callum Brockhorst, Kieran Thompson, Sophie Jeffrey to get the rest of the Rotax Maxes. Whereas Marcus Basley, he's a Masters, he's leading the way in the 87. That's Matt Jones leading the way, but it's Marcus Basley in the 11 that's leading from Neil Hemming, Carl Churchill, Daniel Hammett, and Scott Collins. So 2 races in one. We'll try and keep you up to speed as the race ticks on, as who's leading the entire race and who's leading their respective classes as well. So a couple of places gained from Neil Hemming already. Likewise, Carl Brockhorst 5 for Daniel Hammett as he goes up into 5th place. And Sophie Jeffrey up 4 into 7th. So that is the big movers on the track, and obviously in their respective classes slightly different as well. So we'll keep an eye on Sophie Jeffrey, did excellent in the opening race. Has already moved up plenty of places and is still doing so. Into 6th. So Marcus Basley leading the race on track from Matt Jones. Different classes of course, and then Daniel Hammett. So the top 3 for the Rotax Masters is Marcus Basley out front from Carl Churchill, then comes Daniel Hammett and Scott Collins. That's the top 4. Yellow flags are out for the moment as they race up towards, it's clear now going up into midgets. Yeah, all clear again. And then in the Masters, it's Matt Jones leading the way from down in 6th, Sophie Jeffrey 2nd in class, and then Callum Brockhorst. So 2 races in one. They come over the start-finish line on track. We've got Marcus Basley, Matt Jones, Carl Churchill, Daniel Hammett, Scott Collins, Sophie Jeffrey, Neil Hemming, Callum Brockhorst, Kieran Thompson. We've lost Simon Traynor there just on the run up the hill towards midgets from the Wingers Dip. So the yellow flags might just be out for the moment. They've gone away again now. We've got Simon safely off the circuit. And we can concentrate on the action. So the front 2 just pulling away, looking to win the race on track as well as their respective classes. So they're racing each other for the right to lead the race, but they are both leading away as well in their respective fields. So as they come under our noses here, it's going to be Matt Jones, I think, leading the way from Marcus Basley, Carl Churchill, Daniel Hammett, Sophie Jeffrey up into 5th, Scott Collins, Neil Hemming, Carl Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson. Matt Jones leading the way for the Rotax Max from Sophie Jeffrey. And then comes Callum Brockhorst, that's your 1, 2, 3, and then Marcus Basley, Carl Churchill and Daniel Hammett. That's your 1, 3 in the Masters. And the front 2 battling away with each other, but leading their respective classes. And likewise, it looks like Daniel Hammett's going to make a move through midgets on Carl Churchill and up into second place. And remember, Daniel Hammett, Neil Hemming and Scott Collins, that's the 1, 2, 3 in the championship for the Rotax Masters. Matt Jones still leads the way from Marcus Basley. You can see there the movement of Daniel Hammett on screen on your left, ahead of Carl Churchill into second place in class, third place on track. Sophie Jeffrey still looking there in the 90. The move up ahead of Carl Churchill on track. Sophie still second place in the class. Matt Jones out front leading the way in terms of the Rotax Maxes, but Sophie wanting to get up past Carl Churchill and Daniel Hammett into third place on track. In the pursuit of Matt out front, we've got 3 minutes plus the lap to go on this one. Sophie pushing hard, you can see in 5th place, try and get up to challenge Carl, get alongside and ahead of the 16 kart of Carl Churchill and Daniel Hammett in 3rd place. So just settled down a tiny bit, not much movement at the moment. That's the kart there of interest, I think, Sophie Jeffrey at the moment. Putting pressure on the 16 of Carl Churchill on track. Just trying to get up towards Matt Jones in class to put a bit of pressure on him, but some way to go to do that for Sophie Jeffrey. But the 4th place position for Sophie Jeffrey now, yeah, through the bus stop, but lost again out as they went through midgets there, as Carl Churchill back in charge. Sophie Jeffrey looking like in 4th place now. Yeah, indeed, Sophie Jeffrey into 4th ahead of Carl Churchill. The move was made near the bus stop and then pinned it through midgets. So Matt Jones leads the way from Marcus Basley, Daniel Hammett, Sophie Jeffrey, Carl Churchill, Scott Collins, Neil Hemming, Carl Brockhurst and Kieran Thompson. That's the 9 we've got active on track. In terms of class, Matt Jones leading the race and class from Sophie Jeffrey, and then Callum Brockhurst back in 3rd. And Marcus Basley, Daniel Hammett and Carl Churchill the top 3 in the Masters. So just settled down a little bit now. There's a bit of a gap between each of the karts on track, as the 87 of Matt Jones just starting to pull away from Marcus Basley, and Daniel Hammett in the SC plate get up to challenge Marcus Basley for the lead of class. In 2nd place in the race, that's going to be one to keep an eye on. That's the 11 there of Marcus Basley. In 2nd, Daniel Hammett tucked in behind in 3rd with the SC plate. Trying to chase down Marcus Basley for 2nd in the race and 1st in class. Sophie Jeffrey in 4th, trying to do likewise to get up to challenge Matt Jones out front. But it's got those 2, Marcus Basley and Daniel Hammett, Masters in front between her and the class mate, as it were, and Matt Jones. There are no positional changes as they come over the start-finish line to take in a new lap. 45 seconds plus a lap. So it's going to be touch and go for a 3-lap race. It's going to be a 2 or 3-lap race. Just looking in terms of timings, Matt Jones in the 40s, 0.7. Marcus Basley with a 49.1. Daniel Hammett with a 40.9. Sophie Jeffrey with a 48.2. So Sophie is the 2nd quickest car on track behind Matt Jones. Just needs to get ahead of Daniel and Marcus to challenge Matt, but there's some way to go, and I don't think we're going to have 2 laps and a bit to go on this race. I'm not sure Sophie will have enough in the tank to get up to challenge Matt Jones, so it'll just be a case of trying to get ahead of Daniel Hammett just to finish 3rd on track. So the remainder of this lap plus 1 to go. What Sophie can do there on screen. Sure, we don't have enough time really to challenge, so I think we might be set, barring any on-track mechanical or incident. With the running order as it is now, to be honest, could potentially be a swap down in 7th, 6th and 7th, which is Scott Collins and Neil Hemming. They're pretty close to each other, as the last lap ball does come out for Matt Jones. As we look down, these 3 pretty close, the 22 through to the 89, 83, 89, Scott Collins, Neil Hemming and Callum Brockhurst. They're pretty close on track, but it does look like Matt Jones has done enough to take this 2nd heat. A swap of positions from Sophie Jeffrey, and it looks like Callum Brockhurst might take a 3rd in this one. In class from Kieran Thompson in 4th. So as they come round, climb at 4 the last time, Matt Jones is going to take the checkered flag and win in class. Marcus Basley likewise in the 11th. SC plate of Daniel Hammett. Then comes Carl Churchill in the 16. Scott Collins picks up that 4th place. So here we go. Matt Jones on track from Marcus Basley, Daniel Hammett, Sophie Jeffrey, Carl Churchill, Scott Collins, Neil Hemming, Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson. And you can see Matt Jones with a white numbered plate from Sophie Jeffrey, Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson. That was the top 4 in the Maxes. And Marcus Basley, Daniel Hammett, Carl Churchill, Scott Collins and then Neil Hemming. That was the top 5 in the Masters. So Sam Chanel unfortunately didn't finish the race. We will have to get the rescue truck out, I think, to collect Sam Chanel. So plenty of action in that one as well. Sophie Jeffrey, the big move, you can see down in 7th or 8th there. Beginning of the race, 9th even, and then worked up into 4th. So again, is the 2 races in the one. That one. So it was a win for Matt Jones, championship leader, of course, from Sophie Jeffrey in 2nd, who is 2nd P2 in the championship. And then it was Callum Brockford and Kieran Thompson, 3rd and 4th. For the Rotax Masters, it was a win for Marcus Basley. 2nd was Daniel Hammett. 3rd was Carl Churchill. 4 Scott Collins and 5 Neil Hemming. Fastest lap time of the race went to Matt Jones with a 40.7, followed by Sophie Jeffrey with a from Daniel Hammett with a 47.9, and then Sophie Jeffrey with a 40.8. Marcus Basley got into the 40s, and then everybody else in the 41s. So that was Heat 2 done and dusted for the 177s, and we move into the 125 KZs and the Superkarts. We should have 6 karts on track, 2 in the KZs and 4 in the Superkarts. Daniel Buckland didn't appear in the last one. In the 42 kart.
Yeah.
Let's see if he appears for this one. Just went for the rescue truck to pick up Simon Trainol, who unfortunately only saw a couple of laps in that last race. You can see a couple of guys and kids there enjoying it is what it is. That's one of my favourite sayings, to be honest. It is what it is. You just got to get on with it. I don't think I'd wear the t-shirt in that form, but I would wear a t-shirt that says it is what it is. I do say that quite a lot. My wife will concur with that. It is what it is. It annoys her quite a lot when I say that. So we're getting ready for Heat 2 of the KZs and the Superkarts, and then they'll be followed by the Invitational 210 National Challenge karts on track. That'll be the last 2 heats in round 2, and I think at which point we will break for a lunch break. We're slightly behind where we should be, just do a couple of stoppages. The problem in that opening round of the juniors, where we had the incident that saw them come off track. Shout out to DVS, Dan's Vehicle Solutions there, Car and Commercial Limited, repairs. Great, all of our sponsors flicking over the top of the bottom of the screen, sorry, as the stream progresses. Superb backing of this championship from all of those guys. Great to have them on board if you're interested in supporting this championship. All of our socials at some point or another will flick along the bottom of the screen, email address, website. Let's see if we get our full quota of karts out in this one. We should have 6 karts on track. We should have 2 in the KZs, which is Jack Price, who won the opening race, from Reece Paget-Lowe, who was in 2nd. And then in our Superkarts, we should have Daniel Buckland, Chris Morris, Steve Haskell and Matthew Duncan. It was Chris Morris who took the checkered flag for his class from Matthew Duncan and then Steve Haskell. And it was the 42 of Daniel Buckland, championship leader. You didn't see out the race before. So here we go. Onto the grid comes the 69 of Reece Paget-Lowe and Jack Price. Reece will be hoping he can jump out the start and get the better of Jack into the Hames Loop. Try and control the race from there. In comes our 42 Daniel Buckland, who got out on track, I think, in the opening heat, but then didn't see out the race. Championship leader, of course, he's the next on grid with 58.
of Steve Haskell there, pulling into line. For Chris Morris and Matthew Duncan on that third row. So here we go, it's a 5-minute race. Lights go out and away we go. Oh, Reece Paget-Lowe has had an error on the start line there, and that has given Jack Price a free run into the Haynes Loop. And what it does do is it gives Reece Paget-Lowe some work to do to get back ahead of all of the supercarts to try to catch up. That's not what we wanted for the from a race perspective. We really needed Reece Paget-Lowe to jump out the traps there. Second in the championship, second in Heat 1, and kind of boss the first corner over Jack Price, but that didn't happen. And what it's allowed is Jack Price just to pull away. There he is on screen. Get the feeling until he catches up with the supercarts. But a very lonely drive for Jack. Not that he'll mind, he'll be looking for some personal best times. Reece Paget-Lowe already picked off a couple of the karts in front, Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland. And he's just got Matthew Duncan and Chris Morris to go. Really picking up down here. We'll keep an eye on this because we are going to see some overtaking here from the 69 of Reece Paget-Lowe. Either through here, there we go, putting pressure under Chris Morris in the 54. They don't go through the bus stop, they just fly past up into midgets at the top. For that right-hander, there goes Reece Paget-Lowe underneath Chris Morris, and now he's going to set to try and reel in Matthew Duncan. Getting on his toes and trying to catch up with Jack Price, which is a difficult task at the best of times. That is what he's going to be aiming for. So 37.9 already for Jack Price, 39 for Matthew Duncan, and a 39.21 for Reece Paget-Lowe. So at the moment, Matthew Duncan is quicker than Reece Paget-Lowe. That's going to make it difficult for Reece to catch up and overtake. So, like we were saying, I think Jack Price is set for an easy 3 minutes in terms of competition. 38.55 and 38.28. So Reece Paget-Lowe does go quicker than Matthew Duncan on that last lap. Reece Paget-Lowe on the screen in the 69. He's trying to hunt down Matthew Duncan in front of him in the 73. Duncan second, first time out to Chris Morris, who at the minute finds himself in fourth place on track and second behind Matthew Duncan. Then comes Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland. Jack Price out front, 37.92 on his last lap. 37.9 his fastest so far. Is he lowered that? Yeah, 37.87 that time around. Let's keep an eye on the times of these two. Matthew Duncan with a 38.77. 37.86 now for Reece Paget-Lowe. So Reece down into the 37s and going quicker than Matthew Duncan. They're in a different class, of course. There we go, up the inside. Not quite yet from Reece Paget-Lowe. He's going to do it at some point, but Matthew Duncan holding on at the moment. 3 minutes gone of this one, 2 and a lap to go. Jack Price just pulling away. 37.78 now for Jack. He's getting quicker with every lap. Let's have a look here. Reece Paget-Lowe just can't get the better of Matthew Duncan. He can in terms of lap time, but not in positions on the track. Matthew Duncan's still holding on to that second spot on track. He's not going to give that up easily, that's for sure. It might be in different classes, but Matthew Duncan's not just going to want to let it. It's the same, don't they? They're going down the hill there from behind. It's definitely Matthew Duncan in second and Reece Paget-Lowe as they fly up the hill. Look at that, flat out. Past the bus stop, up into midgets before that right-hander. Jack Price pulling away all the time, about an 8-second lead now I would have thought, maybe even more. 37.9 again, 37.78 his fastest time. Let's keep an eye here. Reece Paget-Lowe still can't get past Matthew Duncan. Trying as he might, a minute plus the lap to go on this one. Chris Morris in fourth on track, second in terms of class, Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland. This is the race for Reece Paget-Lowe, finally, as he comes up the hill. Just edges Matthew Duncan aside and then flat out up the hill. It's not going to be a change in terms of position on track. But Jack Price out front, Reece Paget-Lowe in second now. Matthew Duncan in third, as that will change on screen now. On the left, we have the two green plated karts. In 1 and 2, they're going to finish in the same order they did in heat number 1. 2 laps to go on this race. Blue flag's been out a couple of times as Jack Price moves his way through the back markers. Gets off Daniel Buckland now. He's slowed his lap time down just a little bit. Agilo, nice shot there coming through on Matthew Duncan up in midgets. So it looks like Matthew Duncan is going to win this second heat ahead of Chris Morris, who won the opening heat. Another third. As we are on the last lap, Jack Price up into midgets for the last time. Here's Reece Paget-Lowe still chasing. Here comes that's Reece Paget-Lowe on screen as he goes up into midgets. Jack Price is just coming around now. Tollies. Here we go. Jack Price takes the checkered flag. 37.78 his fastest lap time. Reece Paget-Lowe will pick up the second place on track and in class. He's managed to reduce that 10 seconds at all, get a little bit closer. About the same. Matthew Duncan on third on track, wins that heat for his class. From Chris Morris in the 54, he picks up second place. He was a winner first time out, of course. And then Steve Haskell, I think, is going to hold on to third. Daniel Buckland still pushing him, but too far behind to make any inroads. It is going to be a third for Steve Haskell, as it was first time out. 42 car of Daniel Buckland takes fourth spot. So there we go. Jack Price, Reece Paget-Lowe, Matthew Duncan, Chris Morris, Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland. The two KZs, 125 KZs in the 37s. In terms of lap times, it was a shame that Reece Paget-Lowe just got the gearing wrong off the start there. To allow Jack Price just to pull away, and was already checked out by this point really. You can see there Reece Paget-Lowe already having to work really hard to get back up to challenge, but wasn't able to do it. So the second heat of the 125 KZs and Superkarts finished. There is our last heat ready to come out. The 32 of John Hutton will lead the way in this one. This is our 210 National Challenge. Again, these guys bounce around different circuits. Shennington, Risington. I've seen they visited as well already. Joining us today at Forest Edge, which is wonderful. This is our last race in this open block of heats. Once we've completed this 7-minute race, we will go for probably a 30-minute, I would imagine, lunch break. Just to give everybody a bit of downtime, give my voice a bit of rest time, give our camera team time out of the sun, scorching out there under the heat, Rob and Paul, and we'll give Andy a break from pushing buttons and keeping us up to speed with what's happening on the track. So we are Speedway Portal in association with Forest Edge Kart Club. We're delighted to bring you the championship this season. We've really enjoyed the opening rounds of the series. Likewise again today, it's been really enjoyable. Just a bit of a spin on the warm-up up there from the number 8 of Tony Berry. We will turn that around and get back on the track, no problems. We've really enjoyed the opening heats of the championship. We hope you have too. Any thoughts, comments, we're more than happy for you to put them onto the YouTube comments. We appreciate all the feedback. Anything you think we can change, improve. Shout out to our sponsors scrolling along the bottom of the screen. Vehicle Solutions, the one in shot as I speak, based in Bournemouth, Christchurch. There you can see that. Commercial repairs, phone numbers on the screen. Give Dan a shout. So last heat of this opening block, then we'll go to a half-an-hour break. We're running about 15 now, only about 5 or 6 minutes behind, which is good going since we've had a couple of stoppages and a couple of rescue truck appearances. So front grid is going to be, should be, 22 Sean Estonia. Yeah, Sean is in the wrong spot. There's the 8 on into place. Screen. Never mind. He's the 32 with the 8 that lead the way at the moment. In terms of the grid position, yeah, Sean Estonia, the 22, should be off the front. Harry Morris, John Hutton, Oliver Shearley, Stuart Henry, Russell Hopes, David Smith, Paul Fowler, Thomas Stone, Dan Burry, Ray Sloan, David Skull, Ian Taylor and Tony Burry. They are our 210 national challenges. Who's going to get the flyer? Who's going to go into the first turn first? The lights are going to go out any second now. I think going to have to send everybody round again. So I don't think we gridded correctly. I don't think we ate. We're going round again. The timer started, what we should have done. Just going to rejig everybody. If I'm going by what I'm seeing on my screen, one screen says the 8 of Tony Berry should be in front. Anyway, let's see how they go when they come back round again. Grid in 8 and 32. Then comes the 52 and the 22 of Sean Stonia and Oliver Shelley. Then Harry Morris, Russell Hopes, David Smith, Stuart Henry, Ray Sloan, Paul Fowler, David Skull, Thomas Stone, and then Dan Burry and Ian Taylor. We're going off the back of the grid in Heat 1. It was a win for Harry Morris from Dan Burry, Thomas Stone, and then Stuart Henry. David Smith in 5th place. Dan Burry, Thomas Stone, and Stuart Henry are championship leaders in this one. Great start from the 22 there of Sean Stonia. He's got himself up into the lead off the second row of the grid. Great gate from him, everybody round Haynes Luke comfortably, but what a great start that was. And we've got a hand up there, I think, from the 8 of Tony Berry. I think we've lost him early doors, which is a shame. Saw the hand go up. Did he disappear off into the pits or did he get round? We'll see as they come back round again for the first time, but it was a jet start from the 22. Sean Stonia, he's out front. Races up around midgets for the first time, down into Climate before the left-hander into Tolly, start-finish line for the first time. Then we've got the runners in position. Oh, an early move there up the inside into 3rd place for the number 4 car of Thomas Stone. So it is Sean Stonia from Oliver Shelley, Thomas Stone, John Hutton, Dan Burry, Russell Hopes, Paul Fowler, Stuart Henry. So it looks like we've lost Tony Berry, we knew about, but Heat 1 winner Harry Morris as well. Appear to be on screen. Let's see when, as in terms of the timings on the left, let's see what we see when they come back round again for this next lap. So up through midgets, down into Climate, then Tollies, then they'll come underneath me and I'll be able to see who we've got. We have a front pack of 4 that have pulled away, then we've got a chasing pack of 5. That's how this race has developed so far. And who have we got? Still the 22 of Sean Stonia, then the 4-2 and 52. So yeah, Harry Morris is nowhere to be seen at the moment. This is a real shame. But that front 4, Sean Stonia, Thomas Stone, Dan Burry and Oliver Shelley, they're the guys out front. And the 22 of Sean Stonia has lost out, going through Haynes Loop for the second time to Thomas Stone by the look of it. Yeah, there's the 22 back in 3rd place now of Sean Stonia. I think it is the 4 and the 2 of Thomas Stone and Dan Burry that have got themselves up into the lead of this one. Good race out front between the front 2. Going kart at each other as they come through there. It looks like Dan Burry in the number 2 kart's got the lead yet from the 4 of Thomas Stone. Then comes the 22 and 52 of Sean Stone and Oliver Shelley. And then Paul Fowler, Stuart Henry up, David Smith up, Russell Hopes in 8th at the moment. So we've got the karts positioned nicely in groups of 2. Dan Burry and Thomas Stone out front, then comes Sean Stonia and Paul Shelley, then comes Paul Fowler and Stuart Henry. So 3 battles going on, but you can see there that the number 2 car, Dan Burry, really quick up the hill, fast into midgets, but at that point, Thomas Stone is a bit later on the brakes and just reels him in a little bit. And the 4 karts behind now have all bunched up together, and it looks like it could well be 5 as well. So a good race developing for 3rd position there. They come through screen at 5 karts, being led still by the 22 of Sean Stone there, Oliver Shelley, Paul Fowler and Stuart Henry. That's those 5 karts and David Smith. That is the top 7, the 2 out front and then the chasing pack of 5. 6 there, David Smith, the 7th place kart, but 5th in terms of that chasing pack, being led by Sean Stonia there on screen. Inside from the 5. Wow, good move there, Sean Stonia again. just seems to lose out as he comes up the hill, and has lost out big time here, I think. Has gone back down to 7th in that exchange up the hill. It is Danbury and Thomas Stone 1 and 2, but big move here as Sean Stonier, who was in 3rd, is now back in 7th as everybody else surpasses Paul Fowler, Stuart Henry, Oliver Shelley. All get past, and David Smith, Sean Stonier, who was leading the race at one point, is down now in 7th position. So there's the 52 of Oliver Shelley. He's in the middle of that pack, just fighting for 3rd position. There is no catching Danbury out front, I don't think, even though we've got 3 minutes and a lap to go on this one, 2:45 in a lap. Danbury looking super quick. The blue flags are out for Ian Taylor, just to inform him that the leaders are catching him up. Excuse me, and the front two do go through. Danbury and Thomas Stone comfortably past. Got real speed to 28, Ian Taylor, then he's got a problem. And then it is the 59 for Paul Fowler, Stuart Henry, David Smith above Oliver Shelley now, and Sean Stonier. Russell Hope's in 8th, John Hutton 9, David Scull, who had a great race them two in the opening heat, before Ray Sloan and Ian Taylor. So 2 minutes plus the lap to go on this one. The 28 car of Ian Taylor looking really slow, but carrying on. His lap times are way down on everybody else, about 3 or 4 seconds slower than everybody else. Danbury is the quickest, no surprise there, with a 43.28. And then comes Thomas Stone with a 43.727. So Danbury's pulling away all the time. That gap there is going to be a good 4 seconds at least now. Bang on down to Tom Stone. And the 59.5 having a good battle there. Paul Fowler and Stuart Henry just edged away a little bit from David Smith, Oliver Shelley and Sean Stonier. That battle now there has calmed down a little bit. So this is the last heat of our second block of heats. There will be a 30-minute break after this one, but keep YouTube on in the background because that should be 30 minutes, but it might be shortened. Just so we don't miss any of the action in those third block of heats. So over the start-finish line comes the number 2 of Danbury. He's leading this heat number 2 for the 210 National Challenge from number 4 Tom Stone. About 5 seconds now back to him. Still the 59 of Paul Fowler leading from Stuart Henry in that battle for 3rd. Then comes David Smith and Oliver Shelley before Sean Stonier, who did have the lead at one point of the race. Back to Russell Hope, John Hutton, Ray Sloan, David Scull and Ian Taylor. Tony Berry, unfortunately, and Harry Morris didn't see out the first lap of this one. So that's the battle on screen of the 59 and the 5 kart. They're fighting for 3rd place, sorry. Danbury and Tom Stone have pulled away really comfortable out front. So it's a 2-lap race now. And number 4 kart of Tom Stone, the 53 kart of David Scull just getting lapped by the front runners. Stuart Henry up into 3rd from Paul Fowler, David Smith, Oliver Shelley and Sean Stonier. Very laid back driving style, Paul Fowler. Right back in the seat. Looking like his armchair driving there. Look, head back. Almost looking to the sky. Quite distinctive driving style from Paul Fowler. Danbury out front, the yellows are out. We have lost. It's Danbury. Race leader is out. As they come back around again. Yeah, it looks like number 4 part of Tom Stone has now got the lead of this race. From the 5 of Stuart Henry, we've lost the race leader, as was Danbury, who's championship leader, of course, his first time out. He's just parked up. He's had a mechanical through midgets down into climate. He's parked up by the race marshal's post there. His race is done with a lap to go. So I think Tom Stone will come round to take the checkered flag. We've just got the last lap board out for the back markers in this one. We're going to see a checkered flag. We are. It's a win for the number 2 kart. See the number. It's too far away for me to clock what that is, but it says that Danbury has taken a checkered flag in that one. See that number 7 of Russell Hope. So yeah, Danbury. Apologies there. I couldn't see the number clearly. Danbury has taken the checkered flag. 5 Stuart Henry. small trick to recognise these guys. I've not seen them before. And the 96 of David Smith picked up 3rd place after a 5th in the opening heat. Oliver Shelley picked up 4th in the 52. And then it was Paul Fowler in the 59 who picked up 5th place. So yeah, it was the 7 of Russell Hopes that we lost quite late on in that one. It was a 2 from my vantage point here, but it is a 7. So well done to Dan Burry, led the way there. Stuart Henry in 2nd, David Smith in 3rd, and Tom Stone was back in 8th position after a 3rd place in the opening one and sat 2nd in the championship. So that is our first block of second block of heats. Sorry, now done and dusted. Just a bit of a replay on that 210 National Challenge there. Just starting to get strung out and back markers involved towards the back end of that one. I couldn't quite keep up with what was going on, but it was a win for Dan Burry from Stuart Henry, David Smith, then Oliver Shelley and Paul Fowler. So that is our second block of hits complete. Once the rescue truck is out to collect the number 7 of Russell Hopes, we will go to a 30-minute break. So it's been 2 race wins in the Rotax Cadets in the opening heats for Oliver Daniels. In the Honda Cadets, again 2 race wins for Max Skilton. In the Rotax Inters, it was a win in Heat 1 for Elijah West and then Jack Daniels in Heat 2. In the Rotax Juniors, it was a Heat 1 win for Travis Rose. In the second race was Jesse Whitmore. In the 177 Maxes, it was a win for Sophie Jeffrey in the opening heat, Matt Jones in Heat 2. In the Masters, it was a win for Daniel Hammett, followed by Marcus Basley in the 2 heats. In the Senior Rotax, a win for Spencer Trahorn, then Bobby Rosier in the 2 heats. Jack Price getting 2 wins out of 2 in the 125 KZs. Chris Morris and then Matthew Duncan in the Superkarts. And Harry Morris and then Dan Burry are the race winners in the 210 National Challenges. So that brings us up to speed. Thank you for joining us for this morning. We've got about half an hour roughly, I would say. So we'll just put the hold screen up for you, but just keep it on in the background. We might go a little bit early, but I would imagine we're looking about 1:30 before we're back on track. Enjoy your lunch break, get out in the garden, enjoy the sun. We'll see you in 30 minutes or so. back, everybody. We're all set. We're all fed and watered. Marshals are heading back to their posts. Paramedic ready to go. I can see some cadet carts with umbrellas there. Much needed with the weather today. So our cadets are starting to get ready to go. And it's so warm, and it's obviously so warm. You chuck the helmets on, you chuck the gear on, and that only heightens. So those umbrellas are the perfect tool to have in the back of the van. So we had it was a relatively straightforward morning of racing, I would say, this morning. A couple of incidents, a couple of edgy moments, but in the main it went according to plan pretty much. If you're just joining us, we've had two runs of the heats. We've got another run of the heats to come, so we've got 8 heats remaining, 1 for each class, and then we'll move into our finals, and again of which we'll have 1 each. So our standard Honda, and then Rotax Cadets, and then it'll be the Rotax Inters, Rotax Juniors, and then the Rotax Seniors, followed by the 177 Rotax Max and Masters, and then we'll have the 125 KZs and the Superkarts, which is all of our regular classes that we have, and then that'll be followed by the 210 National Challenge, which is an invitational day. Those guys head around to other tracks and compete in different circuits. They're with us today, which is wonderful. They've given us 2 really good races so far, and we will move into the final race with those guys. So there we can see we've got a handful of the karts out. We should have 10 of our Honda cadets out in this this third heat. I imagine they're just making their way back down to the pitch. You can see the 43 and the 29 there on screen. That's Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins at the front on the left. They've bossed this morning's action. Really, Max winning both the heats. Cruz coming second in both the heats. So we're just panning around to the grandstand. So yeah, we'll move into the second half of our proceedings. We'll start with the Honda Cadets into the Rotax Cadets. So it was a really good morning for Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. They finished first and second in the 2 respective heats this morning. Javier Bartia pitched up a 3rd place, as did William Woods in those opening heats. Rupert Lillywhite got a 4th, as did Javier Bartia in the second one. And then there was a couple of top 5, 6 finishes for Louis James Tucker and Jamie Daly. And with Harry Grant, who's in P2, currently not here. Cruz Jenkins has got the opportunity to move up into second behind Max Skilton in the championships. So here we go. Without further ado, our Honda Cadets are out. Hopefully not too much sugar consumed over lunch for these guys. And they keep it nice and calm. Nice and calm. Again, some of them are going to be chasing points to try and get as high up the finishing order as they can get. So we've got William Woods, Rupert Lillywhite, Louis James Tucker, Sebastian Mayer, Max Skilton, Javier Bartia, Cruz Jenkins, Jamie Daly, Harry Price and Max Saunders. That's our 10 cadets. Apart from the 125 Superkart KZs and Superkarts and the 210 National Challenge, everybody else is a rolling start. Across the 3 heats that everybody gets, they will all get a rolling start position near the front of the grid, in the middle and then at the back. So it's as fair as we can possibly make it. But again, when we've got smaller grids like we've got with these guys, it is easier to send these around again, just to get in some order. Yeah, it's when it's a smaller grid, it's easier to get from back to front, as it were. A bit more difficult when you've got a bigger grid to work your way through. We've seen some phenomenal Some phenomenal, easy for me to say. Some phenomenal workings through the field this morning. A couple of the drivers have had to pick their way. Bobby Rosa was one of them that springs to mind. Ben Ballou as well. They had to really work their way through 10, 12, 15 places to get up into the top 5 or 6 in their respective races. So here we go. So Cruz Jenkins, Rupert Lillywhite, Max Skilton, Max Saunders, Ave Barter there on the front. Then we've got Louis Tucker, Jamie Daly, William Woods, Sebastian Mayer and Harry Price. And again, we're off and racing. And it's Cruz Jenkins in the 43 that takes up the front running on this one, followed by Max Skilton. And at the moment, it was Rupert Lillywhite. Comfortable in that third spot. See the 11 there of William Woods already raced up through the field. Well, that's the front 2 as it was this morning. Much curb from anybody as they make their way through the bus stop up towards Midgets, where they take in the right-hander. Follow it round, carry that speed down the hill into another right-hander, which is Climber, and then the left Tollies over the start-finish line. Into lap 2, and into 33 of Ave Bartia in third. Louis Tucker, Max Saunders. So Rupert Lillywhite dropped way down in those opening couple of laps. Must have picked up a bit of a problem. Picked up a 4th and a 5th this morning. Rupert Lillywhite in the 13, picked up by our team there on cam. Is a 2nd from the back of this, which is a bit of a surprise. So we'll see what Rupert can do to get back up towards the front running of this race. For the moment, as it was this morning, Cruz Jenkins and Max Skilton out front, leading the way, starting to pull away and have their own little battle. Max got the better of it this morning with 2 race wins, Cruz in 2nd on both occasions. And again, they can just work together as a pair here. If Max wants to make a move, trying to make a move, doesn't have to do it that early. And we've got a nice little battle developing between Louis Tucker and Ade Bartia. In 3rd and 4th, William Woods, Sebastian Mayer, Jamie Daly, Max Saunders, Harry Price, Rupert Lillywhite. That's the problem, all the way to the back, Rupert. And after an impressive couple of heats this morning, I think there's possibly an issue there to have gone all the way to the back, but we shall see as this race develops. 7 minutes, all of the heats, until we get to the finals, when the times will be increased and they get a bit more race time, 11 minutes or so for the finals. So this one is settled down with the front 2 pulling away. Ave Bartia and Louis Tucker in 3rd and 4th have got their own little battle. Likewise, William Woods and Sebastian Mayer a little bit further down. So we've got 3 little pockets of 2 karts racing. The battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th is quite a feisty one at the minute, between 33 and 16. Bit of grass tracking, looking over the shoulder from Ave, just keeping Louis behind. That's them on screen as they come through. Left hander of Johnny's down into the Winger's Dip. Keep it nice and tight. If you come off the line there, you can get picked off going into the Winger's Dip. So it's a good idea to try and keep as tight to that curb as you can, to keep it as tight going through. It's the same 2 guys going through the bus stop. The front 2, they haven't swapped position. The front 2 are out and away. There's still Cruz and Max out there. Well, have swapped places. It does look like Max Skilton with the blue helmet on is now in the lead underneath me. Yes, Max has taken the lead from Cruz out front. Blue helmet on Max and the black helmet on Cruz. Out here, 33 still holding that position ahead of Louis Tucker. The 3rd and 4th kart really starting to pull away as well from the karts behind them. William Woods and Sebastian there, they had their own little battle of 2 going on. Again, we've just got those little pockets of 2. It does look like now as well, Jamie Daly has joined the back of William Woods and Sebastian Mayer to make that a 3-way battle. And again, if they work together, they can quite comfortably and easily pull in the 2 in front of them, Javier and Louis. Front 2, Max still leading the way now from Cruz. He's held the lead for that last lap. Still out here from Louis, and then comes William, and that 2 and 2 has now become a 5, which is great. Jamie Daly's got on the back of that. And we've now got those 5 karts there that are just starting to bunch up a little bit. William Woods, Sebastian Mayer in the middle of them. Harry Price is in 8th a minute, with Rupert Lillywhite and Max Saunders in 9th and 10th. lapping away. There's the 3, 4, 5. That's from 3rd back to 7th. Front 2 are away. The blue helmet of Max Skilton is still leading the way. From the black helmet of Cruz Jenkins. Those two are just going across the start-finish line now. 2 minutes and a bit plus a lap to go. There's the 33 of Barty still battling away, holding on to that 3rd spot at the moment. From Louis Tucker, William Woods. Here comes the 20 of Sebastian Mayer and the 66 of Jamie Daly. And the 13 of Rupert Lillywhite just starting to catch up a little bit with Harry Price in 8th and 9th. He might start to put him under a little bit of pressure back there. Rupert and Harry might have a bit of a race off to see who's going to finish in 8th. But this is the close and the most important one on track at the moment. The front 2 are still really, really close. There's nothing between Max and Cruz. So they are going toe-to-toe out the front, but at the moment Max is just in control. And it's very reminiscent of the heats that we had this morning. Very similar picture. Max out front, Cruz in second. That was the story of the heats this morning. That 5 there, that's that little pocket from 3rd through to 7th. Still battling away, not a lot between. They're about 7 seconds off of Max and Cruz out front. And again, still nothing to choose between the front 2. Cruz is chasing down Max. He's going to be hoping to put him under a little bit of pressure and try and make that move. Still battling here for, that's the 5 karts coming through again, look. 2, 3, 4, 5, that's Avia, Louis, William, Sebastian and Jamie Daly in 7th. Start finish line again, so we've got a 2-lap race now, 2 laps to go in this one. Cruz has just got the fastest lap time of the race with a 47.54. 47.62, so those 2 are quick. The only 2 in the 47s, there they are on screen now. That's your front 2 with a lap and a half to go. Max leading the way in the blue helmet, Cruz in the black helmet in 2nd place. Again, that mirrors this morning's action as well. Cruz did lead for a bit this morning, then just got picked off by Max. That race is very similar. Now, the picture for 3rd as well is still really hotting up. Avia, Louis, William and Sebastian. Jamie's just dropped off a tiny bit in that 4-way battle for 3rd now. There's just a little bit of drift. But the 4 of them still going out. It's still led by Javier Bartia, then Louis Tucker, William Woods and Sebastian Mayer. That's the 4. Jamie just trying to hold on to keep himself in the picture, but with a lap to go now, it's going to prove pretty tricky. I think we're going to end up with the same 1-2, unless Cruz can make anything happen on this last lap. You can see the gap there on screen as it's increased, if anything. Max looking to make it a hat-trick of race wins, Cruz a hat-trick of 2nd places in the heats. Those 2 obviously 1st and 3rd in the championship as well, so really stamping their authority on this Honda Cadet class. Around the final 2 turns, it is another win for Max Skilton, well done. 2nd place Cruz Jenkins, well done. Solid from them 2, and in that battle for 3rd place, just I think he's been under pressure the entire race. We'll add another 3rd, the 3rd and the 4th from this morning. And it was Louis Tucker in the 16 that got up into 4th. Made a bit of a move while we were focused on the front 2. William Woods picked up the 5th space. And Sebastian Mayer got the 6th for Sebastian's best finish. So there we go. Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Avia Bartia, Louis Tucker, William Woods with the top 5. Sebastian Mayer, Jamie Daly, Harry Price, then Rupert Lillywhite and Max Saunders down there in 9th and 10th. So that is their heats complete. They've done all they can do. We're going to see Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins off the front row of the rolling grid for their final. Bit of contact there. That's the 16 of Louis Tucker just going sideways a tiny bit on the entry into the Haynes Loop on the opening lap. But recovered. They're going to end up picking up 4th place in the end. Louis was 6th or 7th going into that last lap and managed to work his way through. It's quite difficult for our guys to keep tabs on the front and the 2nd pack there. There's plenty of action going on. But well done to Max and Cruz, who were 1st and 2nd. And I imagine we're going to see Javier Bartia really close, William Woods really close to the front of that rolling grid for the final as well. But we shall see. That is all to come. in a little while as we move on to the slightly smaller grid of the 5 Rotax Cadets. This morning we saw, again, it's a bit of a mirror picture really on the Hondas. We saw 2 race wins for Oliver Daniels, Johnny Butterfield with 2 seconds, Wilfred Tomlinson with 2 thirds, Jackson Haynes with 2 fourths, and Aurelio Capalonga with 2 fifths. So let's just have a scroll back to their second heat from this morning. No penalties whatsoever. Some excellent clean driving from these 5 this morning. Sebastian Mayer in the Hondas did get a penalty, 5-second penalty in the first session, in the second heat this morning for a front bumper again. So just pushing a little bit too hard, bit of contact going in somewhere. Pushed Sebastian back to 9th in that heat, but in the grand scheme, Sebastian hasn't been in that front 2 or 3, so it didn't affect massively in terms of points or positions. So you can just again see the karts. There we go, all 5 of them coming out, and we are going to see Oliver Daniels, Johnny Butterfield, Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes, and Aurelio Capalonga. They are the 5. I think Oliver's going to be off the front, really small grid. Aurelio's going to be in second, Jackson, then Wilfred, then Johnny. So the 2 heats this morning were quite reminiscent of each other. Oliver, Johnny, and Wilfred pulled away and had their own little battle out front. Subsequently left Jackson to get the better of Aurelio on both occasions in their battle for 4th and 5th. So they'll just get into formation. Just the 5, so it doesn't really matter if you're off the back of the grid. Johnny Butterfield won't mind being at the rear of these 5 because it'll be quite condensed. They just want to get everybody safely through over the start-finish line through the Haynes Loop for the first time. Here we go, off and racing. Aurelio gets foot down and gets out front, leading a race. I think for the first time, might be short-lived because there's some amazing drivers tucked in behind, but doing the business from the start so far. That's good. 24 there, looking to make an early move. Oliver Daniels up the inside, won both the heats this morning. Likewise, through goes the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson. And as they go up the hill, Johnny Butterfield will follow suit. So all 3 of this morning's front 3, as they were, up to lead this race. And again, Jackson Haynes up the hill. Will Jackson make a move? No, Aurelio just closes that door there through midgets before they drop down into climate. So Aurelio's making a fist of that 4th again, as was done this morning, which is great. But the front 3, as we had the front 3 this morning, Oliver Daniels, Wilfred Tomlinson, Johnny Butterfield. So the only difference being, at the moment, Wilfred leading Johnny. For them to swap round, we've got, again, a mirror image of this morning's 2 heats. So what can Wilfred do to hold on to that second, and can Johnny and Wilfred work together? Tuck in, toe to there, and try and catch up to Oliver out front. That's what they need to do. There's no point battling early on in this one. They've got to try and work together to hold on to Oliver, who was in a very, very impressive form this morning with 2 race wins. So, come round Tollies over the start-finish line in the same order. Still Oliver, Wilfred, then Johnny. That's your top 3, and then Aurelio, Jackson, then from Aurelio. That's the 4th and 5th karts. So 5 minutes or so to go on this one. Again, these 2 on screen now just need to work together, the 23 and 25. We've got to work together. Johnny's not having any of that. Johnny moves up into 2nd place ahead of Wilfred. And Wilfred just needs to tuck in behind Johnny to try and work together to catch up with Oliver out front. Into midgets. I do feel that Johnny might just get his head down here. lot of them coming into the left-hander at Tolly's over the start-finish line. So Oliver out front. Bang on a second lead back to Johnny, who's then got another half a second lead back to Wilfred. Jackson and Aurelio, as they were this morning, occupying 4th and 5th. So this race order that we are in now is exactly what we've experienced this morning on 2 occasions. Can any of these drivers do anything to stop Oliver out front? About a second or so now between each of them, so there's a 2-second gap from 3rd to 1st. So they're not able just to tuck in and complete a close chase at the minute. So we may well have 3.5 minutes here of PB shooting. 47.31 for Oliver at the moment, which is lowered as we speak by Johnny Butterfield with a 47.21. So Johnny has just gone quicker, less than a second now between 1st and 2nd, likewise 2nd and 3rd. Oliver, Johnny and Wilfred are all in the 47s. 48.6 at the minute for Jackson, and 50 for Aurelio. I'm sure Aurelio will get down into the 40s sooner rather than later. But as you can see there, there's just a bit of a gap formed now between the 3 of them. Bit of airspace. No one's under any real pressure. Around they come. About a second or so, I would say. 8, 5. So yeah, there's a bit of a comfortable gap between them all, and likewise for Jackson in 4th. Keen to see if Aurelio can get down into the 49s, not just yet, still in the 50s. Likewise, can Jackson get out of the 48s down into the 47s, which is where Oliver, Johnny and Wilfred find themselves. So again, a relatively straightforward heat. It was a little bit closer in the heats this morning between these guys. Oliver had a bit more work to do to get himself up to the front in the heats, but did so. If anything, the front 2 are keeping tabs on each other, and they've just pulled away a little bit from Wilfred at the moment. Just have a clock on those times as they come over. Yeah, down to half a second between Johnny and Oliver, and now over 2 seconds back to Wilfred. So Wilfred just dropping away a little bit, not able to keep in touch with the front 2. Will Johnny be able to get up just to break up the picture? And Oliver's dominance of this race day so far in the Rotax Cadets. We've seen the Honda Cadets already. They've been and gone. They've had their 3 heats. They're now going to be getting their info on their grid start for their final. Cadets will obviously follow suit. Rotax Cadets will obviously follow suit once we get through. We did have Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins 1st and 2nd in all 3 heats in the Hondas, and the Rotax looks like we might end up with a similar picture. But Johnny has got it down from a second to half a second, and it's now 0.29. So really pushing now in 2nd place. Johnny, he's got Oliver's number in this one, it would seem. It's just when he might make the move, because you know if you throw the move in and you make the move, with a couple of laps left, you're still providing Oliver with an opportunity to get back at you. So does Johnny just sit where he is, keep pushing, keep chasing, and try and force a mistake on the last lap? Because I'd hazard a guess, if he was to put a move in now, Oliver would just tuck straight back in behind and keep the pressure on for the next 2 laps. So we will have a 2-lap race as they come over here. It's still Oliver from Johnny, Wilfred comfortable in 3rd, Jackson unchallenged in 4th, and Aurelio chasing in 5th, but into the 49s, which is wonderful. So Aurelio down into 49.88. So that's a little achievement in this race to get down into the 49s. So it's good to see. But this is our battle out front. This is a 2-lap race, lap and a half now, as they come into shot. And I think Oliver's aware that Johnny's up the inside through the bus stop and has made that work. So with a lap and a half to go, Johnny has made his move. Johnny Butterfield is up into the lead of this race for the first time, and Oliver might well be getting a P2 first time in the heats, but we've still got over a lap to go as they come through climb really quick. Up the inside, yeah, off the line. Johnny moved off the line there. Really came off the line and almost invited Oliver back into the lead. And that was always the risk, making a move with a lap to go when the racing is this tight. Johnny did have that lead there for half a lap. just came too wide from Climate down into Tolly's, and just held out an invite for Oliver, but trying again round the outside, looking to switch up to the inside. You've got to make that move early up into the bus stop. You can't leave it late because it just won't work. You run out of room and it gets very condensed coming through there. And it looks like Johnny's opportunity may well have gone. He's got Midget, he's got Climate, he's got Tolly's. That's the 3 corners he's got left. Where's he thinking? Will Oliver come off the line like Johnny did? No, Johnny's not close enough. So with a small change towards the end of that race, Oliver gets it back, gets over the line, and in our 3 heats today we have 3 exactly the same finishing orders. Oliver Daniels with the win, 2nd place Johnny Butterfield, 3rd is Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes in 4th, and Aurelio Capalonga in 5th. But down into the 49s for Aurelio, that's a great return. Out the 50s into the 40s. And the front 3 drivers all in 47s as well. So that's the 3 heats finished for the Rotax Cadet, and even without the guys having to run the numbers, I'll tell you that Oliver Daniels was on the front of the grid, followed by Johnny Butterfield, with Wilfred Tomlinson and Jackson and Aurelia for that final. I don't envisage any penalties are coming from that heat whatsoever, so that will be as they are for the final. And will it just come down to a straight shootout for that final, or will Wilfred be able to get into the mix, get in amongst it, and try and push for a bit of a result in that final? So we move on to our Inters. And what have we seen so far? A win for Jack Daniels in Heat 2, a win for Elijah West in Heat 1. Elijah also got a 2nd in Heat 2. Elijah the only one to finish in the top 3 twice. Very, very spread out winners and losers in that opening couple of heats. So we're going to see Arthur Kaiser, Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell, Oliver Down, Freya Bond, Finlay Thompson, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, Henry Perrin, Jack Daniels, Thomas Gulliver, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dickinson, George Beck, Rowan Davies, Max Thompson and Elijah West. Three of the Rotax Inters. Harvey Ball, Warren Atkins off the front row of the rolling grid, Elijah West and Matt Thompson off 2, Freya Bond and Oakley Poulter off row 3, Arthur Kaiser and George Beck off of 4, Finlay Thompson and Louis Lovell 5, Ethan Copland, Charlie Dickinson 6, Oliver Dan, Jack Daniels on 7, and Thomas Gulliver and Rowan Davis, they will be off of 7. So we seem to have lost really early on in this one, the 44 of Henry Perrin, who sat 5th in the championship. That's a real shame going into this one. Hasn't featured in the top 5 or 6 in the opening couple of heats, so he's going to have a tough grid. A very tough grid coming into the final. I think he's going to have to stay there for the entirety of this race, which is going to be quite frustrating for him. And away we go, we're off and racing. Into the 22 and the 40, Warren Atkins and Harvey Ball that are out there leading the way. Elijah West right in the mix as they go through the Haynes Loop as well, into 2nd. 24 there of Oliver Dan, back in the middle of the pack really, so we'll keep an eye back on the front row. And shame for the 44 kart of Henry Perrin, out the race nice and early for him unfortunately, but Harvey Ball leading the way, Elijah West tucked into 2nd, having a look up the inside into midgets, couldn't make that work. Down they come, all of them in a nice train into Climate before the left-hander into Tolly's. It's the 22 of Warren Atkins tucked into 3rd at the moment, but pushed out wide. No, by the 96 of Max Thompson, couldn't make that work. So Harvey Ball, Elijah West, Warren Atkins, Max Thompson, Freya Bond, Louis Lovell, Oakley Poulter, George Beck, Oliver Down and Finlay Thompson. They make up the top 10. Front 2 just starting to edge away a tiny bit early on here, but still plenty of racing to go. Those 4 there, with Warren Atkins and Max Thompson, Freya Bond. And Louis Lovell, they're going to want to try and keep on the back wheels of these 2 out front, Harvey Ball and Elijah West. Harvey Ball, championship leader of course, at this present time. Picked up a 3rd place in the opening heat, and then featuring in the top 5 or 6 in the 2nd one. Elijah West moves into the lead of this one nice and early. It's a daunting prospect for everybody else. We're going to be hoping to keep on the chase, tuck in, try and hang on to Elijah West, because we've seen once Elijah gets out front and starts to pull away, be curtains and game over for everybody else. So here we go, Elijah West leading from Harvey Ball, Max Thompson, Freya Bond, Warren Atkins. They make up the top 5 at the moment. New level, they're 6, George Beck 7, Finlay Thompson 8, Oliver Dan 9, and Jack Daniels make up the top 10 as we see it. So Elijah only up a couple of only had to make up a couple of places from the opening rolling start. Did that with great effect on the opening couple of laps to take the lead of this one from Harvey Ball. Max Thompson, Freya Bond. So yeah, Elijah up into the lead. Freya's made up a couple of places to get in the mix. Louis Level's made up 5 places. Likewise, Jack Daniels and Thomas Gulliver. So some big movers down. Just coming into the top 10. The important thing at the minute is, can Harvey Ball hold on to Elijah West? Or is Elijah going to pick up the first, a second and a first in the 3 heats? Harvey Ball picked up the 3rd, didn't feature in the top 5 or 6, and then looking here for a 2nd place in this one. But after the front 2, there's then a train of cars with nothing between them, probably 7 on the chase before a pack of 5 behind. And that pack of 7 is Max Thompson, Freya Bond, Louis Lovell, Jack Daniels, George Beck, Oliver Dan. There's nothing much really between all of them chasing down. You can see them there, there's the 4. 6 kind of level in amongst it all with Jack Daniels as well. Speed up the hill from Jack Daniels, trying to get back ahead, which I think he did, of Louis Lovell. So Jack Daniels into 5th. Front 2 are the front 2. Elijah West starting to pull away from Harvey Ball now, so it could be a lonely drive for Harvey in 2nd, but it's going to be really close here as we've now got that 7-way battle from 3rd all the way down to the 19 car of Arthur Kaiser. So Max Thompson, Freya Bond, Jack Daniels, Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, George Beck, Arthur Kaiser. That's a really close battle in there now. All fighting for that 3rd place, and I think the 86 of George Beck might have just got the better of Oliver Dan at the back there. Arthur Kaiser, sorry. Looks like Arthur Kaiser is now back of that pack. It's the race through, tiny little curve as they come through the bus stop. Racing up the hill into the right-hander. The inside, I think Louis Lovell's just gone down. Louis Lovell has gone down to 7th there, I think now. Elijah West is comfortable up front. No chance of that changing with Harvey Ball in 2nd. And then here comes this train from the 37 of Freya Bond to Jack Daniels, Max Thompson, Oliver Dan, Louis Lovell, Arthur Kaiser, George Beck and Ethan Copland. There's nothing really there all the way through. There's a real run of cars. All the way back to the 67 of Thomas Gulliver, really. There's not much that separate all of them. So if they can all just tuck in, chase each other down, they can all improve on the current racing position. There's the 61 of Jack Daniels moving into 3rd place, ahead of Freya Bond. So Elijah West now leads from Harvey Ball. Then comes Jack Daniels and then Freya Bond. Just settling down now. A couple of minutes plus the lap to go. Yeah, the 37 Freya Bond now in 4th behind Jack Daniels at the 61 car. And then comes the 24 and 96, Oliver Dan up to 5th, Matt Thompson, then Arthur Kaiser, Louis Lovell, George Beck and Ethan Copland. So the top 10 pretty close before a second and a half gap. Back to the 22. And again, the 22 of Warren Atkins is closely followed by Charlie Dickinson and Thomas Gulliver. So the top 10 are on the chase. Front 2 looking comfortable. No change there for Elijah or Harvey, but then comes that group. Inside through midgets and contact there over the back, and that's the mistake. If you go for it, sometimes you get it wrong. I think it only cost 1 place, 1 positional place there for I think it was, let's have a look as they come round. It was the 24 of Oliver Dan, not happy, didn't lose a place, went to gain 1, didn't make that work, and then dropped back a little bit. But I'll tell you what it's done is it's given Jack Daniels a free rein at 3rd spot. Elijah West out front, Harvey Ball is then 2nd, and now Jack Daniels has got a gap back to Freya Bond in 4th. So the front 3 now looking relatively comfortable. It's then when we get back to Freya Bond that we've got the train of Max Thompson, Arthur Kaiser, Oliver Dan, Louis Lovell and Ethan Copland and George Beck back to 10th position. If anything, Harvey Ball is getting caught by Jack Daniels. Let's see what this time says as they go over here. With reducing it a little bit down to 0.71 seconds. So Elijah West has got a comfortable run here as long as he goes straight line, no mechanicals. He's looking good out front. Second and third could have a battle. Those cars are still chasing each other down. That top 10 still really close. Louis Lovell there coming through screen, followed by George Beck. And they're on the tail there of the 96. Max Thompson, the 37 of Freya Bond. So the last lap board is going to come out when Elijah West comes over the start-finish line. Forced his way to the front pretty early in this one and then has just disappeared. But the race is on for second now. The race is definitely on for second place. 40 car of Harvey Ball holding on to that from Jack Daniels in the 61. This is a race for second and third place, picked up brilliantly by our team, and a look there from Jack Daniels, and he's made that move early in the lap. This is the last lap, and a great move there to get up into second place from Jack Daniels. Took the opportunity. Harvey Ball didn't really do much wrong, but Jack saw it coming, saw the space, saw the gap, and has moved up into second place. So Jack Daniels looking to add a second to his first in heat number 2. And Harvey Ball going to add a second, third place in the 3 heats as well. So championship leader consistent. There's Elijah West with the checkered flag. There is Jack Daniels in second. There is Harvey Ball in third, and Arthur Kaiser in the 19 has held on to 4th place, with Freya Bond in 5th. First time for Freya in the top 5. And Oliver Dan picked up that 6th place. So, Elijah West from Jack Daniels, Harvey Ball, Arthur Kaiser, Freya Bond, Oliver Dan, Max Thompson, Ethan Copeland, Louis Lovell and George Beck. They made up the top 10. Really close, really from third, 4th all the way down through. That was close. There is your top 10. There's race times on the side. Fastest one for Jack Daniels with a 43.23. But Elijah knew the race was in his hands really from very early on. And then 11th was Thomas Gulliver, Warren Atkins, Charlie Dickinson, Finlay Thompson, Oakley Poulter, and then Rowan Davies. That was our 16 drivers that completed that race. Elijah West is going to find himself on the front of the grid, I'm sure. Jack Daniels is going to be up there too, as will Arthur Kaiser. And Oliver Dan won't be far off the front of the grid either. So our finals looking good for the Rotax Inters. Elijah West again is going to be the one to beat. He won rounds 1, 2 and 3. Wasn't in 4 or 5, and it looks like he's going to come back with a round 6 win. So the rescue truck's just on to rescue poor Henry Perrin, who lost power on the warm-up lap. It's a real shame, and just had to watch it from the infield. So the truck will just collect him back to the pits. That means we just have a small delay until we get into the Rotax Juniors. Good action on the replays. You can see plenty of overtaking in that heat. Like I say, once Elijah West got out front, that was in the bag, and then fair play to Harvey Ball, who was in there battling away, but Jack Daniels came through the field really from way down to get up into that second place. 13 places gained, fastest lap of the race. Maybe a few more laps. That was the move there from Jack Daniels to get past Harvey Ball into second place. Sun-drenched supporters grandstand. Everybody enjoying the weather. So Jack was the huge mover in that one. Arthur went up 4, Kaiser went up 4 places into 4th, 8 places for Oliver Dan to get up into the top 6. Warren Atkins unfortunately dropped down 10 spots into 12th, but we'll obviously get to go again once we get to the final. So just a bit of a calm, really busy pit lane. You can see that there. So the juniors are in situ, they're in place and ready to go. And then they'll be quickly followed by the Rotax 177s Max and Masters. So there we can see our juniors getting ready to come out. And the grid is going to look like Cruz Strachan and Stanley Keeley off of the front row. Aaron Clark Nixon and Theo Jones off of 2. Tyler Rackham and Archie Cannon off of 3. Ethan Hunt and Max Lovell off of 4. Alexander Stefanov, who was involved in that incident, with Lucas Nibbs off 5, Cody Longdon and Alex Rich off 6, Jesse Whitmore and Travis Rose off 7, Ethan Costins and Stanley Wyndham off 8, and then comes Albert Campbell, Connor Yu, Niccolo Posey, Max Smith, Paris Gray, Ethan Critchley, Riley Allen Hunt, Mia Haxby, Oliver Warren, Elijah Lewis and Louis Haxby. So that's how we're looking for the juniors. Heat number 3. So we're just waiting for the rescue truck to get back off. In the opening heats, there's a win in Heat 1 for Travis Rose. Cody Longdon picked up the 2nd and Ethan Costins the 3rd in that opening heat. And then in Heat number 2, it was Jesse Whitmore with the win from Max Lovell and then Stanley Williams. In the mix as well has been Nicola Posey with a 4th. Max Smith has picked up a 5th. Stanley Williams with a 3rd. Ethan Hunt has had a 5th and a 6th, so he's been consistent near the front. And Ethan Costins has obviously picked up that 3rd place as well. So Travis Rose, our championship leader, 1st in Heat 1. Didn't feature in the top 5 or 6 in Heat number 2. Ethan Costins likewise 3rd in Heat number 1, then didn't feature in the top 5 or 6 in Heat number 2. And in the championship it is Spencer Trahorn currently in 3rd, but Spencer's moved classes obviously, so he's not in the juniors anymore. So chance for somebody else to get up into that top 3. Max Lovell will be one of those drivers looking to do that. He sat in P5 in the championship. We've also got Aaron Clark Nixon, who had that unfortunate incident in the opening heat. And I'm not sure if we'll see him again. I'm not sure the car damage was too much. Hopefully it can be rectified. Ethan Critchley sat in P9. So there's a couple of drivers there that can shoot for that top 4 or 5. But just a bit of calm before the guys come out here for the heat number 3 of the juniors. So it looks like we're almost ready to go with the juniors. So 14 corners on this Forest Edge track, 1100 metres. The track's been here since 2004, so it's well established now, well established club. Busy championship every year, always 100 plus karts on track. And never more so than in the juniors. 28 registered karts in this event today. It's 27 have come out of the traps here onto the warm-up lap. The only one that we haven't seen since that opening heat is Nixon, who's involved in that incident, so a real shame. P8 in the championship. Obviously the kart damage. Well, let's hope that it was the kart damage and not that Aaron was unable to compete because of the injury. He did get an ice pack provided by the paramedics. But here we go. Let's see then. Front of that grid. It's Cruz Strachan, Stanley Kearley, and not there, I don't think. We'll move up one. Ethan Hunt, Alexander Stefan, Cody Longdon, Jesse Whitmore, Max Lovell, Archie Cannon. They make up the front of the grid. So here we go. We're off and running. We are lights out. That's the 46, 97 and 63. Cruz, Tyler and Max that race into the Haynes Loop for the first time. A little bit wide. A couple of karts have gone and have lost mass places and will end up at the back of that pack coming out of the Haynes Loop. And they'll have to go again. I think it was the 74 of Archie Cannon that was on the wrong end of whatever went on in that opening lap, opening corner through the Haynes Loop. But there are our leaders chasing up through the bus stop. It looks like Cruz Strachan is held on to the lead from Tyler Rackham and Max. Up into second, I think, coming through midgets there. Yeah, you can see Max in second, down into Climate before the left-hander to come back under. Two abreast as they come through, through Tollies over the start-finish line. Who have we got and where have we got them? Cruz Strachan out front, Max Lovell up into second, Tyler Rackham third, Ethan Hunt fourth, Alexander Stefanoff fifth, Lucas Nibbs and Jesse Whitmore, Cody Longdon, Archie Cannon and Alex Reach. They make up the top 10. And Max Lovell has gone up 7 places to get into that second spot. even, first spot now. Max up into the lead of this one. You can see the dust coming up off the grass. That's how dry it is when you get off the track here. But I tell you who's really done well in the opening couple of laps of this one is Max Lovell, who's up into the lead. 8 places gained to take the lead of this race. Great opening to the race for Max. He's out front. Tyler Rackham, Ethan Hunt, Alexander Stefanov, Drew Strachan has dropped down to 5th now. Cody Longdon up to 6th, Jesse Whitmore up to 7th. 8 places for Max Lovell gained. Looking down the order as well, Alexander Stefanov up 6, Ethan Hunt up 5, Cody Longdon up 6, Jesse Whitmore up 7, Stanley Williams up 7, 10 for Nicola Posey, Ethan Cossins up 7. So some big movers up into that top 10 who are going to start threatening the front of this grid. But Max Lovell is out front and looking good at the moment, with Tyler Rackham and Ethan Hunt in that, not in that order anymore. Ethan Hunt into 2nd, Tyler Rackham 3rd, Alexander Stefanov into 4th, Jesse Whitmore 5th. So Max, Ethan, Tyler, that's your front 3. Alexander tucked in, but again, not a lot to choose between them all at the moment. But a train of cars as they come up through the bus stop. Max has got about 8 seconds of a lead over the chasing pack, but we have a train of carts all coming up through. You can see them there. A great shot coming around midgets before they drop down into climate. Again, a bit of movement down the order, but nothing affecting the front 5 or 6. Nothing affecting Max Lovell at the minute. He's doing really well. Max Lovell out front from the 23 of Ethan Hunt. Alexander Stefanov past Tyler Rackham, but it's really close going through the Haynes Loop between those 3. Who's going to hold on to that 3rd place? And it looks like Alexander Stefanov has retained that just from Tyler Rackham, and Jesse Whitmore there to 55, chasing in 5th place. So a real tight battle between those 3. The green and black of Alexander Stefanov holding on to that 3rd place at the minute, with Tyler Rackham tucked in behind from Jesse Whitmore, Cody Longdon, Stanley Williams, Nicola Posey, Ethan Cossins and Stanley Kearley. They make up the top 10, but you can see on the timings that's a gap between each car. There is no gap really between each car, so this is a close one. And if anything, Max's lead's going to be down a little bit here. Yeah, it's less than half a second now back to Ethan from Alexander Stefanov. Then comes Tyler Rackham. So front 2, then there's a little chasing pack of 4, then there's a pack of 3, a little lonely drive thereafter. But we have racing. That's Alexander Stefanov on screen, currently holding on to 3rd place from Jesse Whitmore. He's now moved up into 4th place ahead of Tyler Rackham. So again, a bit of a positional change after the front 2, but the front 6, 7, 8, 9, not a lot to choose really between all of them. But Max out front from Ethan. That's your front 2. Then comes Tyler Rackham, Alexander Stefanov from the 55 of Jesse Whitmore. Then comes Tyler Rackham behind Cody Longdon now, with Stanley Williams and Ethan Cossins making up the top 8. Plenty of movers early on in this one. We are 2.5 minutes to go. This race seems to have flown by, as again we're just developing little pockets of 2. Max and Ethan out front, Alexander and Jesse in 2nd and 3rd, and 3rd and 4th, sorry, then Cody and Tyler in 5th and 6th. A couple of pockets of 2 cars racing. And a move, no, Jesse Whitmore tried to get the better of Alexander Stefanov up into midgets, but couldn't make it work. Jesse Whitmore now back into 3rd. Alexander Stefanov just got to settle. No, lost the position out there. I think to Cody Longdon, the 93, yeah. Cody moves up into 4th behind Jesse, Ethan and Max, 1, 2 and 3. So really pushing Alexander Stefanov to try and get the better, but losing out. And that's the chance you take if you put that move in. So back into 5th for Alexander Stefanov now, losing out to Cody Longdon and Jesse Whitmore in those last couple of laps. You can see the distinctive black and green there of Alexander as he races up the hill. So we have yellows coming down into Climate and Tollies. We've got the yellow flags out at the moment. The 46 car is stranded. That's Crew Strachan's car just next to us here in the comms box. That's why we've got the yellows out. We've still got yellows out. Is there an incident down at the bottom as well that I can't see because I'm looking the other way? I look out at the front, I look up towards midgets and Climate and Tollies. Haynes Loop on my right, but I can't see down into the Winger's Dip. I don't know if somebody's come off there. Timing will tell us in good time. Here. Contact warnings in this one, you know. immense amount of contact warnings actually. So Cruz we know we've lost. I can see Cruz's kart to the right of the commentary box here. I think we might see a couple of penalties coming out in this one. And again we'll review, there's the 46 karts. That's Cruz Strachan there. So we've got yellows across the board at the minute. Trying to see what has gone on here. Contact warnings being thrown in this one. We are green to go with. We're going to have a 2-lap race here. With Max Lovell lead in the way from Ethan Hunt, Jesse Whitmore in third. So our running order at the moment. So we are on a 2-lap race after those yellows. Max Lovell, Ethan Hunt, Jesse Whitmore, Cody Longden, Alexander Stefanov, Stanley Williams, Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham, Nicola Posey and Stanley Kearley. That makes up our top 10. Oh, plenty of curb there in second place for Ethan Hunt, I think that was. Manages to control it. We've got greens across the board. Travis Rose in 11, Lucas Nibbs 12, Alex Roach, Connor Yu, Ethan Critchley up to 15. And then Elijah Lewis, Archie Cannon, Louis Haxby, Albert Campbell and Paris Gray make up the top 20. So let's focus in, 1 lap to go. Louis Lovell still holding on to this lead. Jesse Whitmore and Ethan Hunt throwing karts at each other in second and third, and there's contact. And I think that's Alexander Stefanov. Is it has come off? Not for the first time, and they're not going anywhere. We've got 2 karts in the Haynes Loop, and we'll know who they are come the end of the race. But they are stuck together and there is no moving. Let's keep an eye as they're coming up the slope now. Max Lovell, Ethan Hunt, Jesse Whitmore. That's your front 3. That's what you can see on screen at the moment. 2, 3 corners to go here. It looks like Max has done enough. He's been out front for the majority of this race. Adds a win to a second in the heats. Who's going to pick up second place on a race to the line? It is Ethan Hunt in the 23, followed by Jesse Whitmore in the 55. So those 2 guys have been consistent, that's for sure. Ethan Cossins picked up 4th. Again, some consistency from Ethan. Cody Longden picked up 5th place to add to his second in the opening heat. And then it was Tyler Rackham, Travis Rose. Got up into 7th in the end, Travis, Stanley Kearley, Lucas Nibbs, Ethan Critchley. That made up our top 10. And then it was Nicola Posey, Alex Roach, Connor Yu, Archie Cannon, Elijah Lewis, Louis Haxby, Albert Campbell, Paris Gray, Riley Allen Hunt, Max Smith, Mia Haxby, Alexander Stefanov was involved in that, and I think with Stanley Williams, Oliver Warren and unfortunate Cruz Strachan, who we lost earlier on in the race next to our comms box here. So, consistency for Ethan Hunt in second and Jesse Whitmore in third. They've picked up top 6s in all 3 heats. Max Lovell adds a 1st to his second. Cody Longden adds a 5th to his second as well. And Ethan Cossins with a 3rd and a 4th. We'll see them feature near the front of the grid in this final, but pretty exciting out front. Plenty for the camera team to pick up on and follow, which I think they did. Caught everything here. 46 doing well in the beginning of the race. Cruz Strachan out front. The heat early on, and then whether it was a contact, a grass track in there from Cruz that lost a couple of places, whether it was contact or whether it was just a moment there, just kind of running a bit wide. Alexander Stefanov always seems to be in the action. Alexander Stefanov again tangled going through the Haynes Loop towards the end of that race. I think it was with Stanley Williams. So just rescue truck out again. Now I'm going to keep tabs on that because I think we had quite a few penalties in that one, quite a few warnings in that one. Whether they'll result in penalties or not, I don't know. There's the unfortunate Cruz Strachan, who was at the front of the field there for a little while, just getting escorted back to the pits. Didn't end well, started really well, just didn't end that well. But our 3 heat winners in the juniors was Travis Rose in heat 1, Jesse Whitmore in heat 2 and Max Lovell in heat 3. And then we had second places for Cody Longden, Max Lovell again and Ethan Hunt. And third places for Ethan Cossins, Jesse Whitmore and Stanley Kearley. So our seniors are out next. Second busiest grid of the day. as they all fight for points now to get themselves into a good position. Luke Richards, Corey Stevens, Lucas Rees, Roman Vickery, Noah McNicholas, Zach Burke, Nick Gorzalidis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Cian Downer, Championship leader Will Aldis, Oliver Gussman, Ollie White, Alexander Colantuano, Bobby Rosier, Spencer Trahorn, Ben Ballou, Jody Whitmore, Ethan Miles, Harry Smith, James Watson, Freddie Snelling, Daniel Varlin, Ben Hicks and Niam Note. That's our 24 karts due out on track. Will Aldis, of course, championship leader, and Ben Hicks, Luke Richards, they're all in the mix. Luke hasn't featured in the top 5 or 6, top 5 so far. Neither has Ben, and Will just with that 3rd place. So some different winners and some different people making a bit of a noise today. Spencer Trahorn won Heat 1, Bobby Rosier won Heat 2. 2nd places for Cian Downer and James Watson, and 3rd places for Oliver Gussman and Will Aldis, and we've also got a 4th as well. So Oliver, the only driver, I think, in those opening 2 heats to finish in the top 5 twice. And seniors is going to see Zach Burke and Bobby Rosier off the front of the grid, Ben Ballou and Roman Vickery off of 2, Freddie Snelling and Noah McNicholas off of 3, Ben Hicks and Luke Richards off of 4, Cian Downer and Will Aldis off of 5, Oliver Gussman and Ethan Miles off of 6, Byron Sly Hewitt and Lucas Reeves off of 7, Spencer Trahorn and Niam Note off of 8, then comes James Watson, Alexander Colantuano, followed by Corey Stevens, Nick Gorzalidis, and then Daniel Varlin and Harry Smith at the rear of the rolling start. So last heat for the seniors. Last chance to get some points on the board in a bid to get themselves to near the front of that starting rolling grid for the final. Here we go, we're off and running. First time of asking, and it is the 20, the 49 and the 57. Zach, Bobby and Ben have made great starts. Going a little bit wide there though. Who was that? Was that Bobby? It was going wide. It was the 49 of Bobby Rosier, so he was in the mix into Haynes Loop, but well out of it coming out into Johnny's. Dropped way down, well, not way down the field, but was pushing the front 2 or 3 and has now dropped back into the middle of the pack. So work to do for Bobby Rosier after a bright start, and off up into midgets. I'm sure there was contact there. I'm sure there's some contact. And they're going to get back on. We shall see who that was in a second. The 57 of Ben Ballou takes lead of the race from Zach Burke, with Luke Richards, Roman Vickery, Will Aldis, Bobby Rosier. Recovered for 6th, that's not bad at all. Ben Hicks in 7, Oliver Gussman 8, Byron Sly Hewitt 9, Spencer Trahorn makes up the top 10. Just trying to figure who we've lost up there. Looks like we've lost Noah McNicholas up in midgets there, which is a real shame. But everyone else on the yellows, we've got reds as well. Karts off track in the middle of the circuit as well, looking a bit uncomfortable. Again, I can't clock what number that is. Maybe the guys can pick up on that in a minute. I think they're going to stop on the start-finish line here. Can't quite see who that is. Freddie Snelling maybe in the middle of the circuit there in the white helmet, just hunched over by the blue bollard. So we bring everybody to a standstill on the start-finish line. Suit. Is that Freddie Snelling? Possibly. Noah Nicholas we lost as well. So 2 karts lost on that opening lap. Both will have to go to safety, and their karts won't get taken off at this stage. So I don't envisage we'll take the seniors off here. I think the seniors will stay on. The pause buttons have been hit at 5:54, so only a minute or so gone on that one before those incidents that has drawn us to a close. So again, just up in midgets, I think that's Noah McNicholas I can see up there. I think we're going to get the rescue car out just for the track that's in the centre of the circuit. See if we can just see on the replay of the opening of this one. It's a bit hectic. You'll see Bobby Rosier started really well, but then they're just gone wide. Recovered to get back into 6th. Really lively, going wider, taking a really wide line there. Anything the cause. Yeah, don't always, early on we don't always catch the act because so much going on in those opening couple of laps. Everyone's so close, you're just trying to focus in on pockets of karts. You don't always see the main incident. But yeah, that looks like Noah McNicholas has come off in the middle of the circuit, which I think means that Freddie Snelling is off up in midgets. So just a bit of calm then, just a bit of downtime while we rescue those two karts. And drivers into a safe position with marshals all behind barriers, well out of the way. So thanks for staying with us. You'll still see our sponsors rolling across the bottom of the screen, always on there. KD Kart Store is the one you can see now. Let's specialise in products from most classes, and there is all of the Forest Edge socials: Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, website and email address. Get in touch if you're keen to get involved in any way, shape or form at the club here. Good to hear from you. Enjoying the racing today. We are going to tentatively get these karts moving again while they're heading into the pits. Yes, they are. So everybody off track, back into the pits. So I think we'll move on to the 177s, and we will just delay by one race the seniors. Again, didn't really get going then, did we? We had a lap or so before the incidents, and again we won't be racing out here for a minute or two because the rescue truck is just up in midgets. I think that's just getting Freddie Snelling off track. I think it's actually the furthest point away from my eyes, so I can't quite make it out, but hopefully both the karts and drivers are okay. So we'll move on, and as we've got on screen there, we'll move on to round 22, heat 3 of the 177s. In the opening couple of exchanges, we had two good heats this morning. Obviously these guys raced together, even though they've got two separate classes. In the Rotax Maxes, it was race wins for Sophie Jeffrey and Matt Jones, and then it was second places for Sophie Jeffrey and Matt Jones, so those two dominated the front two positions. And then likewise, in third and fourth was Kieran Thompson, and in fourth and third was Callum Brockhorse, so those two exchanged third and fourth places as well. And then down in the Rotax Masters, it was a win for Daniel Hammett and a win for Marcus Basley. Second place for Daniel Hammett and Marcus Basley, so they traded positions in the opening two. But then we had a mixture of drivers getting third, fourth and fifth finishes in Carl Churchill, Scott Collins and Neil Hemming. So yeah, it's tight. Daniel Hammett is the championship leader for the Masters. Neil Hemming is in second, Scott Collins in third, so they're all racing today. They're all in action. And then in the Maxes, Matt Jones is leading the way from Sophie Jeffrey in the championship. They're both here. There's only 19 points separating those two, and as they've exchanged finishing places, this is really tight in terms of the championship going into the culmination of round 6, which we're in today. And Samuel Cook isn't here today, but Samuel has picked up a couple of race wins and a second place in the opening 5 rounds, but not here, and we're in racing action today. So a chance for somebody else maybe to get up there into the top 3 in the championship. So we've just got the paramedic heading back over into position over on the left-hand side of the circuit, just to the side of the bus stop. We have a paramedic positioned over on the left-hand side of the circuit. We have a paramedic in the right-hand side of the circuit in near the pits. So evenly positioned to get to anywhere as quick as they need to get there. Okay, so here we go. Just taking the opportunity to grab a quick drink. A bit of silence for 2 seconds before we head back out. So come on, Cruise. Nice shout out on our YouTube comment, which is great. Cody Longdon is cheating, says Isaac Welsh Racing. Well, I can't confirm or deny that. Go Alex, my top guy from Doormat76. Doormat76 as well. Love from Tel Aviv. Another message for come on, Cruise. So, a couple of shout outs for Cruise. Thanks for your engagement there, guys, as we move into our 177 Max and Masters. You can see on the left hand side of the screen the runners and riders we've got in this one. We've got five in one category registered, and maybe we're not going to see Simon Trainell's in there. So Frankie Dowling is the one that was registered to race today but hasn't appeared. So we've got 4 in the Rotax Maxes and we've got 6 in the Rotax Masters. We're off and racing, and a feisty start going into that first turn, and 73 kart of Kieran Thompson was the loser there. Ended up going across the grass a little bit back on at the rear of the field. Carl Churchill, Scott Collins, Simon Trainell, Sophie Jeffrey, Kieran Thompson, Daniel Hammett, Matt Jones, Marcus Basley, Callum Brockhorst and Neil Hemming. They are our drivers, they're our racers. That's who we've got going on. It's Carl Churchill out front, you can see that there. I think from Simon Trainell in second place at the moment. We'll just wait for the dust to settle a little bit, or is it Sophie Jeffrey in there in second place? It might well be Sophie Jeffrey tucked into second. I think it is. So these two, Carl Churchill, Sophie Jeffrey leading the way, different classes, but are the two out front. Daniel Hammett in third, Scott Collins fourth, Matt Jones in fifth, Marcus Basley, Neil Hemming, Callum Brockhorst, Kieran Thompson and Simon Trainell. That is your top 10. That is how we're looking at the moment. You can see the different colour plates. That highlights the different classes. The black numbers, they're the Rotax Masters. So at the moment in the Masters, Carl Churchill's leading the way from Daniel Hammett and Scott Collins. That's the top 3. And in the Rotax Maxes, Sophie Jeffrey leading the way from Matt Jones back in 5th and Callum Brockhorst down in 8th. So it's a tight one between Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey battling out for the Rotax Maxes. So Matt's going to want to get his way up in that 87 kart through the field. He's up into 3rd place, exactly as we were saying. So Carl Churchill leading the way from Sophie Jeffrey, Matt Jones, Daniel Hammett, Marcus Basley. But like I say, keep tabs on the colour of the number, because that dictates the 2 different classes. So anybody with a black number, they're in competition and championship, and likewise the drivers in white number. So we could see a race here develop between Sophie Jeffrey and Matt Jones. Likewise, if Daniel Hammett can get past Matt and Sophie and up to challenge Carl. Whoa, it's a spin. I think that Sophie Jeffrey has gone off, and I think that was with Carl Churchill, was it not? Up at midgets, there's Sophie getting out of the car. Does that mean game over in this heat for Sophie? It might well do. I think it was Carl Churchill that also came off worst. Yeah, it was. All the way to the back goes Carl Churchill. Sophie Jeffrey has got moving again. Sophie Jeffrey's got that kart running, but what that does is it gives us a completely different picture at the front of the grid now, the front of the race. Matt Jones and Daniel Hammett now our 2 leaders. Daniel Hammett being chased down by Marcus Basley and Scott Collins. They, of course, are all Masters 177 Masters drivers. Matt Jones out front. There's no challenge there until you go back to 6th and 7th for Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson. And in terms of the championship battle, that could well have just played into Matt Jones's hands a little bit, as he leads the way here from Daniel Hammett, Marcus Basley, Scott Collins, Neil Hemming, Callum Brockhorst. No change in the order there, although Carl Churchill has got ahead of Simon Trinall and is working his way back through the field. He's got a lot to do to get back near the front. And I think Sophie Jeffrey might have just got off of the track and gone back into Parc Ferme. Yeah, I think we've lost Sophie from the remainder of this race, which is a real shame. Again, we'll maybe try and chuck a replay at you at the end of this heat to see if we can see what happened there. But what has happened is it's given Matt Jones free rein out front in that 87 car, leading the 177 Max Series. He's going to be leading on the day as well. And then we have a little cluster of 177 Masters in behind, with Daniel Hammett leading the way from Marcus Basley, Neil Hemming and Scott Collins. All those guys are battling away for lead of this race in terms of their class, and a top 3 finish in the heat itself. And Matt Jones really has got free rein here now, because Callum Brockhorst in the 89 and Kieran Thompson in the 73, they're 6th and 7th on track and not close enough to challenge Matt. So Matt pretty much has a free run here. I think an interesting subplot is going to be what Carl Churchill can achieve from back where he is. Can he get up to challenge? In terms of race times, pretty clear to see. 41s for the first 6 drivers, and then 42s. Actually, Carl Churchill's just gone past Kieran Thompson up into 7th with a 41.36. So Carl is working his way through the field. That is happening at the minute. That's the SC plate of Daniel Hammett and Marcus Basley. That's your 2nd and 3rd drivers there. Matt Jones is out front with a bit of fresh air. This is a battle for the lead of the Masters in this race, the 177 Masters. And 2nd and 3rd on track. So fastest time is a 41.02 from Matt Jones. He's out front with fresh air. He's got 2 minutes and a lap to go on this one. Bit of movement as the SC plate of Daniel Hammett and Marcus Basley really trading blows as they go through Tollies into the Haynes Loop there, but settles down now. That's the 11 car of Marcus Basley chasing down Daniel Hammett. Neil Hemming and Scott Collins still tucked into 4th and 5th, before Callum Brockhorst now going to start coming under pressure, I think, from Carl Churchill. So obviously 2 races in 1. Matt Jones has got this race comfortable at the moment. Daniel Hammett and Marcus Basley are having a great race for supremacy in their class in this one. They're 2nd and 3rd in the heat, but 1st and 2nd in their class. It's still Daniel Hammett, championship leader, leading from the 11 of Marcus Basley, who's really impressed today, with a 2nd and a 1st in the 2 heats that have gone already, and is here pushing for, again, a top 3. So Neil Hemming in 4th, Scott Collins in 5th. Neil Hemming, of course, it's that 2nd in the championship. Scott Collins just behind him is 3rd in the championship. So it's all pretty close in this one. We've got a minute, so we're on a 2.5 lap race here. Matt Jones out front, and a nice battle between Daniel Hammett and Marcus Basley there in 2nd and 3rd. And like I say, battling for a lead of their class, as well as 2nd and 3rd on track. So as they come over to start finish line, we've got 2 laps to go on this one. Might even be 3 if the guys get a wriggle on. We may see a 3 lap race still. Daniel Hammett there and Marcus Basley on screen. 2 177 Masters drivers, so they're fighting for 2nd place on track, but 1st place in their class. Then following them is Neil Hemming and Scott Collins, so 4 Masters drivers in a run before we get Callum Brockhorst, the 2nd of the Max drivers. Matt Jones obviously leading the way, comfortable out front. And then Carl Churchill still pushing Carl, trying to get back up a little bit closer and gain some positions on track. So yeah, we've got a 2 lap race on our hands here. With 3 seconds to go. Matt crosses the start finish line, so 2 lap race. 16 car still pushing, still trying to reduce that gap between himself and Callum Brockhorst. We'd have to get past Callum then to be able to get near to Scott and Neil in his class. But Matt comfortable out front, about a 3-second lead for Matt. Daniel and Marcus go through the bus stop, race up towards midgets. That's what you can see on screen. That's the battle for second on track, first in class. So Matt looking pretty comfortable as he comes round to take the last lap board. So Matt's to throw away now, he's looking comfortable out front. This is the battle here for second on track and first in class. That's what's kept us intrigued for this race. Carl Churchill still pushing, but I don't think he's got enough laps to get back up into a higher position in the 7th that he finds himself in. We obviously lost Kieran Thompson and Sophie Jeffrey, which is a shame in this one. But it does look like Matt Jones is going to take his second race win on the trot, following that second in the opening one. But it's still close there between Daniel Hammett and Marcus Basley. They're battling for the win in their class and second place on track. Let's keep an eye on them. Matt's got it in the bag. Matt's going to take this third heat. Across the start finish line he comes, and it looks like Daniel Hammett will hold on. Really close though, nothing to choose between the two of them. But it is Daniel Hammett that collects the win from Marcus Basley. And again, they've traded positions out front. Neil Hemming picked up the third. Scott Collins got the fourth. And Carl Churchill got the fifth. And second place in the Maxes was, here we go. Oh, only got a half a screen there. Even I can't work it out. There we go. Excellent stuff. Matt Jones took the win, and then second place dropped down there to 6th, where you can see the 89 of Callum Brockhorst. Second place, and then third was Kieran Thompson. And fourth place was Carl Churchill, who recovered to finish 5th in his class. So it was a 1, 2, 3 of Matt Jones, Callum Brockhorst, Kieran Thompson, and then it was a 1, 2, 3 of Daniel Hammett, Marcus Basley. Great race from them two. And then Neil Hemming in third, Scott Collins fourth, and Carl Churchill 5th. So that's how the races have finished for the 177s. Again, plenty of action, some close stuff going on. That was the contact, and was it Sophie? The handout from Carl there suggests it might have been Sophie, he felt, caused the contact that pushed them both off. It did end Sophie's race, but it didn't end the race of Carl, who got back on track to finish. So I think we are going to see again another attempt at our seniors. Indeed we do. So this race stopped because of that incident earlier on, but we get to go again. So Zach Burke, Bobby Rosier off the front, Roman Vickery and Ben Ballou off of row 2, Noah McNicholas and Ben Hicks off of 3, Luke Richards and Cian Downer off of 4, Will Aldis and Ethan Miles off of 5, Oliver Gussman and Ben Slyhugh off of 6, Niam Note and Lucas Reeves off of 7, then comes Spencer Trahorn, James Watson, Alexander Colantuano, Corey Stevens, Nick Gorzalidis, Harry Smith and Daniel Varlan. Everybody's in position, everybody's ready to go, everybody's in formation, lights are going to go out. And we are off and running on this third heat, and it is the kart 20 of Zach Burke that's held it going in there onto the grass. Hopefully he can keep going and get back on. And a big incident in the Haynes Loop. I'm not sure if the guys caught that on screen, but 3 or 4 karts have gone off. There we go, there's our runners and riders in this one. On the left hand side of the screen, Zach Burke, Bobby Rosier, Ben Ballou, Noah McNicholas, but we did lose some karts there going through the Haynes Loop. Lost a bit of what was going on. We lost some of the drivers. I think we've only got one stranded, have we? Yes, we have a kart stranded. That's a shame. So the yellows are going to come out as they come over the start-finish line here. 20 of Zach Burke leading the way from Bobby Rosier, Ben Ballou, Noah McNicholas, Ben Hicks, Niam Note, Oliver Gussman, James Watson, Spencer Trahorn and Roman Vickery. They make up the top 10. Looks like Luke Richards and Will Aldis we have lost, which is a real shame to lose the championship leader early on in this one. That's a real shame, but let's concentrate on what we can see on track. Going up into midgets, we have 3 abreast going through there. You can see that, and it looks like Zach Burke isn't going to be leading when he comes out of it. Looks like Bobby Rosier is going to be leading as he comes out from Ben Ballou, and Zach Burke now in 3rd. The yellows and slows are out as we have a kart stranded. So, but we did have some movement there. Bobby Rosier moved up into the lead from Ben Ballou, Zach Burke, Noah McNicholas, Ben Hicks, Liam Note, Oliver Gusman, James Watson, Spencer Trahorn and Roman Vickery. They make up the top 10. Then comes Corey Stevens, Daniel Varlin, Lucas Reeves, Cian Downer, Nick Gorzalidis, Alexander Colantuano, Ben Sly, Byron Sly Hewitt, Harry Smith, Ethan Miles. So it looks like we've lost. Will Alders back in the mix. I think Luke Richards is out. Will just way down, but is back in the running. Let's see if this is the 30 car of Will Aldis. Yeah, so Will still up and running, looks to the heavens as he comes over. Will he continue or will he go into the pits? Let's have a look. So into the pits goes Will Aldis. That's a real shame. That's his race done. He's not going to be adding to that third place that he had in heat number 2. That's going to give him a tough grid start, I think, for the final. I think we do just need to rescue a car which is positioned on the Haynes loop at this side of the barrier. So I don't think we can leave that there. I think we see a couple of marshals making their way over. They get a bit of a trot on now. I think they'll lift that car over and out of the way. Just keep everybody else on the go slow for the minute. Bobby Rosier was the big mover, and Ben Ballou, when we before we reached these yellows, got in the better of Zach Burke as they came through Climate before Tollies. Gusman, I can see up there in 7th, was a big move in the last one, so we've still got some slow and yellow boards out. The guys can't change position, they've got to stay in single file, they've got to stay in the position they are currently in. Hands in the air there from one of the marshals as to say, you guys have got to slow down. We have marshals out on track trying to rescue that car. So what it's done is it's going to curtail this race. We aren't going to see 7 minutes of race action. I think the car is free now. I think we are going to be good to go any moment. We'll get this race back underway. We're going to see 3.5 minutes plus the lap. Once they come over the start-finish line, we're going to keep them on yellows until they get to Climate, I think. Yeah, once they come round, I know we're still on yellows here. And it's going to be green on the start-finish line. So they're just going to stay under yellows as they come round midgets and through Climate. And then once they turn left at Tollies and come over the start-finish line, so will any of these front runners make a break for it? Will they anticipate early? They'll see the green flag from the start marshal as they come round Climate, so they'll have that in their eye line. Yep, Bobby Rosier, foot down as he comes through. Just steals half a second or so over Ben Ballou, Zach Burke and Noah McNicholas. So those 4 are the front 4 as there's again sideways movement through Haynes Loop. Thankfully everybody stays on. Front 4 have stolen a little bit of a gap then from the chasing 5. So Bobby Rosier, Ben Ballou, Zach Burke and Noah McNicholas have stolen a bit of a gap over Ben Hicks, Liam Note, Oliver Gusman, James Watson and Spencer Trahorn. So through the bus stop they go, single file through there as they race up towards midgets into the right-hander. We are green to go, back and full racing. We're going to have a short race. It's going to be a sprint race, 2 minutes plus the lap. Here we go, Bobby Rosier over the start-finish line, chased by Ben Ballou. It's been a story of a couple of laps in races gone this morning already. Zach Burke, Noah McNicholas, Ben Hicks, Liam Note, Oliver Gusman, James Watson, Spencer Trahorn and Roman Vickery. That's your top 10, that's how we're looking. Corey Stevens, Daniel Varlin, Lucas Reeves, they're just outside the top 10 at the moment. But Bobby Rosier and Ben Ballou just starting to pull away a little bit from Zach Burke as they race up the hill through the bus stop as they aim for midgets, trying to carry as much speed as they can. And as Bobby Rosier lost the lead, I think he has, yep, to Ben Ballou's got himself up into the lead of this race, almost contact as they come through Tollies. So back into the lead goes Ben Ballou of this heat. Bobby Rosier, Zach Burke, Noah McNicholas, Ben Hicks, Spencer Trahorn up past Oliver Gusman from 8th into 7th as that really pushed out Oliver Gusman. I think there has lost 3 or 4 more places and has dropped down the pecking order. That will become apparent as they come around. But there's your front 2. Ben Ballou now the leader of this race from Bobby Rosier. Zach Burke still in 3rd, bit of a gap then back to Noah McNicholas in 4th. Ben Hicks, Liam Note, Spencer Trahorn, Oliver Gusman has dropped out of the top 10, I think, at this stage. So the front 2 really going at it. That's allowing Zach Burke just to catch back up and get involved in the front running of this heat. It is still that order. Ballou, Rosier, Burke, McNicholas. That's the order. Then comes Hicks, Note, Trahorn, Gusman, Watson and Vickery. That's your top 10. But we have a front 3 now. Noah McNicholas is going to be hoping he can just keep tabs just on the left-hand side of your screen there. That's your front 3. That's your front 2. Ben Ballou, Bobby Rosier. Zach Burke isn't a million miles away. Noah McNicholas is working hard just to try and stay in touch with those front 3 before we then have that pack of karts, and there's movement again. 3 abreast going through midgets at the top there. That could have been chaos. It wasn't. It settled thankfully. But again, a big move from, I think, Spencer Trahorn. Gains a spot over the 84 of Ben Hicks as they go through Tollies into the Haynes Loop. But that's your leaders. That's Ben Ballou, Bobby Rosier and Zach Burke. That's your front 3. Noah McNicholas is then just in a little gap on his own before we go back to Liam Noto, Spencer Trahorn, Ben Hicks and James Watson. So we have a 3, a 1 and then a 4 in the battle for the lead of this race. We are on the last lap. And this is going to be the flag. And it is going to be, by the look of it, a win for a curtailed short race, this one. Such a shame. Ben Ballou over the 49 of Bobby Rosier. Such a shame that race was cut short, because that could have been an excellent race. Ben Ballou does take that checkered flag from Bobby Rosier with Zach Burke in 3rd. Noah McNicholas picked up that 4th spot. There you go, Ben Ballou from Bobby Rosier, Zach Burke, Noah McNicholas, Liam Note picked up that 5th spot. 2nd, 5th on the trot. Spencer Trahorn, Ben Hicks, James Watson, Roman Vickery, Oliver Gusman recovered to finish 10th. And then Kean Downer, Nick Gould's Alexander Colantuano, Lucas Reeves, Corey Stevens, Harry Smith in 17th is Byron Sly Hewitt, Daniel Varlan, and then come Will Aldis, Ethan Miles, Luke Richards. So excellent stuff out front from Ben Ballou, getting the better of Bobby Rosier in that very short race. Such a shame that was a short heat, because I think that was going to be an exciting one. I didn't see it in its full glory, unfortunately. And then Zach Burke held on to 3rd with Noah McNicholas in 4th, and then it was Liam Note who picks up 2nd, 5th place. So in terms of the grid start for that final, I think Bobby Rosier looking good for a front running position. Liam Note is not going to be a million miles away, nor's Oliver Gusman. Even though he ended up going wide through the Haynes Loop, he recovered to finish in 10th. Adds that to his 3rd and 4th. So it's been a pretty even split on who's finished where in this class today. In the seniors, we've had people all over the place, but it's really only Bobby Rosier, Liam Note and Oliver Gusman and Ben Ballou, who's had a 1st and a 5th, that are going to find themselves guaranteed near the front of that as they work out the finishing order. So again, such a shame that was a short heat. It was looking like it was going to be a belt up, but it's just ended up coming up short because of that incident. And we've just got the rescue truck out now for the moment. So we're just waiting now for the KZs and the Superkarts, and again a smaller grid here for these guys, so we'll just wait for them to all get themselves together. We've just got the rescue truck out, just saving a couple of karts, so it's a 5-minute heat for the KZs and the Superkarts before we go again. Opportunity just to have a quick drink. Out they come. We are going to see Jack Price and Reese Paget-Lowe. They're the only 2 drivers for the 125 KZs, and they finished in that order in both heats. Reese Paget-Lowe unfortunately got the start wrong in the last one, and that let Jack Price just disappear off into the distance. And in our Superkarts, we have 4 karts on track: Daniel Buckland, Chris Morris, Steve Haskell and Matthew Duncan. We've had a couple of race wins, Chris Morris with one, Matthew Duncan with one. Matthew Duncan also picked up a second place, as did Chris Morris, so they've traded first and second in their two heats. A couple of third places for Steve Haskell and a couple of fourths for Daniel Buckland. It's Daniel Buckland that was leading the championship coming into this, so Steve Haskell might have something to say about that come the end of this one. We shall see. So a little bit easier to commentate on the, well, I say easier, it's actually more difficult when you've got less karts on tracks. There's more less to talk about, but easier to spot who's where and what. So what we really need in this one again is for Reece Paget-Lowe to make the gate and get out ahead of Jack Price going into the Haynes Loop. That would be a real bonus from a viewing perspective. So super quick, Jack Price. It's the 54 of Chris Morris leading the way from Daniel Buckland, Matthew Duncan, Steve Haskell. Back on the grid, so lights are going to go out on this one, and away we go. And again, it's a sketchy start, unfortunately for Reece Paget-Lowe, drops to the back of the field, which means Jack Price has fresh air. There's a bit of a jump start for Jack Price there. Maybe what when the start markers out on the grid was indicating, but for the minute I'm not too sure. All I know is Jack Price is out front and is away. At the moment I think we've got Chris Morris in second. Looks like Matthew Duncan in 73 in third place. Reece Paget-Lowe in fourth. We've got all the karts on our timing there on the right. There's a 73 car out there in the shape of Matthew Duncan, currently holding on to a second position. So it would appear the transponder on 73 Matthew Duncan just not registering yet. I'm sure it will as the race develops, but it doesn't appear to be at the minute. It's not on my screen. Transponder has fallen off, I'm being told by my team in the comms box. We've got a couple of karts up there on midgets as well. Don't lose any more karts from this race, please. It's going to end up being a match race. I think we have lost somebody up there at the top. Is that Chris Morris that's come off at midgets? And Duncan is transponderless as well. So we have 3.5 minutes plus a lap here to talk about something. And let's talk about Jack Price. 38.07 fastest lap so far for him. 39.44 for Reece Paget-Lowe, who's got himself into second on track. 38.07 now for Jack Price. 38.81 for Reece Paget-Lowe, getting quicker. That's Reece Paget-Lowe on screen, trying to chase down his 125kz opponent, shall we say, in Jack Price. 42 of Daniel Buckland. Steve Haskell is in third. I think Matthew Duncan has dropped down now to 6th, I think. Looks like Chris Morris might have got his kart going. No, he hasn't just yet. He's trying to get it going up there near midgets. See on the right hand side, looks a small white dot. That's Jack Price, he's leading the way. I'll tell you what, Reece Paget-Lowe has just gone quicker than Jack Price. That's something to talk about. Jack Price has got a 38.07. Reece Paget-Lowe has just done a 37.98. So if only he hadn't got the start wrong. I say wrong, obviously when something went wrong at the start, I'm not pinning it on him. It was a very slow start from him. And that's put him behind his teammate by about, his opponent by about 5 or 6 seconds. Kart running as he bump started it. He has, Speedway fashion. He's managed to bump start the kart and get it going so he can A, get himself off track, or B, finish the race. But either way, the 54 of Chris Morris is up and running. Let's see if he can continue that or whether he'll pull in the pits here. Still a 6-second gap between Jack Price and Reece Paget-Lowe. He's continuing. Well done, Chris Morris. He's got himself back in the race. I don't know what position Matthew Duncan is because he's back on the grass. He can continue. Is that going to be a stop? Can he keep going? And he's kept going. What that has done is put him right to the back of the field, so I know he's in last place. Gets past, that won't affect his lap time. So Jack Price has now done a 37.94 and gone quickest. Reece Paget Lowe with a 37.98. So both nothing to choose between the two of them. 6 seconds on track. In terms of their race times, they're both going toe to toe. Very disjointed race, this one. Chris Morris has got himself going again. Duncan doesn't have a transponder, that's why he's not on the screen. Race time's going to be lap time's going to be down a little bit, yeah, just in the 38s. So 37.88 now for Jack Price. He's gone even quicker than he did before, so he's lowering it with everyone. Where is he on the track? Just trying to clock him. So we're going to be on a 2-lap race. Where's he going to get around in time? 9-8 seconds. He's only just coming through midgets. So we are going to be on a 1-lapper here. 1 lap left to race on this one. Nice, picking off the tailgaters, back markers as he comes round. So 1 lap to go. Last lap, Jack Price is going to win. Reece Paget Lowe is going to come in second. Really, I've got no idea. No idea with the Superkarts. I think it's going to be Steve Haskell who's going to pick up first place for the first time in the heats for him. Daniel Buckland looks like he's going to get second. I think it's going to be Chris Morris. Got himself up and running. No, it'll be Matthew Duncan in third. I think won't get pinions for his transponder dropping off, I don't think. So here we go, across the start finish line comes Jack Price. He crosses the line first, he's done and dusted. Reece Paget Lowe will be in second place. That's the front two for the 125 KZs. And then I think it was Steve Haskell in first. And then came Daniel Buckland, Chris Morris. I think Matthew Duncan might have picked up that 5th place, but his transponder fell off. So he didn't get his times. So whether that penalises him into 6th. Not sure on that regulation, I'll have to look into that one. But what I do know is it's been a pretty mixed bag for the Superkarts. It's been straight running for Jack Price and Reece Paget Lowe, first and second in every heat. But it's been a real mix. We have heat winners in Chris Morris, Matthew Duncan and Steve Haskell. We have second places in Matthew Duncan, Chris Morris and Daniel Buckland. We have third places for Steve Haskell twice and Matthew Duncan, and a couple of 4th places for Daniel Buckland and one for Chris Morris. So anything could give in the running order of that one. I wouldn't like to call it. So our last of the heats is going to be the 210 National Challenge. There it goes, guys. Will be coming out shortly to complete their 3rd heat. That is then ready to go there in the pits. So out come the 210 round 24. This will be round 24 of the 210 National Challenge. There we go, right on cue. There's the 52 of Oliver Shelley, who's picked up a 4th place in the opening 2 heats. Go then for the 210. Dan Berry, Tom Stone, Stuart Henry, they're the top 3 in the championship. Russell Hopes, Tony Berry, Sean Stonier, Ian Taylor, John Hutton, Harry Morris, Oliver Shelley, David Stroll, Paul Fowler, Ray Sloan and David Smith. That is our 14 competitors here. We're going to see the 41 of Harry Morris, who won Heat 1, didn't finish Heat 2. Dan Berry has picked up a 1st and a 2nd in the 2 heats. Stuart Henry has picked up a 2nd and a 4th. It's been a 3rd place and a 5th for David Smith, and then a 3rd for Tom Stone, 1st for Harry Morris in the 1. And Oliver Shelley with a 4th, and Paul Fowler with a 5th. In the championship standings, Dan Berry is leading the way from Tom Stone and Stuart Henry. And then comes Harry Morris and David Smith. So Harry Morris looked really good in that opening heat and then didn't finish heat 2. Dan Burry has been consistent. That's a Stuart Henry and David Smith. So nice and slow as they obviously they don't take in the bus stop, same as the 125 KZ and Superkarts. So they're going for a grid start. The front of the grid is going to be the 59 of Paul Fowler, the 96 of David Smith. Then comes the 2 and the 5 of Dan Burry, first in the championship, and Stuart Henry third in the championship. And then the 53, David Skull. They have a staller on the line in the front row. Hands have gone up from David Smith. I think he stalled it on the start line here. So can everybody just go round again? And then we can get the 96 of David Smith running. Someone wants to give him a bump start. You're on your own. Oh, and there's a bump start. The 82 with Ray Sloan giving the 52 of Oliver Shelley a bump start. But it looks like you're on your own. David Smith, you've got to get that kart going yourself. He's just going to concede. That's a shame because you can bump start these. It's quite frustrating for him. Again, you've been sat there prepping, getting ready for heat number 3, and in a heartbeat, it's not happening. It's very frustrating. They're doing a full lap here, and they should have cut through. Never mind. We'll get them back in row on the grid. Shame we couldn't bump start David Smith there, but that's his heat 3 done. He did get 5th and a 3rd, so it's a real shame. It's going to bump him a little bit further back on the starting grid for the final. The number 5 now, if Stuart Henry has a free track in front of him to race into that first corner. Lights out and away we go, and a terrible start for the 59, unfortunately. Paul Fowler really missed the get-go there and has dropped way down the field as the number 2 of Dan Burry, and it looks like the 4 there of Tom Stone, is it? First 2 in the championship have raced into the lead of this one. There is the 59, and that laid-back driving style of Paul Fowler. He's way back down the order after starting on the front row of the grid. Slightly disappointed with that, I'm sure, but the front 3 are already just racing away up the hill. So as they come round for the first time over that start-finish line, it is the number 2 car, Dan Burry, leading the way from the 5 of Stuart Henry and the 4 of Tom Stone in 3rd. Then comes Harry Morris, who's up there in the mix already. Russell Hopes, David Skull, Tony Berry, Paul Fowler, Ray Sloan, John Hutton, Oliver Shelley, Ian Taylor and Sean Stonia. As they come through the Haynes Loop, down into the Wingers Dip for the second time. Pulling away. Right up there, loads of speed going up into midgets. You forget they just bypass the bus stop, so there's no on the brakes, it's just flat out. What we've got is we've got a lead out front for Dan Burry, looking really comfortable, and then we've got 3 cars tucked in behind, and that's Stuart Henry, Tom Stone and Harry Morris. Harry's moved up into 3rd place ahead of Tom Stone. He's looking like he wants to try and get the better early on of Stuart Henry and get himself up into that 2nd spot to hopefully then chase down in his head our leader, which is Dan Burry. Let's keep an eye on that, because that's Harry Morris there in the 41. Going to look to get speed up the hill. Has he got enough in the tank? Oh, there we go. We've just flicked back to it in perfect time. Will he have enough just to get up the inside going into midgets? Yes, indeed. Takes 2nd place from Stuart Henry. So it's Dan Burry from Harry Morris now, with Stuart Henry and Tom Stone in 3rd and 4th. Now the task for Harry Morris is going to be 4.5 minutes left, just under 5. Sorry, he's got to try and get his head down, tuck in. Dan Burry. Dan's had a 1st and 2nd in the 2 heats. Harry did take a win in that heat number 1. So Dan Burry from Harry Morris And then it is the 5 and the 4 of Stuart Henry and Tom Stone. Russell Hope's in car 7, tucked into 5th place. Then comes Paul Fowler, Tony Berry, Oliver Shelley, Ray Sloane, David Skull and John Hutton, Sean Stonia and Ian Taylor. So Paul Fowler got himself back up into 6th after a very slow start. The front 4 have pulled away. We've got a front 2 battle and we've got a battle for 3rd and 4th. So we've got 2 individual two-way battles out front. So the top positions in this race. You do get the feeling Harry Morris is quick. He's got the fastest lap time, almost by well, it is over a second from Dan Burry. So he's on the pace, he's on the speed. He's got the speed, should I say. And he's probably going to try and land that blow here as he goes down into the Windsors dip. Yeah, carries his speed late on the brakes. Will he be able to hold it and keep it tight? Indeed he does, as he now races up the hill. So Harry Morris take control of this race from Dan Burry. That's your 1 and 2. Stuart Henry and Tom Stone, the 5 and 4 carts. They're battling out for 3rd and 4th place. And then there's a big old gap. 8 or 9, 10 seconds maybe at least now down to Paul Fowler in 5th place. But Harry Morris, he leads this race. Almost a second now over Dan Burry in 2nd. Paul Fowler, after that really slow lethargic start, led back in his car in the 59, is back up into 5th place, so he's done well to recover, get himself back into 5th. And we've got a little cluster of karts from Oliver Shelley in the 52, from Tony Berry, Ray Sloane. There's a little 3-way battle there a bit further down the order. For again another 3-way battle between David Skull, John Hutton and Sean Stonia from 9th through till 11th. But no mistaken news out front, and he's already caught up with that back marker of Ian Taylor. Looks like we've lost Russell Hopes. Harry Morris makes light work there at the tailgate of the back marker. Gets himself up ahead, and that will be the task for Dan Burry now, as he moves past Ian Taylor as well. Leader on screen, Harry Morris pulling away, forever getting quicker. 41.98 now, he's down into the 41s. He's the only driver to do that, nobody in the 42s. Dan and Stewart in 2nd and 3rd, they're currently in the 43 bracket. 53, 32 and 52 karts are having a 3-way battle still from 9th through till 11th. David Skull, John Hutton and Sean Stonia are having a bit of a battle of their own. There's Harry Morris picking his way through the field past the 22. So his lap time's gone out the window here, but he's still trying to just chase and get past these back markers. Up the hill he goes into midgets before that right-hander, down into climber. 41.67, fastest lap of the race to Harry Morris. Again, he's still the only one in the 41s, 41.6s. Everybody else is a 43 or a 44 or slower thereafter. That's Harry coming through. That was always going to be a bit slower there because he was picking off back markers, and that might well be the case for the rest of the race for him. 3 laps left on this one. Harry Morris leading the way from Dan Burry, Stuart Henry, Tom Stone, Paul Fowler. Then comes Oliver Shelley, Tony Berry, Ray Sloane, David Skull, Sean Stonia, John Hutton and Ian Taylor. He lost Russell Hopes a few laps ago. So the man to keep an eye on is Harry Morris, who he's going to take. So we've got 2 laps to go on this one. Can't just get that lap time down. I think he's going to come across back markers for the remainder of the race, so these last 2 laps he's going to improve on that 41.670. Karts still holding on to that 5th place is Paul Fowler, some way behind now. We've got seconds between everybody. We've got 7.5 from the leader back to 2nd, and then there's a 4 second, 3 second, 9 second, 12 second gap. So pretty stretched out now as Harry Morris takes that last lap board. He's going to have blue flags waving as he comes around, just to clear the decks. There he is, working his way through. 41.670 is going to be the fastest lap time for him in this race. Not too worried about that now, I don't think. Just happy to take the win. Second win out of the 3 heats for him. The heat win went to Dan Burry, who's currently in second and looks like he's going to get two seconds and a first. Stuart Henry looks like he's going to pick up that 3rd spot as well. So there is the checkered flag for our race winner. Relatively straightforward for Harry Morris. Did the work early. Fowler recovered after a slow start to get his 2nd, 5th place finish. So Harry Morris did pick up the win from Danbury. Then came Stuart Henry and Tom Stone. There are 3 championship leaders. And then Paul Fowler was back in 5th place. So everybody receiving that checkered flag now. Unfortunately for David Smith, the race never got going. But he'll still have a final to participate in if he can sort that car out. Last couple of carts across the start-finish line, and then the rescue cart will come out to get David Smith off track. So Harry Morris, Dan Burry, Stuart Henry, Tom Stone, Paul Fowler, Oliver Shelley. That was our top 6. Then came Tony Berry, Ray Sloan, Shane Stonier, John Hutton, David Skull, Ian Taylor and Russell Hopes. That is how we have finished our heats. Bit of a replay for you, bit of action, and then we will move into our grand finals. And everything that had been worked on will come to a head. We'll do the Honda Cadet final, first one out. 5-minute break. So I think what we'll do is we'll just drop up our holding screen just for 5 minutes. We can grab a quick drink, the camera can get out of the sun, and we'll see you in 5 short minutes. everybody, welcome back. So we're all set and ready to go for our 8 finals that we've got this afternoon. All of them 11 minutes, apart from a couple which go down to 7 minutes. So we are all action and ready to go. We're going to kick off with our Honda Cadets. They're out on track just having their pre-race lap warm-up now. So we are going to see off the front of the grid, no surprise, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins, followed by Adair Bhatia and William Woods, and then will come Rupert Lillywhite and Louis James Tucker, and then we've got Jamie Daly and Sebastian Mayer, and then Harry Price and Max Saunders. So that is our 10 drivers. That is our 10 drivers. They will obviously do a rolling start, as they have done all day. We will be off with our grand finals. Max Skilton leading the championship from Harry Grant, who's not here today, and then Cruz Jenkins. So Cruz with a great opportunity to get into the top 2 in the championship. So here we go, we're off and racing for our first of our finals here at round 6, the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship, and it's a good start for Max Skilton. Is he going to hold that going through for the first time? Everybody through? Yeah, great angle that. But tell you what, different to earlier on, we have Rupert Lillywhite or Adair Bhatia in second place at the moment. As they go down, there's the 13 of Rupert Lillywhite. The 11 of William Woods is in the mix there as well. As they come up the hill, Cruz Jenkins is in 3rd place at the moment. Max Skilton is out front. It's been the tail of this morning's heats. So a great start and looking good out front for Max Skilton. Keeping it nice and tight, round, climb it into Tollies for the first time, and there's a bit of movement. There's Cruz Jenkins up into 2nd place. Jenkins, Adair Bhatia got it wrong there, but recovered to only be down in 3rd, so just 1 place lost. I'd say that was a good recovery. So Max Skilton leading after lap 1 from Cruz Jenkins, Adair Bhatia, William Woods, Rupert Lillywhite, Louis Tucker, Sebastian Mayer, Jamie Daly, Harry Price and Max Saunders. That's how our 10 are racing at the moment. That's our order. Skilton, well, it's all to do for everybody else. Cruz Jenkins has got into 2nd place, and again that's how they finished this morning, 1st and 2nd, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. So can Cruz get up to challenge Max and put under pressure? After the front 2, we've then got 6 cars. Oh wow, the rest of the field really are pretty close. Over the line comes Max and Cruz, then comes Adair, then comes William Woods, then Rupert Lillywhite, Sebastian Mayer, Louis Tucker, Jamie Daly, Harry Price and Max Saunders. That's our 10, everybody on track. We've got a train of karts really from 3rd place, Adair Bhatia, all the way through to Max Saunders. It's the front 2 again, as we've had this morning, that are just starting to pull away. Now, will we get a race on out front? That is what we want to see from a viewing perspective. We want to see those front 2. That is the battle behind from 3rd place all the way through to 10th, really. Front 2, Max Skilton just looks like he's pulling away. Looks like he is going to get a 2nd round victory on the trot as it stands. Still got 8.5 minutes to go though. A lot of racing to be done. A lot of concentration. A bit of luck on your side as well. But we've got a really good battle developing here from 3rd place all the way through to 8th really. 9th and 10th, 67 and 77 of Matt, Harry Price and Max Saunders just dropped away a little bit. But that battle from 33 car in 3rd place all the way through to Jamie Daly in the 66 is a tight one. One mistake, anybody can pounce. Big championship points on offer. But bit by bit, I think Max Skilton is just starting to pull away. Front 2 looking comfortable. It is that battle for 3rd all the way through then really. That's going to be what is interesting. I don't know whether Cruz is going to have enough to get back up to challenge. Max hasn't made a mistake all day. 2nd gap, but here's the battle. Adair Bhatia just at the moment from the charging William Woods, who's looking left, right, inside, outside, trying to put Adair under pressure. It's really only Max Saunders in the 77 that's dropped away now. Everybody else is on top of each other. Everybody else is close. One mistake, one racing incident, this race could change. From 3rd through to 9th really. Nothing that anybody can do about the front 2. Nothing that anybody can do about Max Skilton out front, I don't think. There's been incredible form. 3 race wins, 3 heat wins. And now comfortably pulling away. I would suggest this is a bit more than a 1.35 second lead now. As they come over start finish line here. Max followed by Cruz. Yeah, it's heading up towards 2 seconds. But then we've got a real race going on. Javier Bartia holding on from Woods, from Lillywhite, from Mayer, from Tucker, Daly and Price. Just a little bit further back, then back to Saunders as well. So the front 2 are gone. The battle for third is what is going to keep us intrigued and interested for the remainder of this race, I think. Skilton and Jenkins have got the race in the bag. One way or another, they're going to come first and second. As they stay focused, keep concentrating, don't lose concentration. That's key when you're out front. You've just got to focus in, getting you a good happy place, a good driving space. Stay focused. That's what they've done all day, to be fair to them too. But it's a totally different race for these guys. 6 karts, all within chance of getting a podium. They're Bartia at the minute, that's holding on from William Woods, then Rupert Lillywhite. I tell you, as they come through Tollies before they go into the Haynes Loop, Javier Bartia and William Woods are taking totally different lines. William Woods is really trying just to unsettle Javier Bartia, who sat in 3rd place. But those 6 are in a good little battle for 3rd place in this race. Max Skilton is going to be over a 2 seconds lead within a couple of laps. We are pretty much on halfway in this race. Not much to talk about out the front running of this. 1st and 2nd comfortable on their own. The battle and the challenge is going to come for who's going to get 3rd place. 1.78 lead, it's extended to 1.89, so just creeping lap on lap. Still Javier Bartia and William Woods, they're still 3rd and 4th. Rupert Lillywhite, Sebastian May and Louis Tucker. Drop back to Jamie Daly, Harry Price, Max Saunders. So Jamie Daly still on the back of that chasing 4. But if anything, Bartia and William Woods are just starting to pull away, I think, now from Rupert Lillywhite in 5th. So those 2 out front, they're gone, they've checked out. The 2 drivers in 3rd and 4th starting to do the same thing to boss that final podium position. He's out front. Max Skilton over the start finish line again. He's got the fastest lap time of 47.46. Cruz Jenkins with 47.57, so not much in it, but just edging away lap on lap out front. And there is the movement, there's the move, and a hand comes out from Javier Bartia. Will he hold it going through the Haynes Loop though? Whoa, that was always going to happen. Big contact between them 2. You just felt Javier Bartia should have just tucked in maybe and just consolidated and just let William Woods go through. I think Javier Bartia felt that William Woods had caused the contact, and that has ended both of their challenge for a podium for sure, and ends their race as a contest, and it's going to give a different viewpoint now to who's going to finish 3rd. Max Skilton still pulling away, Cruz Jenkins comfortable in 2nd, them 2 have 1st and 2nd in the bag. No denying that, no question of that. It's a 2 second lead now, but we've got a 4 kart race for the 3rd place, which is now being headed by Sebastian Mayer. And all of that, Sebastian Mayer has come out on top from Louis Tucker, Rupert Lillywhite and Jamie Daly. But those 4, they are the 4 now that have got a shot at getting a podium here. And it's fair to say none of them have had a podium in the opening 5 rounds of this championship. Sebastian Mayer, Louis Tucker, Rupert Lillywhite and Jamie Daly, none of them have stepped foot on the podium. So we are going to have a different 3rd place driver unless they go big like unfortunately Javier and William just did, and that's cost them dearly. Max continues to just edge away, 47.46 still the time. But the battle for 3rd, that's the one. That's the challenge. 3 minutes plus the lap to go. It's still the 20 kart Sebastian Mayer from the 16 of Louis Tucker. Then comes Rupert Lillywhite. Then comes Jamie Daly. One of those 4 could be getting on the podium for the first time this season. Skilton looks like he could get his 2nd race win on the trot. Oh, a little look up the inside going in, but off the gas again then from Louis Tucker. Sebastian Mayer is in that prime spot, but it's close. Up the inside comes the 16 of Louis Tucker into the bus stop. Took good advantage of a gap there that created, but back up the inside, is it going to be Sebastian Mayer, whoa, over the curb, uncomfortable. Is he going to lose out on that 4th place at the minute? No, but what it has done is it's given Louis Tucker 3rd place, but racing still up the inside comes these two really going at it, Sebastian Mayer and Louis Tucker. So Louis held that 3rd spot just for a short, maybe a 3/4 of a lap. He had it through sector 3, but now back as we go through 1 again. Louis Tucker, I think, has got it back from Sebastian Mayer. So them two trading places, and what that is doing is that's allowing Rupert Lillywhite and Jamie Daly to hold on to the possibility of getting into 3rd spot. Out front, Max Skilton will continue to pull away. 2.5 seconds plus now for Max. He leads over Cruz Jenkins. Yeah, it's almost a 3-second lead now. So 1st and 2nd looking pretty comfortable for those guys. It is that battle for 3rd. Sebastian Mayer, Louis Tucker, Rupert Lillywhite and Jamie Daly. One of those 4 is going to get on the podium. Will be one of those 4. Head down from Louis Tucker, who has got back into that 3rd spot and has held it for that last lap. Now Sebastian Mayer coming under pressure from Rupert Lillywhite and Jamie Daly, who's just been surveying in 6th place what's going on in front. He's just weighing up his opportunity to make a move. Is he waiting for somebody to go big and get it wrong? Jamie Daly, it wouldn't surprise me if that's the name that ends up in 3rd, if anything happens in front, because he's just been sat there biding his time. Race up through, midgets down into climate. It's still that same 4, still those 4 guys. Let's keep an eye then. We're gonna have two, it's going to be a 2-lap race here for 3rd. 16, 20, 13 and 66, the same order. Louis Tucker, Sebastian Mayer, Rupert Lillywhite and Jamie Daly. Nothing's changed in the order of the run-in. This is a 2-lap race we've got on our hands here. Max Skilton is comfortably out front. Cruz Jenkins comfortably into 2nd. That's going to be your 1 and 2. What is going to happen here with 3rd place? That is the key. That is what we're focused on now as they go through the bus stop. Louis Tucker safely through. He's going to be coming into the last lap board. He takes midgets down into climate. The battle for 3rd is really still the battle to focus on out front. It's going to be an easy win for Max Skilton. What is going to happen with this 3rd place battle with 1 lap to go? It's Louis Tucker from Sebastian Mayer, from Rupert Lillywhite, from Jamie Daly. That's the 4. Someone's got to put a move in if they're going to take it away from Louis Tucker, who's holding on to that 3rd place. Through Johnny's down into the Whingers dip. Go through sector 1 into 2 as they come back up the hill. On screen you can see your race leader. That is Max Skilton. Is going to take the checkered flag here and takes the win comfortably so. A very comfortable 2nd for Cruz Jenkins as well. Looks to the heavens. Maybe felt a chance to get that 1st place, but let's concentrate on this battle for 3rd. 2 corners to go into the 1st one here in climate. It's Louis Tucker that's got it. He can't make a mistake. Don't come off that line, because Sebastian Mayer will be up the inside, and Louis has done that wonderfully well to hold on to 3rd place. Congratulations and well done. Under pressure there, always difficult when you're under pressure, but Louis Tucker, he holds on. Sebastian Mayer gets that 4th place. Rupert Lillywhite comes home in 5th. That's your top 5. With Jamie Daly in 6th, was there for the entire race really. Harry Price in 7th. Max Saunders with the 8th, and then Avir and William Woods, who were in the mix. They were the 3rd and 4th place drivers for a long time, but had a coming together, and that cost them both dearly as it ruled them out of the race. But what it does do is give the win to Max Skilton. Congratulations to him, has been in charge all day long. Cruz Jenkins has been a comfortable and a credit to pushing for 2nd place the entire time, really putting Max Skilton under pressure, and didn't have it all his own way out front. And then Louis Tucker came good in the end, didn't get a top 3 finish in the heats, but was in the right place to pounce to take 3rd place and gets on the podium for the first time this season. Max Skilton gets 2 round wins on the trot, and Cruz Jenkins adds another P2 as it was in the last round, and a P3 from round number 2. So congratulations to all of those guys for giving us some excellent entertainment. 2 and the Rotax Cadets. And we're going to see Oliver Daniels off the front of the grid. We're going to see Johnny Butterfield in second, Wilfred Tomlinson in third. It's Aurelio Flander in fourth, and then Jackson Haynes in fifth. But nothing to choose really, small grid. They finished in that order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all day long. Really, it's developed into a three-way battle out front, and then a two-way battle for fourth and fifth. Anticipate this one will go the same way. So it's our Rotax Cadets. Daniels has been headed at the front of the race, but has taken every checkered flag. So here we go. They'll settle down. They'll come round now. Come round the Windsors dip. They'll get slowed down into formation. You can see the marshal with the yellow flags. Get the guys in order. They'll cut the bus stop out. They'll come underneath us here over the start-finish line through Tollies, and we will be racing. 11-minute final plus the lap. Just the 5 karts. What we need is those front 3 to stick together and give us a race. And if Wilfred and if Aurelio and Jackson can't keep up, just to give us a race for 4th and 5th as well. So here we go, 11-minute Rotax Cadet final, and away we go. Don't lose it on this opening lap. Don't do anything silly. Almost everybody safely through, and we have the 24 of Oliver Daniels out front from the 25, then the 23. So as we were, and the 44 of Jackson Haynes moves up into 4th. So this order is what we've seen all day long today. Will anything change? Can anybody upset the balance? And they're going to make sure it's not straightforward out front, as Oliver Daniels down into 2nd. Johnny Butterfield moves up to take the lead of the race, with Wilfred Tomlinson in 3rd. So we have seen movement. Oliver Daniels hasn't led every race from start to finish. It has been a battle. So it's going to prove again here, as Johnny Butterfield gets himself into the lead from Oliver Daniels, then Wilfred Tomlinson. And again at the moment, Jackson Haynes just holding on to the front 3. Make it really interesting if he could do that. Just keep on to the coattails of these front 3 and let them get away. Head down, focus in, tuck in. That would be great to have a 4-way battle for the race, for the win. Aurelio just drifting away a little bit at the back, but again, Aurelio will be looking for some personal best lap times. Front 3 in the 48s at the minute, Jackson in the 49s and Aurelio in the 51s. But what's interesting is those front 4 close at the moment. Oliver Daniels back into the lead from Johnny Butterfield and Wilfred Tomlinson. So we are back in the form that we were in. Jackson is close. He's holding on. Johnny's going to look to make that move again. There's the 44 of Jackson Haynes. Choose between Oliver Daniels, Johnny Butterfield and Wilfred Tomlinson at the moment. You can see there the 23 white helmet of Wilfred Tomlinson in that 3rd place spot. 25 of Jackson. You've got to look together. Don't worry about looking over your shoulder. Just focus in. Work together. Try and keep hold of Oliver. You don't need to battle it out from here. You've got another 9 minutes of racing at least. Try and hold on to Oliver. He's taken every checkered flag today. Johnny's looking. Fancies it today. Johnny has got the fastest lap time, 47.09. Just pulling away a little bit from Jackson Haynes at the moment, 47.23 and a 47.16 for Oliver Daniels and Wilfred Tomlinson. But it is those 3. Jackson Haynes 4th, Aurelia Capalonga 5th. So look at Johnny Butterfield there, really pushing, putting under pressure Oliver Daniels. Up the hill into midgets, and again movement. Lead change at the front. This is going to make this interesting. Those 3, and Wilfred Tomlinson looking round the outside and has made that outside move work. That's a phenomenal move around climate, round the outside. Can he make it stick now and hold on to 2nd place? And I think for the first time today, post first lap, Oliver Daniels finds himself in 3rd place and has work to do. That's a wonderful outside. Don't normally see people take the outside line around climate and make that work. Wilfred Tomlinson did exactly that. So a bit of cadet action in this one. Johnny Butterfield leading the way. Wilfred Tomlinson in second and Oliver Daniels in third. So we haven't seen that finishing order today. Will that be the case? Johnny Butterfield has won 2 rounds this season. Looking up the inside, Oliver comes back up. Wilfred just moved off the line there, didn't need to be that wide entering midgets, could have kept that tighter. But still, these front 3 are giving us something to shout about, giving us something to enjoy. It's Johnny, it's Oliver, it's Wilfred. That's our front 3. Less than pretty much half a second between all 3 of them. Jackson's not a million miles away, but not close enough to land a blow if anything was to happen. But if anything did happen, and one of these guys goes big and ends up off circuit, I think Jackson could be in with a 3rd spot. But it's nice and close. It's 25 to 24 to 23. Butterfield, Daniels and Tomlinson's, that is your front 3 as they go through the bus stop safely through, but there is nothing in it, nothing to choose. Johnny closes off that inside line. Wilfred again is pushing all over the back of Oliver. Look over the shoulder. I just think when you're out front and you've got opponents this close, there's the gap up the inside, and Oliver takes full advantage, and I think Wilfred will as well. Oh, very close there, but elbows out from Johnny Butterfield to hold on to second. But that's it, that small mistake, that split second where you don't focus in on the line you need to take and you're pushed off the line. Johnny Butterfield, still with the fastest lap time, is now back in 3rd, was leading the race. He's back into second ahead of Wilfred now. So it is Oliver from Johnny and then Wilfred. That's your front 3. But that little battle between Wilfred and Johnny has allowed Oliver just to get a bit of a gap. Biggest gap he's had in the race so far, biggest gap that the leader has had so far. Jackson Haynes still comfortable 4th, unchallenged. Aurelio down into the 49. So can Aurelio for the first time today get to the 48s? 49.01 at the moment. Would be great if he could do that. Back in 5th place, that would be a personal triumph. Oliver Daniels now has the fastest lap time, and does he now mean business? Had enough of all this overtaking and undertaking from Johnny and Wilfred. Is he now going to put the race to bed? Halfway through, Jackson in 4th and Aurelio in 5th with 49.01. Let's hope Aurelio can get down into the 48s and get a personal best in this final. But what that jostling has done is it's just settled down the activity and the action. We've now got maybe up to a second between each of these karts. Kill the entertainment value. Update in a second, because there's definitely more than 5.9 between Johnny and Wilfred. Update in a second, I'm sure. But the race order is the race order. There's no change on that one for the minute. Here we go. 0.79 and 0.95 is the gaps now, so almost a second between 1st and 2nd and 2nd and 3rd. What that's done is it's just settled down this race with 4 minutes and a lap to go. Oliver now looks like he's just stamped a bit of authority. What can Johnny Butterfield do in terms of lap time here? Getting lower than 47.02, 47 for Oliver, and 47.16 for Wilfred. No changing of positions, but there's going to be for the minute. Fresh air. Aurelio comes over the start-finish line. 49.24, so still a 49.01, the fastest lap time for Aurelio. I'm keeping an eye on that as well. Be great to see them. Everybody else is in the 47s now. Jackson with a 47.53. Just found a bit of a groove and got some speed up. As we can see, all 4 of them going through midgets, all strung out now. This could be a processional last 4 minutes or so. Oliver and Johnny both go into the 46s. Jackson is well into the 47s now as well, so lap time's getting quicker. We get to the second half of this race. Aurelio coming over the start-finish line. 49.10, so quicker than the last lap. Still not down into the 48s. So 2.5 minutes plus the lap to go. Johnny is just still hanging in there. We've still got the outside chance of a couple of exciting laps. Oliver's looking pretty comfortable. So it was 0.78 last time out. It's going to be there or thereabouts this time as well. 0.89. 2.7 back to Wilfred, so that gap has increased. And Jackson, if anything, is catching up a little bit. Maybe on Wilfred as well. Still got a few laps to go in this one. Still got anything can happen. 46.89, getting quicker every lap. Oliver Daniels now. Butterfield with a 46.95. 9.21, just consistently around that low ends of the 49s. We just can't get down into the 48s. So can Johnny get up to challenge Oliver? That's the question. That's the race. That's the interest we've got in this one now, I think. 8.9. So that lead is extended. What about from Wilfred back to Jackson? It's getting slightly smaller, I think. But again, with the laps that we've got available to us, I don't think we're going to see anything change. Comes Aurelio over the start-finish line. 49.07, so quicker again. And again, a bit of a groove. One lap plus the lap. It's looking pretty straightforward, to be honest. It's always tough when you've got a small grid like this. One small incident like we had there, a little bit of battling, jostling, gap increases. So I think we're going to go on a 2-lap race. I'm sure we'll get round in time to give it a 3-lap race. There's Johnny Butterfield, nice close-up, good action in second place, where he has been all day. So this will do his championship standings good. He'll be holding on to that lead, I think. Wilfred Tomlinson, if he can hold on to that third, will do himself the world of good as well. Will probably jump above Jackson Haynes. For Aurelio that time around. So we are on last lap territory. One more lap for Oliver Daniels, who you have to say does deserve this. Hasn't had it all his own way. He's been put under pressure. He's down in third place in this race at one point. Fought back up into the lead of the race. But what we're going to see is we're going to see heat 1, 2 and 3 plus the final finish in exactly the same order from these 5 drivers. Last lap for Aurelio. Back up into the 50s. So the pace has gone now. Yeah, heat out of those tyres. Just starting to go off a little bit. So 49.01, very close to a 48 for Aurelio. But here we go. Congratulations to our race winner today, and it's deserved that. Oliver Daniels with the win. Johnny Butterfield, hand on helmet. A little bit disappointed. I think he couldn't keep on the back of Oliver Daniels a bit closer. Wilfred Tomlinson takes the third. Jackson Haynes with the fourth. And Aurelia picks up that 5th place. So as we have been from the start of the day to the end of the day, those guys giving us exactly the same race result. There's a little bit of action. It was tight going into the first corner through the Haynes loop. There's Oliver back in third there. Had to get the better of Wilfred before getting back up alongside Johnny there. Just left a little gap going through Tollies, and that was enough. Oliver didn't need a second invitation to take that position back. And then I think Wilfred and Johnny just traded places a tiny bit, battled with each other, and that allowed Oliver to pull away and take a deserved victory. Congratulations to him. So we move on to the Rotax Inters, and Elijah West will be on the front row with Jack Daniels, as to be expected. Ethan Copeland and Arthur Kayser will be on the second row. Thomas Gulliver and Louis Lovell will be on the third. Oliver Dan and Harvey Ball on the fourth. Max Thompson and Warren Atkins on the fifth. Freya Bond and George Beck on the sixth. Henry Perry and Finley Thompson on the seventh. Charlie Dickinson and Rowan Davis on the eighth. And then we'll from Oakley Poulter. So they are our 17 drivers in Rotax Inters. Elijah West with 2 wins and a second. Jack Daniels with a second and a first. They were the most consistent in the heats. Ethan Copland then followed. Ethan got a 5th and some consistent performances in the heats to be given 3rd place on the grid. And Arthur Kaiser likewise, 2 good finishes from Arthur. Second and 2 fourths, so I'm a little bit surprised there that he's not ahead of Ethan Copland, but that's as the grid is. So everybody lining up, ready to go. Jack Daniels is going to be hoping to make a blinder of a start and get ahead of Elijah West going into the Haynes Loop. Ethan Copland, Arthur Kaiser, you can see the running order there on the left hand side of the screen. Louis Lovell's been in the action all day long as well, as is Harvey Ball. Harvey Ball obviously our championship leader from Ethan Copland. Here at the front, yeah, second, third place on the grid. So here we go. Let's see how this develops. Lights out, race up, and it's Elijah West that's made a great start. Jack Daniels has held on to second, going through the Haynes Loop for the first time. Ethan Copland, Thomas Gulliver, Arthur Kaiser, Oliver Dan, all in that mix as they go through there for the first time. Everybody through, everybody safe. It's the 86 car of George Beck that finds himself at the back. So how will this race develop? We've seen Elijah West get out front and pull away, but Jack Daniels has looked good today. So can Jack keep in the mix up the front with Elijah West? That's what we need to see. We want to see a race out front. Ethan Copland, Thomas Gulliver, Arthur Kaiser, Oliver Dan, Louis Lovell, Harvey Ball, Max Thompson. They were the front runners when we left the start line. How is it going to look when we come back round here for the first time? Elijah West, Jack Daniels, Ethan Copland, Arthur Kaiser, Thomas Gulliver, Oliver Dan, Harvey Ball. That's the train as we've got going through. Louis Lovell, Max Thompson, Freya Bond. They make up the top 10. Then comes Henry Perrin, Warren Atkin, Charlie Dickinson, Finlay Thompson, Oakley Poulter, Roman Davis, and George Beck. That's our order as they race down into the Wingers Dip. Back out the other side, flat out up the hill through the bus stop. Bit of curb. Back in, head down. The front 3 just starting to pull away a tiny bit from Arthur Kaiser in 4th at the moment. Those 3 looking quick out front. Elijah West, Jack Daniels, the 43. Then comes the 1967 24 of Arthur Kaiser, Thomas Gulliver, Oliver Dan, Harvey Ball. A little bit of a gap, sorry, there, back to Louis Lovell in 8th place. So we have a 3 and a 5 out front. Front 3 making noises, trying to pull away. And then we have a little group of 5 that are chasing. Up the inside as Jack Daniels made the move. He's made it work through midgets. Can he hold it down into climate? Yes, he does. So a change of lead as Jack Daniels takes that lead from Elijah West, not having this race all his own way. Jack Daniels takes the lead. Elijah West second. Ethan Copland in 3rd. Got a new race leader with a couple of minutes gone in this one. Copland just trying to hang on to the back of Elijah West at the minute, trying to stay in there. Likewise the 19 of Arthur Kaiser, just trying to break away a little bit from Thomas Gulliver, Oliver Dan and Harvey Ball. And then we just have that little bit of a gap, maybe a second or so, back to Louis Lovell in 8th place. So Jack Daniels has looked really good. Sat P18 in the championship at the minute, but has taken a 1st and a 2nd in 2 of the 3 heats today. And he's looking fast out front and he's starting to stretch the field. Jack Daniels starting to pull away. In terms of lap times, 43.41 for Jack Daniels as he takes 43.25, 43.42 for Elijah West in 2nd. So the front 7 carts all in the 43s, everybody else in the 44s. So that front group just starting to put the pedal down a little bit and pull away. That's the chasing pack that you've got in there. It's the 67 cart you can see of Thomas Gulliver. There's your race leader Jack Daniels from Elijah West and Ethan Copland. That's your front 3. And then you've got this chasing pack of 4. Arthur Kaiser, Thomas Gulliver, Oliver Dan and Harvey Ball. So we have a group of 3, a group of 4. And then we go back to that chasing pack, which is being led in 8th by Louis Lovell. Freya Bond, Max Thompson, Rotax and Charlie Dickinson are in there. So is Henry Perry and Oakley Poulter. And a bit of a gap back to George Beck. So everything to do here for three-time race winner of our 5 rounds, Elijah West. Currently in second place here, with Jack Daniels just starting to stretch it, just starting to pull away. Front 3, and then that pack of 4, all outside the top 3 podium positions, but chasing down Arthur Kayser, Oliver Dan, Thomas Gulliver and Harvey Ball, ready to pounce if anything should happen out front. But it's a little bit calm out front for the moment, about half a second between each of the 3. Daniels has just got about half a second lead on Elijah West, then Ethan Copland. Still loads of racing to go in this one. Bit of movement here now in that chasing pack. Still Arthur Kayser holds on from Oliver Dan, Thomas Gulliver and Harvey Ball, but there's nothing to choose between those 4. That's a real race developing for 4th place. They're going to want to get that 4th spot, that's for sure. Front 3 down into the Windsors dip, looking comfortable. A little look up the inside from Oliver Dan on Arthur Kayser there. Will he be able to do that before the bus stop? Just has a look. No, in the ascendancy there, Arthur Kayser controlling that bus stop. Front 3 have settled. It's fair to say the front 3 have settled down. This group hasn't settled down. This is that chasing pack of 4. Kayser, Dan, Gulliver and Ball. They're chasing for 4th spot. And then there's 3 karts after, with Lovell, Bond and Thompson. They are chasing for that 8th spot as well. So we've got a few races developing, but at the minute not out front. Out front is pretty calm, pretty set. Arthur Kayser still holding on to that 4th spot here from Oliver Dan, Thomas Gulliver and Harvey Ball. And again, you want to get your head down and try, because you want a podium. That's what you want to get out of this. That's the goal, getting that top 3. But they're a second, 2.5 seconds maybe down on 3rd place at the moment. Elijah West can't get up to challenge. Still the fastest driver, Jack Daniels, with a 43.25, 43.38 from Elijah West, and a 43.44 from Ethan Copland. So those 3 all really going toe-to-toe in terms of race times. That's why we've got a 1.5 seconds consistent pretty much between each of them. Not so much with that chasing group of 4. Looking really good, that group of 4 from Kayser, Dan, Gulliver and Ball. Great racing prospect, don't make a mistake. You come off that racing line and you're going to get picked off. If you go for the move and get it wrong, you are going to lose 2 or 3 places. So stick or twist for those drivers chasing down Arthur Kayser in 4th. You've got it all to lose. A little look up the inside as Harvey Ball got the better of Thomas Gulliver. Think so. 19 of Arthur Kayser still holding on to the 24, but back comes the 67 of Thomas Gulliver. Harvey Ball did get up there into 6th just for a short spell, but straight back comes Thomas Gulliver to reclaim 6th place. But again, them 2 battling has allowed the 2 in front of them, Arthur Kayser and Oliver Dan, to pull away. Back to our front 3, Jack Daniels has got a 0.69 second lead over Elijah West, and it's about 0.85 back to Ethan Copland. So the front 3 are just sat still, comfortable, close enough to land the blow. Jack Daniels is driving really well, has got a P2 this season, but hasn't finished on the top step. Looking good to do that so far. Consistent gaps between the front 3, and it is the 24 kart now of Oliver Dan up ahead of Arthur Kayser. We missed that concentrating on the front 3. It was a move either through midgets or through climate to take that 4th spot. As they race down towards the Windsors dip, there you can see the 24 now leading from the 19. That's Oliver Dan over Arthur Kayser. With Thomas Gulliver and Harvey Ball. That's your front your 4th. Here's our front 3 over the start finish line. 3 minutes across the lap to go for these front 3, and it's still the same. Jack Daniels, Elijah West and Ethan Copland. This is that chasing pack of 4, so it's really a 2 and a 2 at the minute, with Dan and Kayser leading Gulliver and Ball, and then there's a four-way battle behind with Lovell, Thompson, Bond and Perrin, and then behind them are Dickinson, Beck, Atkins, Poulter, Thompson and Davies. But out front is pretty set at the minute. Jack Daniels will be happy with the way that this has developed since he got ahead of Elijah West. 1.7 second gap there. You can see it on the screen there. It's pretty consistent, the gap between 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd. It's going to take a lot for one of these guys to get up and challenge. Just consistent time. Well, I say that 43.19. Jack Daniels posts another fastest lap time. As he inches away again from Elijah West, 0.9 in a second, then back to Ethan Copeland. So the front three, the gaps are consistent. That is where the action is, really. The action is a bit further down. There's Oliver Dan and Arthur Kayser. There's your front two. You can see the gap there now that's developed. And there's the front three. There's a gap between all of them. That's second between each one. And with a minute 40 plus the lap to go, I don't think they're going to be able to get up and challenge each other for a change of podium position. And it is the 24 kart skill of Oliver Dan who's bossed that battle for fourth spot. Arthur Kayser, Thomas Gulliver and Harvey Ball still there. And then comes Louis Lovell, Henry Perry, Max Thompson, Freya Bond, followed by Charlie Dickinson, George Beck, Oakley Poulter, Warren Atkins in 15, Finlay Thompson and Roman Davies just tailed off at the back. So what is going to happen here? Anything. We've got 2 laps to go. Maybe 3 laps to go here. We're going to be on a 3-lap race here. Jack will get around in time to take 2 laps. So 3-lap race we've got going on. Front three are as is. Jack Daniels, Elijah West, Ethan Copeland. Pretty settled. Nothing to scream about between those three. A second or so between each of them. And then it's a 4-second gap back to Oliver Dan, who's now got a bit of a half-second gap to Arthur. And then a half-second gap pretty much to Thomas. And then a little bit less as we go back. So this race pretty settled down now. We're going to go on a 2-lap race. That last lap board isn't going to come out here. And we have 2 laps to go. Jack Daniels leading the way from Elijah West and Ethan Copeland. Then comes Arthur Kayser, Thomas Gulliver, Harvey Ball. Then comes Louis Lovell under a lot of pressure here from Henry Perrin. And Max Thompson and Freya Bond, then Charlie Dickinson, George Beck, Oakley Poulter, Finlay Thompson, Roman Davies and Warren Atkins. So that is our running order. We are on our penultimate lap here. Can't see anything changing. Jack Daniels has got in front and driven really, really well. Hasn't looked under any pressure, and if anything has just increased that lead on Elijah West. Hasn't had today all his own way. Won't be taking his 4th race win at this stage. We're on to the last lap. It's going to take a lot to displace Jack Daniels from here, you think? I think those top 3 are looking pretty good, but it's going to be good championship points for all 3 of them. Especially Ethan Copeland, who's had a win and a 3rd. He's going to have another 3rd to that by the look of it. Daniels, Elijah West, Ethan Copeland, that's your front 3. Nothing's going to change as they come round midgets down into climber. There's enough of a gap between all 3. Oliver Dan looks like he's got 4th place sewn up as well. So it is a race win, and congratulations to Jack Daniels from Elijah West and Ethan Copeland. That's your top 3, and it is the 24 kart Oliver Dan that ended up getting the better. 3rd place in the championship, 4th place on the day, and Arthur Kayser been consistently in the top 5 all day as he picks up a top 5 finish. Thomas Gulliver in 6th place, Harvey Ball in 7th. Championship leader consolidated there really with a 7th place finish, and then Henry Perrin in 8th, Louis Lovell in 9th, and Max Thompson in 10th spot. Freya Bond, Charlie Dickinson, George Beck, Oakley Poulter, Finlay Thompson, Rowan Davies and Warren Atkins was your final running order. And that's how the Rotax Inter's finished. Congratulations to Jack Daniels, Elijah West and to Ethan Copeland on their top 3 finish. 43.19 was the fastest time by Jack Daniels, was consistently quicker over those last half of that race over Elijah West, and Ethan Copeland just drifted back a tiny bit, just couldn't keep up with those boys in front. So we move on to our Rotax Juniors. So let's hope for a good race. No contact, no warnings. That is what the marshals have been telling the juniors. I wouldn't say the race was ever in doubt, but they've been told well and truly to drive like they should, and they know how to drive. So our running order here for the junior final is going to be Jesse Whitmore, Max Lovell, Connor Yu, Ethan Cossins, Cody Longdon, Travis Rose, Max Smith, Lucas Nibbs, Nikolai Posey, Tyler Rackham, Ethan Hunt, Stanley Williams and Alex Roach. And the screen decides to freeze. Stanley Kearney, Louis Haxby, Elijah Lewis, Alexander Stefanov, who seem to have been in the action all day long. Paris Gray, Riley Allen Hunt, Cruz Strachan, Albert Campbell, Oliver Warren, Mia Haxby, Lucas Nibbs and Ethan Critchley. So there we can see the 55 and the 97 of Max Lovell and Jesse Whitmore. That's our front two. And then Connor Yu, who's been consistent all day. Not necessarily at the top, getting on the podium spots in the heats, but at the front. And there we go, Jesse Whitmore holds onto that lead from Max Lovell as they go through Haynes Loop for the first time. Everybody through a couple of wide runners. Someone's lost out big time there and has ended up right at the back of the field. It's a shame. I think that was the 99 car of Albert Campbell that went off. Some dust coming up. There's somebody doing a bit of grass tracking, but the front two of Jesse Whitmore and Max Lovell, they did boss that Haynes Loop and that opening lap. And have kept themselves out front. Three abreast going up into midgets for the first time, down into climate. Front two have stolen a gap already over the chasing pack. So here we go, this is how we're looking as we head into lap two. And it is the 93 car of Cody Longdon in third place from Connor Yu, Ethan Cossins, Travis Rose, Max Smith, Tyler Rackham. Just waiting for an alpha alarm just to catch us up and give us some updated info. But it is the front two of Jesse Whitmore, Max Lovell and Cody Longdon. We know that, that's your front three as it stands. Looks like we Alpha Large just not updating in a minute. Another time to go frozen on me. So let's keep an eye. Here we go, everything jumps back into play. Jesse Whitmore there, we can see leading from Max Lovell, and then it is Cody Longdon, Max Smith, Tyler Rackham, Nicola Posey, Stanley Williams, Ethan Hunt, Ethan Cossins and Lucas Nibbs. They make up the top 10. That's your top 10 as it stands at the moment. Front two have just got a bit of a gap there. You can see them on screen. That's Whitmore and Lovell. And back to Condon, Smith, Rackham and Posey. Through the bus stop they go, up towards midgets. Fastest lap time with Cody Longdon at the minute with a 41.55 in third place. We'll look up the inside there from Tyler Rackham on Max Smith. They went through midgets. 21 car of Alexander Stefanov is being called in. Seems to have been in the action all day long today. Alexander Stefanov without battling at the front. It is the 64 car of Max Smith from Tyler Rackham, and then comes Posey, Williams, Hunt, Cossins and Rose. Travis Rose in 10th at the moment, our championship leader. The 21 car of Alexander Stefanov just been all action, sometimes crossing the line. And that might be why he was called in there. So let's focus back on the race. Whitmore and Lovell out front, pulling away those two. And then a bit of a gap back to Cody Longdon, who the fastest lap time has now gone to Travis Rose down in 10th with a 41.22. So even though the championship leader is down in the middle of the field, top 10 now, he's putting in the fastest lap time. Over that start-finish line. No positional changes. Travis Rose up into 9th, starting to knock on the door. Front two of Whitmore and Lovell are pulling away. Let's keep an eye on Travis Rose as he starts to work his way through the field. Whoa, big move down into, and who's that that's come off there? Can't quite see the number. We'll get back on. Don't know whether that was a contact going in there. But the front three, there is a gap. Whitmore, Lovell and Longdon, they have a gap back to 4th now. Whitmore's led from the front, Lovell's had 2nd, Condon's had 3rd. And let's have a look who we've got here now then. Max Smith, Tyler Rackham, Ethan Hunt, Stanley Williams. It was Max Smith that we lost down there on the Wingers dip. Travis Rose up into 7. Championship leader is really now starting to rattle those cars in front. There you can see the 16 car on screen. Chasing down the 84 of Stanley Williams and the 23 of Ethan Hunt. Does have the fastest lap time of a 41.03 at the minute. Travis Rose is starting to make some noises. Front 3, well, front 2 really, Whitmore and Lovell have pulled away. Longden's got a bit of a lonely drive at the minute, but then that pack which is being chased, and Travis Rose up, gains another spot into 6th place ahead of Stanley Williams. So Ethan Hunt and Tyler Rackham, that's your 4th and 5th drivers. Travis Rose in 6th, but he's really starting to knock that door to press up. And he's got, you know, with an 11-minute race, you've got the time. If you're putting in the fastest lap times, and it's fair to say Travis Rose is a good 30 seconds quicker than some of the cars in front of him. But it is Whitmore out front from Lovell, then Longden, then comes Rackham. Is it? No, I think it might be Ethan Hunt just made a move there on Tyler Rackham as they went through midgets. But what that's doing is playing into the hands of Travis Rose, I don't mind telling you. And I think someone's lost some power, have they? Look like the 93 car of Cody Longden there has lost power. That's such a shame for Cody Longden, who was comfortable 3rd. Something's cutting out, I think, because he's continued again. Yeah, no, he's definitely losing power. I think we're going to lose Cody Longden from this race. And that's such a shame. What that's going to do is move Travis Rose even further up the field. And Whitmore and Lovell, now they've got fresh air. They're miles out front. But that chasing pack now is really tight behind them. Rackham, Hunt, Rose. Let's have a look what's going on as they come round Climate before they're left into Tollies. Let's have a look. Who have we got? 4 karts all chasing down now. It is Rackham, Hunt, Rose, Williams. We lost Congdon, didn't we? Longden, sorry, such a shame. Who's that that's just been put bouncing wide as well? Somebody else has just lost mass places. That looked like the 23 of Ethan Hunt has taken a nudge or just was moved off the racing line. All happening at the front. Whitmore and Lovell, not so much. Battle for 3rd, most definitely. Whitmore has fresh air. Lovell in 2nd, likewise, fresh air. But then Rackham, Rose. That's the battle that we're concentrating on now, and it is still, as they come round, there's the 63 of Tyler Rackham just holding on to 3rd from Travis Rose, who is now into 3rd place. Travis Rose has blasted through the field and has got up into 3rd place, your championship leader. Stanley Williams, Ethan Cossins, Lucas Nibbs, Ethan Hunt, Ethan Critchley, Louis Haxby, Elijah Lewis, Albert Campbell, Alex Roach, Nicola Posey, Riley Allen Hunt, Oliver Warren, Paris Gray, Mia Haxby, Cruz Strachan, Cody Longden, Max Smith, Alexander Stefanov is in, Connor Yu and Stanley Kearley. So it's all change in that race for 3rd place. 4 minutes plus a lap. Jesse Whitmore now with the fastest lap time of a 47.9. Travis Rose is officially in 3rd place now. You can see there on screen has charged through the field. No holding him back as he's gained mass places to get up into 3rd place. So let's focus now again on our leaders. They are coming into Climate before the left hand into Tollies now. Whitmore, Jesse has space, has fresh air, looking good out front. What is the lead over 2nd place? Max Lovell. It's 2.4 seconds. Then the gap back to Travis Rose was 5.39, is now 5.07, so it's gone down. Is there enough laps? Is there enough race time left for Travis Rose to get up and challenge? I think probably Max Lovell for 2nd place, more so than Jesse Whitmore for the win. Jesse Whitmore has 2.5 seconds, so about a 7-second lead over Travis Rose, 1st to 3rd. Can't see that being surpassed. 42 car of Oliver Warren just bounces over the start-finish line here, kicking up some dust. I'd like to think that Jesse Whitmore has controlled this race from the outset. And Max Lovell now 2.7 seconds. What is that 5-second gap? It was 5.07. It's down to 4.95, 2.5 seconds plus the lap to go. Can Travis Rose do anything about 2nd place? works his way through the field to get up into third place. Fastest lap time with Jesse Whitmore, race leader. A little bit quicker than Travis Rose in third place, and he's lapping quicker. Last lap was quicker as well, so Jesse Whitmore looking good out front. It's going to take a lot, a hell of a lot, to stop Jesse Whitmore from winning this race. Lovell now is looking really lonely there in second, but comfortable as well. So it was a 2.77. It's now over a 3-second lead from first to second. What is the gap back to third? 4.79. It's coming down lap on lap, but I don't think there's enough laps. Don't think there's enough race time left for Travis Rose to do anything. But let's take nothing away. Getting up into third place is a great result. Stanley Williams doing well in fourth. Tyler Rackham in fifth. Ethan Cossins, P2 in the championship, is in sixth and looking comfortable as well. Lucas Nibbs seventh. Ethan Hunt in eighth. Ethan Critchley 9. Louis Haxby is our top 10 driver. That is our top 10. So a few laps to go on this one. Over the start finish line comes Jesse Whitmore, looking really comfortable now. It was a 3-second lead. It's now 3.38. It's creeping all the time. 4.79 back to Travis Rose. Again, it's coming down lap on lap, but not enough for Travis Rose to get into second place, you feel. It's a good battle developing again behind Travis Rose with Stanley Williams, Tyler Rackham, Ethan Cossins, Lewis Nibbs. They've got their own little battle going on there behind the front three. Cody Longden was comfortable up there as well and just lost power. Was in third place. He lost power and just started to drift back and out of contention. Stanley Kearley lost quite early on in proceedings as well. For him. So we are on a 3-lap race now. Whitmore from Lovell. The time keeps coming down to Travis Rose, but not enough. Not enough. Jesse Whitmore out front. Max Lovell in second place. Travis Rose in third. That's your front three. We might find Jesse Whitmore starting to catch up to the back markers, so some blue flags need to come out. I haven't seen them yet, but they've got to come out here. We've got 2 laps to go on this race. No blue flags. We should have had blue flags really for the leader Jesse Whitmore, who's caught up to the back couple of drivers. There you can see, but they've not got the blue flags, so they don't necessarily know to move out of the way. There we go. Through goes one Jesse Whitmore. 2 laps to go on this one. Max Lovell in second, Travis Rose in third. He's got it down to about a 4-second gap, but he's going to struggle to make any more inroads than that. Stanley Williams, Tyler Rackham, Ethan Cossins doing well. Lucas Nibbs also, Ethan Hunt, Ethan Critchley and Louis Haxby. That's your top 10 at the moment. Then comes Elijah Lewis, Albert Campbell, Alex Roach, Riley Allen Hunt, Paris Gray, Mia Haxby, Cruz Strachan, Nicola Posey, Oliver Warren and Cody Longden. Never really recovered. Max Smith, Alexander Stefanov, Connor Ewan, Stanley Kearley, way back all out. So, lap to go. We are on that last lap board. We'll keep an eye on our leader. Going to be a worthy winner. Jesse Whitmore came 4th in Heat 1, came 1st in Heat 2, came 3rd in Heat 3. This will be excellent championship points and a very deserved victory on the day. Has been up there in the mix for the entire race. There we can see on screen just a couple of corners to go for Jesse Whitmore. Victory will belong. Hand in the air. Fantastic result. Second place is going to go to Max Lovell, and third, closing the gap all the time, was Travis Rose, and he takes third place. Fourth to Stanley Williams, fifth to Tyler Rackham, sixth Ethan Cossins, Lucas Nibbs, Ethan Hunt, Ethan Critchley, and then Louis Haxby. They made up our top 10. The Travis Rose way will probably take that. Ethan Cossins as well is in P2. Stanley Williams in the 84. Got 4th spot. Fifth place went to Tyler Rackham. There we go. In the 63. So well done. Congratulations, Jesse Whitmore. Second, Max Lovell. Third was Travis Rose. Fourth, Stanley Williams. Fifth, Tyler Rackham. And in sixth was Ethan Cossins. Let's just round out Lucas Nibbs 7, Ethan Hunt 8, Ethan Critchley 9, Louis Haxby 10, then came Elijah Lewis, Alex Roach, Albert Campbell, Riley Allen Hunt, Paris Gray was 15, Mia Haxby, Cruz Strachan, Nicola Posey, Oliver Warren and Cody Longdon in 20, then Max Smith, Alexander Stefanoff, Connor Yu and Stanley Kearley. So we do need a rescue truck just to come out and save a couple of these karts, but congratulations to Jesse Whitmore. That was that early contact, early part of this race. They've been lively, the juniors, all day long today. Plenty of warnings on show, some penalties. Juniors. Everyone's to slow down, so we're going to move on to our seniors final. Seniors final is going to consist of, just waiting for again Alpha just to update and give me the runners and the riders. I can tell you who's in it, but not in grid order yet. That notification hasn't come through to me. So we have our senior Rotax, then we'll have the 177s, then we'll have the 125 KZs and Superkarts, and then we'll have the 210 National Challenge, and that will be round 6 done and dusted. Again, big thank you for joining us. If you've jumped in and off the stream, we totally understand that. Graham Wood is somewhere in the crowd, 210 Southern Area champ from back in the day, legend. A big shout out, eyewitness on Kartmaster, one eye on Kartmasters as well from Joshua Justin Racing, and the other on FEKC ourselves. So good use of both eyes, one on each championship. Grid come through to me yet, but we are going to see in no particular order Luke Richards, Corey Stevens, Lucas Reed, Roman Vickery, Noah McNicholson, Zach Burke, Nick Gourzalidis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Cian Downer, Will Aldis, Oliver Gustman, Ollie White, Alex Colantuano, Bobby Rosier, Spencer Trahorn, Ben Ballou, Jody Whitmore, Ethan Miles, Harry Smith, James Watson, Freddie Snelling, Daniel Varlam, Ben Hicks and Niam Note. That is who we're going to see. I envisage we are going to see Bobby Rosier near the front, Ben Ballou near the front. I'd imagine Oliver Gustman won't be far off, or Niam Note as well. Bobby Rosier's had 3 top 5 finishes in the 3 heats. So we're just waiting for, I think, rescue truck to make its way off. And here we go, Oliver Gustman now can see in second. Is that Bobby Rosier coming out to lead the way? Indeed it is. So Bobby Rosier will be on the front of the grid. Oliver Gustman in second now as anticipated. So again, 11-minute final plus the lap. 64 kart of James Watson will be there or thereabouts near the front as well. Bobby Rosier. Oliver Gustman, James Watson, Niam Note, Zach Burke, Ben Hicks, Noah McNicholson, Will Aldis, Luke Richards, Spencer Trahorn, Alexander Colantuano down in 12th, Ethan Miles, Roman Vickery, Nick Gourzalidis 14 and 15, Lucas Reeves, Freddie Snelling, Daniel Varlan in 18, Corey Stevens 19, 20, Byron Sly Hewitt, and then Cian Downer in 21. So there we can see at the front Bobby Rosier in the 49, alongside Oliver Gustman just in behind in the 38. Everybody just a calm, slow down and calm before they move into this opening lap and this final of the senior Rotax. Will Aldis leading the championship from Ben Hicks and Luke Richards, all three of course in action here. Away we go, and that's a blinding start from Bobby Rosier from Oliver Gusman in second, that's for sure. James Watson in third. Everybody round the Haynes loop. Oh, I think we're going to go again. Yeah, yellows are out. We're going to go again. I was going to say that was a bit of a flying start. Bobby Rose is half a lap ahead going into the first corner. So we'll be brought back and we will go again. Just get everybody to line up. So everybody back in line. We go again. Slowly round. On this inside, which means they'll get the inside line going through the Haynes loop for the first time. It's the 94 kart alongside of me and Note. He's got that second spot going through the Haynes loop. Oliver Gusman in third. Zach Burke, James Watson, Ben Hicks, Noah McNicholson there, yes. We're going again, we're going again. Third time lucky, as they say. Thankfully everybody got through the Haynes loop. And we will go again. So we try again. Let's go for third time lucky. Bobby Rosier, Liam Note, Oliver Gusman, Zach Burke, James Watson, Ben Hicks, Noah McNicholson, Will Aldist, Roman Vickery and Luke Richards. They make up the top 10 on the grid. That's your front 5 rows. Obviously it's a rolling start. Let's try and get the rolling start there right this time, please, guys. Steady. Are we happy this time? Lights out. Seems to be a similar story to me. Bobby Rosier is down in 8th, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But there we go. So it is Liam Note leading the way. Oliver Gusman's up there as well, as is Zach Burke. Somebody's off early doors, going down into Ringer's Dip. Up they come through the bus stop chicane. Takes evasive action. A couple of guys taking evasive action. Sometimes you just can't get through. I think we've lost 2 or 3 carts here. I'm sure this is a chaotic start, really. I think we've lost 2 or 3 carts here for whatever reason. Let's concentrate back on what I can see on track, and that is the 20 of Zach Burke leading the way from James Watson, Oliver Gusman, Will Aldis, Luke Richards, Roman Vickery, Ethan Miles, Nick Rosalidis, Freddie Snelling and Daniel Varlan. But there just seems to be 2 or 3 carts off track, and I don't know why. Don't know what happened there coming through. The 13 kart is trundling away in front of me, Corey Stevens as well. We've almost lost 4 or 5 karts in the opening lap of this race without any real incident to talk about. 13 is get going again. Corey Stevens, will he go into the pits or will he continue? So he's got it up and running again. So as we were. Very disjointed start to this race, which has left Zach Burke with a bit of a gap back to Oliver Gusman, James Watson, Will Aldis. And the 80 kart now comes off in front of me of Daniel Varlan. Wow, messy heat this one. I'll tell you who's not minding is Zach Burke. He's way out front. And he's leading this race. Oliver Gusman is in second, and then you've got a chasing pack there of like James Watson, Luke Richards, Will Aldis, Roman Vickery, Ethan Miles. Nick Corzalidis is in there as well somewhere. Yellows are out, because we have a kart just off in front of us here on Tolly's under the start-finish line. Zach Burke has got probably a second lead here over the chasing pack, which is led by Oliver Gusman. James Watson, Luke Richards, Will Aldis, Roman Vickery, Ethan Miles, Nick Corzalidis, Freddie Snelling, Spencer Trahorn now up into the top 10. Cian Down and Nick Nicholson, Lucas Reeves, Daniel Varlan and Byron Sly Hewitt make up to 15. Byron gains a spot there over Daniel Varlan. But a really disjointed start to this race. We have lost a handful of karts. Ian Note's out, Ben Ballou is out, Ben Hicks is out, Bobby Rosier is out. So we've lost 4 karts there of drivers that would have expected to have been at the front and battling for big points. So that is disappointing from a spectacle point of view, because all of those guys would have been throwing karts in good shapes at the front of the track. I think we're losing another one here as they come round. It's another engine failure. What's this, 64? That's James Watson that we've lost now, who was having a great race as well. This is carnage. I'm not sure what is going on in this one. Daniel Varlan is out as well. So we've lost 5 or 6 of the big names out of this race. So it's going to give us a different outlook come the end of the race. So Zach Burke, with only 2 or 3 minutes gone, is catching up to the 13 car of Corey Stevens, who did have a bit of bother coming through the start-finish line. The WC car of Luke Richards has got up in front of Oliver Gusman now into 3rd place, with Will Aldis in 4th. So Zach Burke has a gap back to Luke Richards, Oliver Gusman and Will Aldis. That's what you can see on screen. That's your race. That's what we're focused in on here. I will repeat that we have lost Liam Note, Daniel Varlan, Ben Ballou, Ben Hicks, Bobby Rosier, all out of this race really early on, which is a shame. But let's keep an eye on what we can see and what is going on, and that is that Zach Burke has a good 2-second lead at the minute. Will that continue? Let's have a look. It was a 2.15 second lead. It's down under 2 seconds now to Luke Richards, Oliver Gusman, Will Aldis and Roman Vickery. So there is a bit of a gap out front, but it's getting smaller, and it's getting smaller back to Luke Richards. With Oliver Gusman and Will Aldis in there as well. That's, you can see on screen, that's your 3rd and 4th car, the yellow helmet of Oliver Gusman and the white helmet of Will Aldis. Championship leader, of course, Will. Ben Hicks, who is sat 2nd in the championship, is out. Luke Richards is in 2nd place, 3rd in the championship. So this is going to be a good points haul for him. So let's keep an eye on those times as they cross the start-finish line. Zach Burke goes over. 1.79, it's coming down. That gap between him and Luke Richards is coming down. Zach Burke in the 20 car is P12 in the championship, so is again going to get some good points from this today. But hot on his heels now is Luke Richards, who's sat P3. Will Aldis, championship leader, is in 3rd. Oliver Gusman as well, he's P6 in the championship. This is a good points return for him as well. So some drivers near the front of this race. Spencer Trahorn is new to this today. He's obviously in another championship before. So let's just keep an eye again. Intriguing to see what that 179 does. So Zach goes over. Here comes Luke. It's 1.68. It's going down. The gap back to Will Aldis is increasing. So Will Aldis is now pretty much looking at his own personal battle at the moment, with Oliver Gusman, Spencer Trahorn and Roman Vickery for the bronze medal, the 3rd place position, P3 in this race. Zach Burke, half the race to go. I think he's going to come under pressure. He's going to come under pressure from Luke Richards. I think Luke is going to continue to eat into that. What was just over a 2-second lead is now down to 1.68. Again, as they come around Tollies here over the start-finish line, let's keep an eye. 1.68 is now 1.54, but 1.57 back to Will Aldis. So that gap is decreasing from 2nd to 1st. It is increasing from 2nd to 3rd. So are we going to end up with 2 battles? Is Luke Richards going to be able to get up to challenge? Hasn't had a race win this early. He has. He won round 4, Luke Richards, so he's going to be looking to do that again. Zach Burke has had a couple of 3rd places, no 1st or 2nd, so he's gunning for his 1st race win of the season. That's what he's got his eyes on. His eyes literally on the prize. But Luke Richards might have something to say about that. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And that gap's going to be smaller. 1.54 is now 1.38 lap on lap. It is getting smaller. That battle for 3rd is still on with Will Aldis, Oliver Gusman and Spencer Trahorn. They're all in the mix for 3rd place. And then we have Roman Vickery 6, Nick Gauzalidis 7, Freddie Snell in 8, Cian Downer 9 and the Noah McNicholson in 10, Lucas Reeves 11, Byron Slyhewitt 12, Ethan Miles 13, Corey Stevens 14, James Watson 15, then from Daniel Varl, actually from Corey Stevens, James Watson, Daniel Varl and Liam Note, Ben Ballou, Ben Hicks and Bobby Rosier, all out. Such a shame, but all out. Here we go, over the start finish line comes Zach Burke. 1 point, just a second. It's down to a second to Luke Richards. He is charging hard. Will Aldis, if anything, is just increasing his third place lead over Oliver Gusman and Spencer Trahorn. On screen, as you can see there now, the 30, 38 and 51 karts. They're chasing down third place Will Aldis at the moment. Luke Richards, though, is ever reaching in on Zach Burke out front. Luke does have the fastest lap time at 39.8. It's only Luke, Zach and Spencer Trahorn that are in the 39s at the moment. Everybody else is 40s. So here we go. At 1.0, it's going to be less than a second. We've got a race on, 0.89 seconds. And there's a gap back to Will Aldis, who's starting to just take hold of third place, it's fair to say. Oliver Gusman's dropped behind Spencer Trahorn in that battle for third. But them two battling away has played into Will Aldis' hands, I have to say. Zach Burke has got 2.5 minutes. He hasn't won a race this season. Luke Richards won round 4. He's looking to win round 6. Zach has finished on the podium a couple of times. He's looking good for that today. He's looking good for a podium finish, but he's going to want P1. But at 0.89, half a second or less. 0.767, sorry, so they're not down to half a second, but within touching distance. Luke Richards now 2 minutes to go plus the lap. Race on out front for the win of this race. Will Aldis, championship leaders, just started to concentrate on his third place. I think he's got that. That looks comfortable for him at the minute. Spencer Trahorn's going to have to go some to wheel in Will Aldis, but we'll keep an eye on that gap there. It's 0.95 seconds from Spencer to Will, fourth to third. The gap at the front. We are going to have a shootout, 3 or 4 lap shootout. The first time I think that I've seen Zach Burke look over his shoulder. He now knows that Luke Richards is there, and likewise I think Spencer Trahorn's got it under a second now between him and Will Aldis in that battle for third. So that's not dead in the water just yet. 1:20 to go plus the lap. So we've still got a good few laps to go on this one. That's your race leaders on screen. Zach Burke, Luke Richards, fastest lap time still with Luke in second place. But there is nothing in this now. He has eaten into that lap on lap on lap. There was over a 2 second gap between Luke and Zach, which is now nothing. This is race on. We are 3 laps to get our champion in the senior Rotax. There's nothing, 0.29 seconds now, it's race on. We'll stop looking at the gap. Spencer Trahorn now just over a second behind Will Aldis. I think Will has got that. I think Will's got enough in the tank to hold on to that third place at the moment. Again, fastest lap time, it's only the front 3. Actually, Spencer Trahorn, Zach and Luke Richards are in the 39s. Everybody else is in the 40s. So, race on out front. Keep an eye. There's contact. There's movement up the inside. Back comes Zach Burke. Luke Richards was there for a split second, but Zach has fought back to take the lead of this race just for a split second. It was Luke. Will Aldis. And 0.84 seconds back to Spencer Trahorn now. So maybe 2 laps to go. Maybe we are going to have a fight for third place after all. We've definitely got a fight out front on your screen. Zach Burke leading the way from Luke Richards. Excellent racing from these two. They're the fastest 2 karts on track. Out front as they go through, circumnavigate the chicane, the bus stop as they race up towards midgets before the right-hander. And again, a big look. Inside, outside. Zach cannot make a mistake. Going around the outside, big move. That's not going to work round there. You can't make that work. And that might just, with the last lap board out, have cost Luke Richards this race. He tried to go round the outside in Tollies, and that's a long way to go. It's a short, tight corner, but it's a long way round the outside. And I think that might have just cost Luke Richards this race. Put it round the outside, couldn't make it work. And Zach Burke gratefully held the line inside and just pushed Luke that little bit further. And I think Will Aldis has got that third place sewn up. So has done well just to bat back any fight from Spencer Trahorn, Oliver Gusman and Roman Vickery. And it is going to be Zach Burke. He's going to take his first race win of the season. And what a way to do it. Trading places on that last lap with Luke Richards. Luke went for the big move, could not make it work. Will Aldis holds on to third. Spencer Trahorn picks up 4th place. Oliver Gusman with 5th. P6 in the championship, and points will do him good. And then Roman Vickery, Nick Gorzalidis, Noah McNicholson, Freddie Snellen and Lucas Reeves made up that top 10. And then it was Byron, Sly Hewitt, Cian Downer, Ethan Miles, Corey Stevens, James Watson, and then a plethora of karts never made the checkered flag. But there, congratulations Zach Burke, great race out front. Luke Richards really made a race of that because it could have been dead in the water halfway through, but he continued to push and he managed to get up alongside Zach and make a last fist of it, race of it over those last 2 laps. But hats off Zach Burke, he dealt with the pressure, he dealt with that very well, and he takes that victory from Luke Richards, from Will Alvis, championship leader, from Spencer Trahorn, and then came Oliver Gussman. And take a breath. I think that was probably my favourite final so far, the seniors. And considering we lost so many good drivers early on in that one, Note, Ben Ballou, Ben Hicks, Bobby Rosa, they seem to be dropping like flies for whatever reason. So we will just have a bit of downtime. There's a bit of a rescue that needs to be done before we move into the 177s. I'm sure we'll get all three. I think we've got a couple of the carts rolling, but 64 there. James Watson just pushing his cart off track. Such a shame to lose James as well. Daniel Varlan we lost as well. Ian Downer we lost. Ethan Miles we lost. We lost so many karts in the late exchanges of that race. And drivers that would have been at the front batting for the win. So you can see our social along the bottom of the screen there. If you've enjoyed today, if you managed to find this whilst scrolling on YouTube, it's great to have you. There's all of our socials: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, website, email address. Get in touch with Forest Edge here. We've still got many rounds of the season to go. Championships in full swing across our 7 or 8 classes that we see driving here. And there is 84 of Ben Hicks, was out early, P2 in the championship. It will have cost him dear. So just the rescue truck out, just bringing a few of the guys back in. Some of them have managed to push back, others have managed to get the carts up and running and rolling back, so it shouldn't be too long a gap until we move into the 177s. Obviously our 2 races in one. So we're just waiting for the 177s to come out. The rescue truck is back in. I'm just over listening. I'm just a bit quiet though. I'm just over listening to some of the comms that's going on our marshals, race directors, walkie-talkies, and there's some smoke coming from a fire, which I believe is over in a field across the way. So it's not close enough to us to affect. But there is a fire and there is smoke bellowing into the sky across the way. I didn't notice it during mid-race then, but I thought it was a bonfire. But apparently there is a bit more than that. Been a lot of dry field fires going on up and down the country. I hope it's not that. But anyway, we'll focus on our racing. It's not going to affect us for the moment. We are going to try and get through the remaining heats. We've got 3 finals to go. The 177s, the 125 KZs and Superkarts. Obviously that's 4 finals in 2 races. And then we'll finish with our 210 National Challenge final as well. And those guys are accumulating points for their own respective championships as well. So we can bring you up to speed. So let's just have a quick look back through the 177s. It's been an eventful day. Really mixed bag across these 2 races. Wins in the heats in the Rotax 177 Maxes. Sophie Jeffrey with a win, Matt Jones with 2 wins. A couple of second places, Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey as well. Callum Brockhorst has had a second, third and a fourth. Kieran Thompson has had a third, a fourth and a third. And in the 177 Masters, wins for Daniel Hammett, Marcus Basley and Daniel Hammett again. Second places for those 2 drivers as well, 2 for Marcus and 1 for Daniel. Third place finishes for Neil, two third place finishes, and Carl Churchill as well. Carl got a third, a fourth and a fifth, and then a fifth and 2 fourths for Scott Collins. So we have had a real mixed bag of results across the races here. In the terms of the championship, Matt Jones, he's going to be off a pole in this one, I would imagine. Sophie Jeffrey as well has done well. She's P2 in the championship, and they'll be looking to build on the points there and pull away a little bit from Samuel Cook, who might lose third place to Kieran Thompson today, who's P4 in the championship. So we'll see how that develops. And in the Masters, championship leader Daniel Hammett, he's going to be near the front of the grid and racing hard to take the win here. Marcus Basley, not applicable in terms of the championship, but has had a really good day today and could challenge the front runners. Here we go, we're off and running. This race is in the mix. The Max and the Masters, the 177s. Everybody round the Haynes Loop. Oh, a bit of a wide line there. Who was at the court? A bit of outside edge. Funny feeling, it was Carl Churchill that had a bit of a wide line going through there. But let's focus in on what we can see as they race up through the bus stop. Left then right as they race up towards midgets, into that right-hander, down into Climate. Jones, Marcus Basley, Daniel Hammett, Neil Hemming, they were the front runners, and I think it's still Matt Jones that's holding the lead of this one. From the 11 of Marcus Basley, then comes Daniel Hammett, Neil Hemming, Sophie Jeffrey, Scott Collins, Callum Brockhorst, Carl Churchill, Kieran Thompson and Simon Traynor. So that's how we're looking, and again, just referring back on the left-hand side, anybody with a white number, they're in the same class. Anybody with a black number, they're in the same class. So Matt Jones leading the way from Sophie Jeffrey, who's got 3 karts between her and getting to Matt Jones. And then comes Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson. That's your top 4 with the Rotax Max, with the 177 Max, and with the 177 Masters. Marcus Basley is leading the way from Daniel Hammett, championship leader. Then comes Neil Hemming, and then Scott Collins, and they are your front 3 in the championship as well. So over the start-finish line, here they come, and it is still Daniel Hammett out front from Sophie Jeffrey. So some big moves going on in that last lap while I was clocking the scores. Big movers. So what we see now is Daniel Hammett leading the way from Scott Collins and Carl Churchill. In that class, Sophie Jeffrey, we've lost Matt Jones. He must have gotten a bit of bother or has had car issues. And he has, is he rolling into the pits? I think car issues. That's such a shame. That is the, and Marcus Basley as well. It was Matt and Marcus that were out the front. I was busy bringing you up to speed with runners and riders. I missed some of the action there. I do apologise if there's anything on screen that I didn't see, but what it does do, it gives us 2 new leaders, and Daniel Hammett and Sophie Jeffrey out front. Then comes Scott Collins, Carl Churchill, Callum Brockhorst, Kieran Thompson, Simon Traynor, Neil Hemming, Matt Jones and Marcus Basley. Some of those might not still be on track. I think we've lost 2 karts, but we shall see. I shall tell you as we creep on here. I think we might have lost Matt and Marcus on proceedings. Fastest lap time is with Sophie Jeffrey, pushing hard. Contact warning for Daniel Hammett at the front. He's leading the way. A look up the inside into midgets there, and he's made it work, has he? Carl Churchill. We'll see when they come back round Climate into Tollies. It's definitely still Daniel Hammett and Sophie Jeffrey 1 and 2. It looks like Carl Churchill yet has got the better of Scott Collins into 3rd place. And then as we were thereafter with Callum, Kieran, Simon, Neil. I think we've lost Matt and Marcus. Simon Traynor is in 7th place. So that's our 2 leaders. So in terms of the Rotax Max, Sophie Jeffrey is leading the way from Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson. That's your top 3. And with the Masters, it's currently Daniel Hammett from Carl Churchill and then Scott Collins. Neil Hemming dropped way down the order. Again, I don't know whether that was a kart issue or not, as the front runners over the start and finish line. 79 and 73 come across, and then comes the 91 of Simon Traynor, and have we got the 83? Yeah, so there's obviously a problem for Neil Hemming. He's getting himself back in the groove though, back in the mix now. 41.1 is the fastest lap time by Sophie Jeffrey. Everybody in the 41s apart from Simon Traynor is in the 42s. Everyone else is clocking a 41 something. Daniel Hammer is now out front from Sophie Jeffrey, as has been for the last couple of laps. Carl Churchill now just a comfortable third place, pulled away a little bit from Scott Collins in fourth. And Rockcross has got a lonely drive in fifth. So that's how we're looking at the front of the field here. The 91 of Simon Traynor is going to come under pressure at some point from Neil Hemming, I'm sure. As that gap gets closer between Neil and Simon there in 7th and 8th. But there's your two race leaders. Sophie Jeffrey putting Daniel Hammer under all manner of pressure as they go through the chicane bus stop up towards Midgets into that right-hander at Climate. So here they go. Keep an eye. That's your front two. Hammett leading his class, Sophie Jeffrey leading her class, but they'll both want to be out the front, no doubt about that. Back to the 16th of Carl Churchill, then comes Scott Collins, and the 73 of Kieran Thompson putting Callum Brockhorst under pressure in 5th and 6th. The 91 of Simon Traynor is now coming under pressure from Neil Hemming, who within a couple of laps I imagine will be putting him under a lot of pressure. So we're concentrating on that battle out front. Daniel Hammer is leading, and he is the front runner in the 177 Masters from Carl Churchill, third on track, second in the class, and Scott Collins fourth on track, third in the class, and Sophie Jeffrey with the 177 Maxes ahead of Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson. So plenty to race for. Carl Churchill now just seems to be catching up a little bit. We'll keep an eye on Carl's 1.61 there between himself and Sophie Jeffrey in second place. There's your two leaders on screen, leading classes and leading the race. Daniel Hammer and Sophie Jeffrey, 1 and 2. But that 1.61 seconds back to Carl Churchill, I think, is going to shrink somewhat. And Carl Churchill is sat P4 in the championship, so we'll be looking to get up alongside these two to try and bag some championship points. Let's have a look. 1.61, it's now 1.82, so it is getting a little bit wider. So Daniel and Sophie out front have got their foot down and are starting to pull away. And then it's the 22 of Scott Collins. So Daniel Hammett leading from Carl Churchill and Scott Collins. That's the 177 Masters top three. And the 177 Maxes is Sophie Jeffrey from Callum Brockhorst and then Kieran Thompson. Neil Hemming has got the better of Simon Traynor, as we thought might happen, and is now starting to make inroads on Kieran Thompson. But 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes just over, plus the lap to go. Sophie Jeffrey still pressing Daniel Hammer all the way. There's about a 2-second gap now from Sophie to Carl. I'm not sure there's anything going to happen in that respect. Interesting to see what Neil Hemming can do, if he can catch up to Kieran Thompson. Got past Simon Traynor comfortably. There's your front two, still Daniel Hammer and still Sophie Jeffrey. First and second in the race and first in their respective classes. They're going to both take a gold, the P1 gold away from this at this stage, but Carl Churchill always feels like he's a bit closer than 2 seconds. But it is edging out lap on lap, and then Scott Collins. So we are 3 minutes counting plus the lap to go. Neil Hemming is reducing that gap to Kieran Thompson in 6th and 7th. And we go through the bus stop. That's your front two still, Daniel Hammer and Sophie Jeffrey, both going to win their classes at this rate, and Sophie Jeffrey does put a move in there, just caught the back end of that on screen as they went through Midgets at the top there, down into Climate. She managed to pin that Sophie into a left-hander. So Sophie Jeffrey takes the lead of this race from Daniel Hammer. And that means now Daniel Hammer could come under pressure from Carl Churchill in terms of their class. And Scott Collins is in third. Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson, they are second and third in the Masters battle. Sophie starting to pull away from Daniel. So it will be to see what Carl Churchill can do, whether he's got 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes plus the lap to go. Excuse me, throat's starting to get a bit sore now. Sophie Jeffrey out front from Daniel Hammett. Them two are still in close prox and pulling away. Let's have a look at that gap to Carl Churchill. Can he get to challenge Daniel for the lead? I don't think so. I think the front two are really pulling each other along. Fastest lap time is with Daniel Hammett now, and Daniel and Sophie are in the 40s. Everyone else is in the 41s. I'm not sure Carl can get up and do anything about it. So it does look like, with 1.5 minutes just over to go plus the lap, your top three in the Masters is Daniel Hammett, Carl Churchill and Scott Collins. In the Maxes, the 177 Maxes, is Sophie Jeffrey from Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson. And those guys not close enough to really bother each other, I don't think. Let's keep an eye as they come underneath the start-finish line now. 22 and 89. And then there's a big gap between the 89 and the 73. So it's too much, I think, for Kieran Thompson to do to get up to challenge for second place in his class. Sophie Jeffrey looking comfortable for the win at the moment. Daniel Hammett is inching away from Carl Churchill lap on lap. So that's just about 2.5 seconds now. So I think this race has really settled down now. I think we're looking at a 3-lap race. Comes Sophie and Daniel around Tolly's. Around Climate, sorry. Tolly's underneath the start-finish line here. Yeah, those two are pulling away. Bit of a gap back to Carl Churchill in third on track, and again nobody else looking like they are going to bother anybody else at the moment. So 2 laps to go on this one. I would envisage, I think Sophie will get around before 20 seconds is up. So 7, 6, 5. Are we going to see a last lap board, or is Sophie going to get across the line? No, we are going to have a last lap board. We are 1 lap race. Just couldn't make it there in time, Sophie. So Sophie Jeffrey leading from Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson in the 177 Maxes, and for the 177 Masters it's Daniel Hammett second on track, leading the way from Carl Churchill and Scott Collins. So don't envisage anything changing here. I think Sophie Jeffrey's driven wonderfully well. Callum Brockhorst is going to bag himself his 3rd second on the day, and Scott Collins is going to pick up Here we go, here's Sophie coming round and Daniel Hammett. Oh, Sophie's just gone off track. It won't affect in the grand scheme, but it does mean that Daniel Hammett and Sophie Churchill picks up 2nd place from Scott Collins in 3rd. And Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson, who picks up the 3rd place in the Maxes. So the 1, 2, 3, Daniel Hammett, Carl Churchill and Scott Collins, well done to those guys. And then in the Rotax 177 Maxes is a 1, 2, 3 for Sophie Jeffrey, Callum Brockhorst and Kieran Thompson. On track it was Hammett, Jeffrey, Churchill, Collins, Brockhorst, Hemming, Thompson, and then no finishing times for Trenor, Jones or Basley. I think Simon Trenor did come around in 8th place on track. So congratulations to Daniel Hammett, congratulations to Sophie Jeffrey. Good championship points for those two. So you just see a bit of a replay of that heat. We prepare for the 125 KZs and the Superkarts. That was where Sophie just came off just prior to that last corner. Just did a bit of grass tracking. So we move on to our KZs and our Superkarts. Well, it's been straightforward for Jack Price in the 125 KZs. 3 race wins from Reece Paget-Lowe, who has the pace, just doesn't get out of the track quick enough. So they've been the 1-2, and they're going to be the 1-2 again, just 2 finishers and 2 starters. And then in the Superkarts, we've had race wins for Chris Morris, Steve Haskell and Matthew Duncan. Second place is for Daniel Buckland, Chris Morris and Matthew Duncan. Third place is for 2 for Steve Haskell and 1 for Matthew Duncan, and 2 fourth places for Daniel Buckland and 1 for Chris Morris. So a real mixed bag in the superkarts. That race could go anyway. That man on screen has really bossed all of the races and has led from the front in every one. If Reece Paget-Lowe could get out the trap, he would put him under a bit of pressure. So we will see how this race develops. Looks like we might only have 5 karts out on track for this one. Maybe no 73 Matthew Duncan. He's had a first, a second and a third today, so that's quite disappointing if he's not able to get out and compete for this final. So we come into line. Just the 2 KZs, and I think we're going to have the 3 superkarts. Yep, we're just a 5-kart race. No Matthew Duncan, which is a shame. Here we go, lights go out, we've got a 7-minute race. Away we go, and it's a similar picture. Jack Price with a wonder start. Reece Paget-Lowe a little bit slower away from the trap, but will comfortably just lock into second place. Those 2 will pull away and have their own battle, hopefully. And then we'll see who comes out on top from Chris Morris, Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland in the race for the superkarts. So here they go. Obviously they bypass the bus stop here. And Jack Price comes round, followed by Reece Paget-Lowe. That's your 1-2 as we've had all day. Then comes the 54 at the minute of Chris Morris. He's leading the way from Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland. So the 2 under 3, the KZ's leading the way from the superkarts. Here they go. We're going to keep an eye on the lap times. Both of the KZs are in 39 territory already. No surprise there. 41 for Chris Morris at the minute, 44 Steve Haskell and 44 Daniel Buckland. But everybody's stretched out, there's a gap in between everybody. It's Reece Paget-Lowe racing through, a bit of grass tracking but gets back on track, really pushing the limits to try and keep up with Jack Price. Always a bit more straightforward, less to talk about when we've only got 5 karts on track, and I'm very stretched out. No one's really going to challenge anybody. Down into the 38s, like we were saying, 38.25, 38.44 for Jack Price and Reece Paget-Lowe. Chris Morris with a 40.04, his fastest lap time so far. 42 of Daniel Buckland, just skids but gets back on. 58 of Steve Haskell with a 43.54. Daniel Buckland gets back on track. Is he going to challenge anywhere higher than 3rd place finish now today? Jack Price there on screen comes round with Reece Paget-Lowe in 2nd. That 2.5 gap between the 2 of them. They're both totaling good times, 38.2 and 38.37, so they both get their fastest lap time. Here comes Chris Morris, who's doing well. He's on the pace. He's got 40.04 as his fastest lap time. On the grass a little bit there. 69 again of Reece Paget-Lowe. Really pushing the boundaries, trying to keep up with Jack Price. It's no easy thing to do. Super quick. And he comes, climb at Tollies, underneath my nose, start finish line. It was a 38.2, still a 38.2 the fastest lap time, and still a 38.37 for Reece Paget-Lowe. So they're the 1-2, they're going to remain the 1-2. Anything going wrong. 54 of Chris Morris is driving really nicely at the minute and looking comfortable in terms of opposition. It's just whether he can keep going and keep good lap times. He's just got into the 38s himself. So well done, Chris. 39.82. Good lap time from him. Down into the 39s. Steve Haskell holding second place in class. Third place at the minute for Daniel Buckland, who's going to look to try and get back up to challenge Steve Haskell for that second place in their class. 38.02 for Jack Price, fastest lap time for him. Likewise 38.14, so they're getting better lap times lap on lap at the minute, Jack and Reese. Reese stays on as he comes round Johnny's this time. He's come off the track a couple of times in sector 1 and just brought a bit of dust and a bit of dust. It's the grass, isn't it, that is so dry. So they are going to catch up in a couple of laps with the second and third place karts of Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland in their class. 43.30. Steve Haskell's just got his fastest lap time, as has Daniel Buckland with 41.5. So good on them two for getting some good lap times. 38.01 from Reese Paget-Lowe now. He's only 38.02 and a 38.01. There's no difference in that lap time between those front two. Not even a click of the fingers. But Reese Paget-Lowe, I don't think is close enough to have any effect in terms of winning the race. Let's keep an eye. So they are catching up here with the Daniel Buckland and Steve Haskell. Just going to hold them up a little bit, yeah, just a little bit for Jack Price there. 37 now, 9.9 for Jack Price, getting quicker lap on lap as he gets past the two guys. Reese Paget-Lowe likewise. We'll get through as well as they go down into the Winger's Dip. Yeah, he takes both of them, they both move out the way. So a minute and a half plus the lap to go on this KZ and 125 KZs and Superkarts. Jack Price's lap times are keeping us intrigued. 37.99 at the minute. 38.01 for Reese Paget-Lowe. I wonder if he can get down into the 37s as well. It won't be this lap because they both have to circumnavigate some back markers. It certainly won't be on this lap, and it's not. 58 and 42. It's the Chris Morris. Must have spun off screen at some point. Unless he is catching up with Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland as well, which I think he possibly is. So I think Chris Morris is still leading the race. I just think he's catching up with his fellow class as well. 37.9 there for fastest lap time for Jack Price, and a 38.01 again, bang on for Reese Paget-Lowe. Chris Morris here coming round, he's still leading for the Superkarts. 39.82 is his fastest lap. Chris Morris, Steve Haskell is second and Daniel Buckland third in that little mini battle. So we are now going to be in last lap territory. We had no Matthew Duncan here in this one, he didn't make it out for the final. So the 1, 2, 3, they're all going to get a podium finish here, but it is in what order? We've got a little bit of a race going on, the 58 and the 42. Daniel Buckland has managed to catch up with 1 lap to go. Can he get the better of Steve Haskell and get a silver medal out of this, a second place finish? That's the only race on track that we've had the whole time on the last lap, as they race down into the Winger's Dip. Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland, who will come second in class in the Superkarts? Jack Price is going to take the checkered flag, outstanding all day. He takes the win, followed by Reese Paget-Lowe in second place, pushed all the way. Chris Morris is going to take the win, but can on the last corner here. Who is going to take third place? It's holding on for Steve Haskell. So here's the third place. Fourth place is Daniel Buckland, and Chris Morris does get the win, even though he's behind, but he was catching up with his teammates. So Jack Price, Reese Paget-Lowe, top 2 in the 125 KZs. Chris Morris, Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland. That was the 1, 2, 3 in the Superkarts, just the 5 karts on track. Nothing really there to talk about until the very last lap, when Steve Haskell Daniel Buckland caught up with Steve Haskell and just pushed him to the line, but wasn't able to get in front, and that was how it finished. Congratulations to Jack Price, second place for Reese Paget-Lowe, Congratulations to Chris Morris, second to Steve Huskell, and third to Daniel Buckland. So we are in last race territory now, and it is our 210 National Challenge. Thank you for sticking with us. And one race to go, and that is our 210 National Challenge. Took the invite to come today to race here at Forest Edge, as they do at other tracks. They've got an 8-minute final here. It's an 8-minute final for these guys. And it looks like it's going to be Dan Burry off the front of the grid. Stuart Henry, Harry Morris, Tom Stone, Oliver Shelley, Paul Fowler, David Smith, John Hutton, Sean Stonier, Ray Sloan, Tony Burry and Ian Taylor. They are our drivers for this final. And we're just going to put in another half a lap to warm up before they come around and join us on the start-finish line. We go into formation, and those two at the front there, Dan Burry and Harry Morris, that's going to be the two to watch for me. Tom Stone will have some say, as will Stuart Henry. But I think it's going to be a shootout between Harry Morris and Dan Burry for the win. So we will have a grid start, so they'll just come around into position. So one race remaining. So thank you for sticking with us today. If you've enjoyed it, we've got one race to go. I hope all those people that you've wanted to watch today and enjoy have done well. So here we go then. It's the 2 and the 5 of Dan Burry and Stuart Henry on the front of the grid. Then comes the 41 of Harry Morris and the 4 of Thomas Stone. And that is your front 2 grids. You can see there, everybody else just lining up. So those front 4 karts, that's the top 3 in the championship plus Harry Morris, who is in P4. So it is game on, most definitely game on in this one, and it is the front 2, as we mentioned. Harry Morris jets into second place behind Dan Burry. So let's keep an eye what's going to happen here. Number 5, Stuart Henry's just drifted back a few spots from that start line. Harry Morris in second, Thomas Stone in third, and then Oliver Shelley has got that 5th place spot. So as they race up past the bus stop, up the inside, is it an early move? I think it is, from Harry Morris to take the lead of this race, but Dan Burry doesn't give that up lightly. He's pushing him back all the way. We'll look up the inside here and then try and dive bomb up the inside. No, not going to make that work through Tollies this time. So Harry Morris takes the lead of this race from Dan Burry, from Thomas Stone, from Stuart Henry, then Oliver Shelley, Paul Fowler, David Smith, Sean Stonier, John Hutton, Tony Burry, Ray Sloan and Ian Taylor. That's your top 12. We've got 12 out of 14 karts on track. We have we've lost a couple. No Russell Hopes in this one. He hasn't been able to see this race out. And also, is it David Smith? No, David's in the mix in 7th. This is Ray Sloan. David Skull, maybe we haven't got out on track either. So, John Hopes, David Skull. Hopes out of the action. So Harry Morris bossing this at the minute from Dan Burry, Thomas Stone, Paul Fowler up into 4th from Oliver Shelley, Stuart Henry, David Smith, Sean Stonier, John Hutton, Tony Burry, Ray Sloan and Ian Taylor. So 12 of the 14 having a go at this final. Front 2 again just making their way out, pulling away. Harry Morris, Dan Burry, Tom Stone, Paul Fowler, that was the order as they went into this race. Then came Stuart Taylor, David Smith, Sean Stonier, John Hutton, Tony Burry, Ray Sloan and Ian Taylor. That was the line as they came through, but Harry Morris really is bossing this out front. He's pulling away from Dan Burry. Over the start-finish line they go, about a second and a half, 2.5 second gap now back to Dan. And then another 2.3 back to Tom. So that Paul Fowler has got himself up with that laid-back racing style. He's up into 4th place. He's holding on at the moment from the number 5 kart of Stuart Henry. 29 kart at the back of Ian Taylor, still continuing. Not much pace from he's about 7 seconds off in terms of lap times from Harry Morris, who's put in a 41.9. In the 43s is Dan Burry and Tom Stone, and then 44s and 45s thereafter. So Harry really pushing it, you can see that. 41.7 now for Harry Morris. out front. 43.2 from Danbury in second place. Tom Stone in third. Contact warning for Stuart Henry. They're in that battle a little bit further down the order. So almost looks asleep. And I love that style of Paul Fowler there in the 59 kart. Almost laid back, right laid back, but keeping on the pace. So 4.5 minutes plus the lap to go. Harry Morris out front from Danbury. Tom Stone, Paul Fowler, Stuart Henry, David Smith, Oliver Shelley, Sean Stonia, John Hutton, Ray Sloan, Tony Barini and Taylor. So Harry Morris has got this one well and truly in the bag as he's going quicker, lap on lap. Danbury, is he putting a PB? No, not in that one. As before, yeah, fastest lap so far for Tom Stone. Likewise for Paul Fowler and for Stuart Henry and for David Smith. All those guys going quicker, which is great. So has Sean Stonia. He's just got his fastest lap time as well. Let's keep an eye on these guys coming over the start-finish line now as well. Yeah, fastest lap time for Ray Sloan as he picks up a fresh position. He's up into 9th. And the fastest lap time for Tony Berry as well. So good to see everybody clocking faster lap times here in the pursuit and the chase of Harry Morris out front and Danbury in second. It's a big ask. They are out front and looking comfortable. It looks like Harry Morris is going to take the victory here at Forest Edge. There's the number 2 of Danbury in second place at the minute. Move up the inside there, I think. Paul Fowler might have just taken third spot. I think he has from the number 5. Took fourth spot, sorry, from the number 5 of Stuart Henry. So Paul Fowler pushes up into fourth place. Now in pursuit of third place, Tom Stone. But again, no stopping. 3 minutes to go plus a lap on this one. No stopping Harry Morris and Danbury out front. Those guys are pulling away with every lap. Here's Danbury in second place with that distinctive gold helmet. Here comes the third place car of Tom Stone and the gap that he's got to Paul Fowler. Oh, Stuart Henry's got that fourth place back from Paul Fowler. So those guys battling with each other, and that's just allowing Tom Stone to cement his hold, his grip on third place, I think. Number just flapping off the cart there of Ray Sloan. Might lose that number by the end of this race, I think. Flapping away that little fairing on the side. Blue flags coming out as the race leaders are coming through. Harry Morris inside through his loop, and a couple of them. He's going to have a whole race of back markers here. For his remaining couple of laps, and he's going to catch somebody up lap on lap. So Harry Morris from Danbury, Tom Stone in third, Stuart Henry in fourth, Paul Fowler in fifth. That's the front runners in this one. There's the number 8 car of Tony Berry as the race leader. 41 of Harry Morris is just going to pick him off, probably through the Haynes loop. There he goes, up the inside, comfortably through. 41 taking the back markers there. A good 10-second lead back to Danbury now in second place. Further 5 seconds back to Tom Stone, who is a second ahead of 5th place Stuart Henry. So we have a race on here for third. Stuart Henry's got right now on the back of. So race on for third and fourth here between the 4 and the 5 car. And of course these are the 4 and 5 car that sat second and third in the championship. So Harry Morris and Danbury, they've got first and second well and truly sewn up. The karts in third and fourth, Tom Stone in the number 4 car and Stuart Henry in the number 5. We have got a race on between them two for third spot. And keep an eye on that if we can. That's our leader, our race leader, that's Harry Morris. So here now coming under the start-finish line again is our battle for third. Stuart Henry now has that lead over Tom Stone. He's grabbed that third spot. So we have a new third place position car with 2 laps to go on this one. Harry Morris in the 41 car. Yeah, we've got 2 laps to go on this one now. Harry Morris just over the start finish line there with 10 seconds remaining. So 2-lap race. First is Harry Morris, second is Dan Burry. Stuart Henry, he's still got a grip now on third place. From Tom Stone, he's just pulled away a little bit from Tom now. He's got almost a second lead. Back to the laid back Paul Fowler. Back in fifth place, David Smith, Oliver Shelley, Sean Stoney, Tony Berry, John Hutton, and Taylor. He's lost Ray Sloan, I think. Or he's just way back with a slow pace on. One of the two. Keep an eye out for the 82 car. I think he pulled in. I think he had his side number was flapping. He had to go into the pits to get that sorted, I think. So there again goes Harry Morris. We are now well and truly on our last lap. And we'll keep an eye on Harry Morris, who has won 2 of the 3 heats preceding this. Dan Burry has had 2 second places in the heats as well. And Stuart Henry has a second, third and fourth in the heats, and he's going to follow that up with a third place here in the final. There's our race leader. He's going to come around now to take the checkered flag and the win. It is Harry Morris, arms in the air. Well done to him. Victory, second place is going to go to, eventually, Dan Burry when he comes round. A good 15 seconds or so behind. Here he comes for his second place. Dan takes second. And third place will go to, and eventually comes around here, the number 5 of Stuart Henry from the number 4 of Thomas Stone. And I think it was Paul Fowler that picked up 5th place. So there we go. There is our race complete. Harry Morris with the win from Dan Burry, Stuart Henry, Tom Stone, Paul Fowler, Oliver Shelley, David Smith, Sean Stonia, Tony Berry, John Hutton. So there we go. There's a quick flick back through some of the action as Will Henry and Dan Burry pick their way through the crowd. So massive congratulations to all of our winners today. Big thank you to our sponsors. Alfano, the last ones you spotted there at the bottom of the screen. There's Collards as well, so big shout out to our sponsors. So thank you for joining us. If you stuck with us all day or flitted in and out, we're really grateful. It's been a great day's racing. We've had Paul and Rob on cameras today, commentating myself, Lee, and Andy's been directing. So from all of us here, from all the team, big shout out to all the team here that put this on every month. The Marshall team, race directors, pit marshals, big thanks to all of them. We will see you again in September when we've got a double header. So for today, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thank you so much for joining us. From all of us here at Forest Edge and Speedway Portal, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Goodbye.